Good morrow, everybody.
Good morning. What is up,
Good
everyone?
morning. It is a Thursday. It is the
Tis
last day
indeed.
of the YouTube stream. It is the day that we say. I was going to say good day, but no, that just doesn't roll off the tongue as nice. What is good, everybody? How are you doing? Happy Thursday. It is the last day of stream today, so make sure that you're going to get in with some great energy. Make sure you smash that like button and subscribe to the channel because, as you know, at the start of every stream, you've got us very averagely looking gentlemen joining every single morning here, Monday to Thursday. So what is good, guys? How you doing in chat? Come say good morning. Let us know how your week is gone or going. If you're anything like me, this is the last trading day of the week. And I'm up 1.5% for the week, so I'm pretty happy. I've almost hit my monthly average quota, which is nice. So who knows? Maybe we'll surpass that and make up for everything that happened in the first quarter. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Rich, how you doing, my man?
Nice. Dude, I am average. Bang on average, mate. Like
Bang
today
on, like
is just
you've had
yeah.
a fair day, dude. I need to let me sort my camera out. I feel like I'm like way
I've had a
bigger than.
very typical morning. I woke up. It's cold here where I am right now. It is cold. It is 8 degrees. 8 degrees for me is cold, baby. So I have a jersey on underneath this. I
Oh
have
my god, you are
hoodie
cold,
on.
aren't you, dude?
Dude,
You are cold.
I'm cold, mate. I'm cold.
Okay, so in all fairness, let me. I'll just get it.
We're used to like 30 plus odd weather, and if temperature drops by 20, 24 degrees Celsius, that's cold, mate. It's like there's a difference. There's a proper difference.
I get that, fair. So I feel the cold really bad. And before I moved to Hong Kong, like I was known to be a really fair weather guy. Like I hate unless it's skiing, I can put up with skiing, but I put extra layers on. Different type of cold. And my dad will say to me, he's like, "You're rubbish in the cold." And since coming back from Hong Kong, it's gotten even worse. It was sunny yesterday.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, literally.
Thanks,
And
Dad.
it's gotten so much worse. So it was really sunny yesterday. It was really hot. My parents were out, shorts and t-shirt. My brother was in shorts and a vest. I was in black jeans, a long sleeve polo shirt. And by the time it got to 6 o'clock, I put this on. It is like a sheep fleeced denim jacket. That's how cold I was. So I get you. I relate with you, but it is not. It's not double up jumper cold at 8 degrees.
Okay. So I think we'll do without Will today. I think it's a perfect day for out Will. Let's put it like that. No, mate. Like, let's say different strokes for different folks. For me, this is chilly enough. This is chilly enough.
Yeah.
So it is wet. It's been raining. We've had snow. We didn't have snow, but like we had snow in the Drakensberg.
Yeah.
So the cold front is here. It's gonna get colder. It's gonna go into the minuses definitely. But 8 degrees for me is get a jacket on.
No, that's
long pants, nice thick socks. There we go.
Yeah, no, I suppose that is cold, man. Especially like for you, for 40-degree or like when you're used to that sort of 40-degree weather. Yeah, that life gets a bit.
Okay, I wouldn't say I was used to 40-degree weather, but like 30s, yes. Like
okay, yeah, fair. Like, does it get humid with you in South Africa as well?
It depends on where you are.
Yeah, okay, fair.
Humidity is there, and it depends on where the country itself. Like South Africa itself has like we've got escarpment, we've got highlands, lowlands, we've got mountainous ranges, we've got beach, we've got forests.
So you've got that real average sort of. You've got all sorts of different weathers.
Yeah, we've got different weathers. So
yeah,
very
it's a bit
much
like us in Wales, I suppose. Wales is the same. We've got all sorts. We've got coastline, mountain ranges. We got all sorts. So I get that, man. I tend not to head too high up into the hills of Wales because it gets really cold. It gets really windy. So during the winter, I'll go up in the summer, and even then it's quite windy. But like during the winter, I'll try and stay away. I'll try and put my log burner on, put my thick socks on, get my Lord Twat of Nobbington Manor cup and just enjoy chilling at the charts.
I had 1 cup of coffee this morning, and I'm too lazy to go and stand up and get another one.
You lazy bastard. Go get a coffee.
Yes.
Go on. I'll say hello to everyone in chat. You go get a coffee.
Really?
Yeah, go on.
Well, thanks, boss.
You're welcome. Oh, wow, he was keen. He is gone. He was straight up. He was waiting for that. Oh, man, that was magic. That was so funny. Oh, dear. Let's get a chart up in here, and then I'll have a bit of a catch-up with chat. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Let me just... I went in the sauna this morning. Me and my brother, we had a bit of a sauna session. We didn't hit the gym today, so I haven't been prepped at the market. So let me just open everything up ready. I haven't opened my stream terminal up, so what I'll do, I'll open that terminal up once. I'm gonna get all laggy now, aren't I? Let me remove it. There we go. Okay, I'm not too bad. I'm not going to open up my terminals then, just in case I do lag a little bit too much. Anyway, let's have a bit of a catch-up with chat this morning, and then I'll jump straight into the markets. I seem to be predominantly trading gold at the moment. Gold seems to be just acting a lot nicer than the major pairs, such as EU and GU. They're the only 2 majors I trade. They're the only 2 other pairs I trade, to be fair. Anyway, let's have a catch up with chat. Let us know how your week has gone. Let us know how your week is going, and let us know what you're up to on the weekend. Go away, IG. Henry, good evening. Good evening, Henry. Raphael, good morning, guys. Morning, bro. How's it going, my man? And for everyone else out there, good. Oh, you know what? I gotta have this one as well. Good afternoon. This is magic. Literally got good evening, good morning, and good afternoon. So to everyone out there from all over the globe, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. That was not in order. Let me try that again. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. There you go. Bit of a Truman Show for you there. But yeah, good. Hello. There we go. Hello to everyone from all over the globe trading right now on this fantastic Thursday morning. Azrael Trades. Good morning, guys. Yo, Azrael. What's good, my man? How you doing? MGN. Greetings. What is good, MGN volunteer? Roseby, what is good, Rose? We have got Rose in. Good morning. Good to see you. It's nice to see some females come through in the trading stratosphere. You know, we don't get many of that. You know, most successful female traders I already know because there's very few in the space, and it's nice to see more coming through. So, big shout out to you, Rose. What's good? How you doing? Doc coming out, gold analysis. Absolutely. Gold is already on my charts. It's going to be the first one that I do my analysis on. Let me move a little bit closer. There we go. Yeah, it's going to be my first asset that I actually analyze today. Then I'll probably jump into either G or EU, and then I'll hand over to Rich, and he'll go ahead and probably take a look at NASDAQ, and then either G or EU, whichever one I haven't done. So that's probably going to be the analytical plan for today, and then I'll touch on the news as well. I'll see what's going on in the news. Good morning, bosses. What is good, my man? What's good? I'm just going to call you AJ. I really don't want to butcher your name. I'm just going to call you AJ, bro. What's good, AJ? How you doing, bro? Garden design pictures. Morning, chaps. Good morning, chap and chapettes. What is good, garden design pictures? How you doing? Mighty average, even. Yeah, literally. Yeah. Richard, you need a hot toddy to it. Get yourself a hot toddy there, Rich.
We do have hot toddies, and then we also have something called med lemon, which is like a hot toddy, but I think hot toddy is ginger, yeah.
Yeah.
Where med lemon is the same idea, but it is menthol, I think.
Oh, okay.
Or lemon, yeah.
I was gonna say I was gonna say I had lemon in my head, but that doesn't sound nice at all.
It is medicinal.
It is medicinal. Ooh, I like a medicine. I'm joking. Or am I? Moving on. Morning, Felix. What is good? How you doing, Felix? I mean, warm up.
Yes, a hot toddy to warm up.
Yeah, I know, I get you.
You can replace the T in toddy to B, and then I just need a hot body to wake up.
Or or you could have a hot toddy.
Moving on swiftly.
Oh my god, you're so I'm gonna go with my gut on this one and say your GF, meaning your girlfriend. I'm just gonna go with my instinct.
It's guy friends. My guy friend's country goes to. Obviously, it's girlfriend. You muppet.
Well, I don't know. It could be my gluten-free country. My girlfriend's country goes to minus 25. Bloody hell! What's she, a penguin?
Is she a polar bear? What the hell?
Where is she from? Was she? Oh, okay, no, she could be like Russian.
Siberia.
Yeah, okay. Just let's go with Eastern European. She could be Eastern European. In fact, no, she has to be Eastern European. Surely, where else? Oh no, there is some European.
She could be Alaskan.
Fair.
Or like Northern Territories of Canada.
Wow, minus 25.
Or a very obscure island in like the South Arctic Ocean. Or Antarctic Ocean.
She's there trading with a polar bear indicator. I bought gold yesterday and it hit TP 1 to 2. Today, so much weight. Although it was a day trade. You know, I'm going to star this and come back to this comics. I want to give this a little bit of attention because big well done for you hitting TP. But I like I said, I do want to go into gold. But I want to know more about Raphael's girlfriend. I want to know where she's from.
She's from Slovakia.
Yeah, Raphael, I have experienced it. And as a Latino guy, minus 25 degree country is no bueno at all. Lol. Dude,
See?
Yeah, 100% fair. Like, Raphael, you're Brazilian, I believe. Yeah, you're Latino.
8 degrees is now no longer that far-fetched. Now is it to be determined as cold weather?
Dude, I'm British, and I'm as British as they come, you know. And even for me, 8 degrees is, to be fair, it's, you know, chuck a jacket on weather. So, you know, I'm only trolling you, but to be fair, you are wearing 2 layers.
They are thin layers. To be fair.
Okay, maybe I'll let you off.
This is more like a autumn hoodie. It's very thin. It's like a t-shirt.
Oh, man. Good morning, Rich and Will. Good morning, everyone. What is good, Theola? How you doing, brother? Felix, that was fast. Pointer was at the exit. Dude, I know. Rich was
You don't have to ask me twice. You don't have to ask me twice. You give me one opportunity.
Even look for the exit button. He was like already 1 foot out the door.
I mean, what am I supposed to do? Like Will says, go and make yourself a coffee. Am I going to be like, are you sure? Am I allowed? Should I go and do this? No, True. Dude. Like you tell me to, I'm going.
True. Yeah, fair. You know, my brother's like that as well. You know, my brother's got no. If you offer him something that he wants, he's not going to be all chivalrous about it. He's not going to be.
No.
You sure? No. Are you sure? Like, I'll have it if you don't want it, and he'd be like, all right, give it to me. You offer it to him, he's like, yeah. You're like, ah. So, you know, and it teaches you, like in my house, if you offer something, be willing to give it. Don't offer something because you want to be a gentleman. Like, be seriously willing to go give it.
Yeah, be willing to forego of the thing because someone else is going to pick it up because you're showing that you don't want it. You're showing that you're unsure. They're showing that they are sure. So being sure beats being unsure any time of the day.
Yeah, literally. I think Rose should call the trades. Women are often better traders. You know what? Honestly, go check out Louise Bedford. Yep. Louise Bedford has got a lot of studies around this. She is an Australian trader and public speaker. She's an award-winning author as well. Good friend of mine, absolute legend in this space. And yeah, in fact, I've been on a podcast with her as well. She does talk a lot about women in trading, and the studies would surprise you. No, they would surprise you. So go.
Statistically, women on average are better traders than men. The field is dominated by men. There's more men in the field. But if you go to correlation between the amount of people and the amount of successful traders, women's ratio is way better than men's. Way better.
Yeah, I think she talks about a lot as well, because men traditionally are a lot more financially driven. That is changing, but because men are more financially driven, more men get into the trading space. However, due to the fact that men biologically are programmed to Hulk smash when they get angry, they tend to feel psychologically tilted when things don't go their way. They feel that they want to revenge trade and earn it back, and they've got an ego. Whereas usually women tend to have a little bit more calm and collective attitude when it comes to losing, and they can accept it a lot more. They just go quiet with the markets, and they tell the markets to realize what they've done.
Women are less ego-driven in their decision making,
the
and men are more ego-driven in their decision making.
Yeah, exactly.
We take it personal if we lose.
Yeah, honestly, go check out Louise Bedford. Really, really interesting. What an awesome lady, really is. Try Sweden in the winter. -35 is the coldest winter in Stockholm. Woof.
I would love to. I would love to go to the Scandinavian countries, any one of them.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Doesn't matter which one.
Yeah, 100. To be fair, yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. Portuguese, of course you are Portuguese. Muppet. I knew maybe this because I knew that you spoke Portuguese. That's why I thought you were Brazilian. Yeah, fair.
That's why Rafael and Pedro get along so well.
I know. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, apologies, Rafael. Sorry, bro. Yeah. I believe it or not, it's Slovakia. Okay, nice.
Nice.
Oh, Slovakia. I've heard really nice things about Slovakia. Is it, Rafael? Other than the fact that it's icicle weather, let me know if it's nice. I've heard really good things. 8 degrees is pretty warm. Felix, where are you from? This is where Felix is from, Slovakia, where he's used to -25 degrees.
Try living at the base of a mountain. Yeah, fair.
yeah, I suppose. Yeah, why does everyone think Theola is the guy? I don't think.
Yeah, Theo would be the male version. Theola would be female.
Truth be told, I hadn't put a gender towards Theola. MGN, I don't know, bro. I call everyone mate and bro and bud.
Yeah.
I think it's just a Welsh thing. So Theola.
I mean, he calls his better half bro. Come on, bro. Let's go on a date.
Once, oh my god, once I called Cece mate. She did not like it.
I did the same thing with my wife as well the other day. I'm talking so much to you and LJ, and she asked me something. I was like, "No, it's good, mate." And I was like,
"Oh, what have I done?" You run while she chases you like a slider or a slipper or something.
She stopped mid walk, turned around. She was like, "What did you call me?"
Yeah,
like,
yeah, facts.
Yeah, you got me on that one.
Yeah,
mate.
Yeah, literally. I haven't called it bro. Because I talk to you guys in chat, and like most of you are all guys, and I chat to you, Rich, LJ, and all the guys. I call you guys bro, mate, bud. Like it's such a habit you get into. I've even started calling my parents mate. Oh yeah, bro, no, absolutely. I'll call my brother, ironically, bro, and we don't call each other bro. It's just that's not the relationship we have. And
so
when
you're not brothers.
Yeah, exactly. It's weird, isn't it? And when I call him bro, he'll look at me and he'll like, shut up. I'm like, yeah, fair. So yeah, truth be told, MGN, I have not put a gender towards Theola. But Theola, let us know. Have you got an innie or an outie? Are you a man or a woman? I was just going to say, even one guy on Instagram was shocked when he found out that I was a woman. He said I act like a man. Interesting. See that maybe that's where I'm weird. I'll treat a man like a woman and a woman like a man. I'll treat him equally. It's especially online. I'll just vibe match you.
Say what you mean and mean what you say. That is definitely that. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Mark Cox is saying silver is getting ready for a PB. Personal best. Might try a short on silver.
My bad.
For a quick scalp.
I'm glad you managed to read that because I just got rid of it completely. So apologies.
I mean, I have this ability of, this
remember
can read everything on the side. It's right there.
Oh yeah, of course.
Even if we bring it up, I can still read it.
Yeah. Testosterone. Marcox, what are you on about? what's
talking about why men?
Oh yeah, no, fact.
As traders.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's because of the amount of testosterone that we carry, obviously. Slovakia is beautiful. Yeah, and I have heard Slovakia is beautiful.
Stop simping, idiots. If women were better traders, there'd be more of them trading. Simps. Well, there's no correlation between ability to do something and the amount of people that do it. So
Yeah, facts. Yeah, it's called studies, bro. Read a book. Oh, no.
what it will just say, I thought it was inappropriate.
Wow. Okay, guys, I am sorry if I said anything inappropriate. Because if Pooley thought that was inappropriate, maybe it was.
All right. Seeing as we've caught up to everybody in
Yeah,
chat, let us jump
straight
into the
into it.
market. You're already on gold. How about you?
I'm
Just
alright.
go
Yeah,
through it?
so I'm thinking. You know, you gave me the option of EU or GU yesterday, so I'm gonna give you the option. I'm gonna do gold, and then either EU or GU. So which one do you want? Do you want EU or GU?
Whichever one you don't take.
Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Let's have a look. Let's see which one I prefer. Okay, there's GU. I prefer GU already. Okay, I'm gonna break down the pound. Yo, I'm Bias Straight. How you doing, bro? I'm gonna break down the pound and gold. So you can break down Nasdaq and Euro if you want.
Fair enough.
Cool. Let me get the news up real quick and let's see what we got for the day. There we go. So an hour ago, agreement reached by Iran and US on easing the blockade in exchange for a gradual reopening of the. I'm assuming that's going to say the Strait of Hormuz. So
you can click on it if you want to. But we can go through it if you want.
There we go.
It's an hour and 14 minutes ago, but we didn't really have much of a reaction.
No.
Off of that.
Yeah, Strait of Hormuz. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really say much other than the literal headline. Okay, what else have we got out today? Unemployment claims still orange folder news, of course. You know, I can't see that changing until at least the end of the Iranian-US war. 1:30 p.m. GMT +1. So this is UK time. So that's going to be 12:30 GMT. And that's unemployment claims for the dollar. Other than that, we got nothing. However, just bear in mind, so if you go into the top right, you see this little green box here. Click that, and you can see I have unticked. So I filtered out all yellow and grey. Oh no.
Grey ones is bank holidays and whatnot, so you should keep that one.
Yeah. Maybe that's why I would say. Keep it. Yeah.
Yellow doesn't really
all
matter.
yellow folder news I have unticked. Ooh, no. What's it doing? There we go. Cool. Back to the markets. So we've actually got a pretty clear trading day today. So hopefully we can catch some nice moves, providing the Tangerine terrorists can stay off Twitter.
Mark Cox is saying PB stands for pullback or plaaslike bevolking. It also stands for personal best. It stands for peanut butter. There's a lot of stuff that PB stands for. So you need to be very specific, Marcus.
To be fair, maybe we should have assumed that was pullback. Why would it be a personal best?
I mean, that personal best is like the equivalent of all-time high. So
I suppose. Yeah, true. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Anyway, straight into the gold, guys. Let's have a look. So this is the 1 minute chart. Why the hell am I? Oh, okay. I was streaming in the Discord yesterday on my £100 to £1,000. Banked another 10%, so I got £10 yesterday. So I'm up to £120 on that account, and I was 1 minute scalping as well. I was crapping my pants. I don't know why I was on the 1 minute, but there's nothing going on like 8 o'clock GMT +1. So I thought, let's see what we
Didn't
do.
we used to do Friday competitions and we used to be on the 1 minute gold? Were you crapping your pants back then as well?
Yeah, but no, that was on demo account, wasn't it? Because we were just competitions.
Dude, whereas it's £100. I'm pretty sure you can afford it.
Yeah, no, I know, but we're still having a competition. Like, you know, one of the boys is up $230, I think it is, or $330. No, $280. Yeah, he's up $280 or pounds on his 100 to 1,000. Bro, I gotta try and catch him.
Yes, but when we used to have our competitions Mondays, one of us would be a unicorn.
Yeah, fair point. Yeah, no, yeah, that was that was something.
We used to have to dress up So you'd lose something
You remember
there.
the days where we had to put
Particularly,
a dress on?
yeah, I do remember that.
Mate, I remember trying
Yeah,
Cece's dress on, and because she's significantly smaller than me, I had to call my mum up and ask her for a dress because I couldn't fit in Cece's dress. She's that
you
much
could,
smaller.
but she would never be able to wear that dress again.
It would look like Hulk post Hulk transformation if he wore a dress. Yeah, if he wrecked all over it. Yeah. Even in one of her like really, how like girls have those stretchy dresses. Even one of them, it would stretch and not re-stretch back. Anyway, gold. So yeah, gold. We can see here that we had this consolidation. Really nice bull movement yesterday as well. By the way, so we had some awesome buys coming through. Bit of consolidation, break and close above the consolidation. I will mark out the high and the low of the pre-session. I swear these adverts are getting more and more often. I'm going to buy premium trading view just because they're starting to annoy me. uh, so as we can see here as well, nice little consolidation. Let me just get my. I'd rather hear about gold than Will wearing a dress. You know what? Because you've said that, I'm going to talk more about me wearing a dress, and I'm not going to talk about gold.
Oh no, the humility.
There you go. So we got Asia highs, Asia lows, broken through, and this is what I talk about. So one of you, quite a bit of influence on us.
Sorry, Felix.
You know how we spoke about yesterday? How do you look at the Asia session? How do you trade in London session when analyzing what happened during Asia? This is what I do. So when we have that consolidation, we had a lot of. Let me move back up into the 15. We had a lot of bull movement coming throughout Tokyo, not Tokyo, New York. As we came from New York into London, into Tokyo, then from Tokyo into London, we had all this bullish movement. We started flattening off towards the end of London into New York session yesterday, and as we've continued through Tokyo, we've continued that sort of low momentum. However, we did break bullish through the middle of Tokyo. We've come back, and then finally we have now broken with some nice volatility and momentum above the Asia high. Now, if, however, we were more towards the bearish side and we consolidated, and then we got to the high and we consolidated here before then dropping, that's when I'd be looking at sells. However, because of the way price broke above, I'm going to be looking at buys because this doesn't look to be one of those wicks. It's not like we're going to wick above, consolidate, shift structure and start aiming for the downside. It doesn't seem to be that sort of price action, as well as the fact that we did have some bullish momentum coming through Asia, and prior to New York session, we did drop off towards New York, but prior to that, we are continuing this bullish trend. So we are trend is friend at the moment for buys. What I want to be asking myself now is where from. So we've got this area here, this consolidation. Can we see a break and close above it? If so, is there a potential chance that we can be longing? Or, in fact, hang on a bit. Maybe a 1 to 2. I'm also thinking about risking 2% and then putting TP1 at 1-to-1R, banking 1%, and then letting it run to a 2R. So I'm thinking about that. We'll see. Anyway, so that's what I'm potentially looking at. Or could we get a pullback? Could we get a pullback into maybe back into the Asia range, drop below into the Asia range, which looks like it could be a fib retracement area when I get my fib up in a second, and then continue higher. So right now my bias is bullish. Potentially, I may even, if we get a break and close with momentum under this level here, I may actually sell off into the Asia range. Something a little bit like this, perhaps. Because we've also wicked above. We've not broken and closed above the highs. Can I get a 1-to-1? Okay, maybe I may not get a 1-to-1, so perhaps not. We'll see. So I do quite like that. This is my sort of idea potentially on gold. Now, I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm just saying, these are potential opportunities that could happen. I do want to be bullish though. I've got a bullish bias. I think that we could get a pullback into this sort of 718, so 47.18 level, and then .888 if you want to be specific. I think that we could pull back into that area there before continuing highs, but we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. But again, that's my analysis on gold. I'm just going to wait for price to mature. I said GU, didn't I? So GU is looking lovely. Very much the same actually on GU as well, guys. We consolidated over New York, and how can I tell what New York is? Well, I've got them, London marked out, I've got Tokyo marked out, or Asia marked out. So what I like to see, that's because I look at the highs and lows of each pre-session, and New York is the latest session, so I don't need to care about the highs and lows of New York. However, it's super easy. I can just see what's not marked out in between London and Asia. So we consolidated over New York session, a little bit bullish throughout Tokyo, pulled back and mitigated the entire move before then heading bullish out of Tokyo into London. Now, once we got into this nice area of interest, which I marked out from yesterday, once we broke through the Tokyo highs, we broke through with some conviction as well, some really nice bullish momentum. Consolidated. What can I see now? Either I preferably like to see a pullback back into the Asia. There's a confluence stacking as well with this area here, this base consolidation area, before continuation highs. Now, yes, there is also potential we can break and close above this consolidation and continue higher. Do I want to see that? No, not really, because it's not how I trade. On GU, I'd love to see a pullback back into around about 1.36073 ish. That sort of zone there. I think if we can pull back into that zone, then we'd be looking at some nice high potential, high probable longs. So again, we're not going to take Tokyo, reverse it, and aim for the opposing side, or the opposing low, the Tokyo low, because of the way we broke through. We broke through with way too much conviction and volatility. So I am, again, just like in gold, I'm bull bearish. Bull bearish, bull bias, not bull bearish. Bull bearish isn't a thing.
Bull bearish?
Yeah, bull bearish is consolidation. So yes, that is my analysis. That's what I'm looking for. Got to wait for them both to mature. There's no trades in.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think there's anything right now that's standing out. I'll have a look at NASDAQ and Euro. So NASDAQ, so if we go over to the 4-hourly, you can just, there's no point in going over to the daily. Yesterday was a bullish day. We've been very bullish for the last few days, obviously in a bullish trend. It has not subsided for a while. We've had 1 or 2 days on the daily where we had a bit of a pullback. I thought we were going to start getting a bit more of a pullback over here. This was end of April, so last week. But since then, we did not get that follow through to try and push price lower. We have indeed just continued this bullish movement. So NASDAQ still very much bullish. I think this is the 5th week. 1, 2, 3. No, yeah, this is the 6th week of bullish price action. Bar something crazy happens, we will most probably close above last week's high, presenting yet another bullish week. I mean, it's just today and tomorrow that's left. And we need to lose from where we are right now and close lower than the open. That's $110 or $1,100 on price. That is a 3.8% drop that we need to have in order to close bullish on the week. So I don't think that that's happening. I think we are definitely going to close bullish on the week at least. So if you start going down 4 hourly, 1 hourly, on the hourly from yesterday, well, Wednesday, we had this bit of a gap over here. Price never quite came down to fill it. This was a new all-time high that was created. Why is this one? Oh, that's the weekly high. Anyway, we still had a new high that was created. We came into the London session. London session just carried on pushing price higher. We created more highs with every swing point that we had on the hourly. We had a bit of a retracement just before New York back into this area of consolidation that we had during Tokyo session. And then from New York, we just continued pushing up, creating yet again another high. So overall, just overwhelmingly bearish. Bullish, my apologies, not bearish. Okay, this morning so far, very slowed. Once again, all-time high of yesterday created little bit of consolidation and then a slight upward tick. As we came into the London session, we started getting a little bit of volume, but that could be because of the news that we had, the agreement, and as well as the WSJ reports that Iran was handed a nuclear framework from the US as well, which was roughly 2 hours ago. So that would make it 8:30-ish my time. So 8:30. If I go down to the 5 minute is down here. That's 8:50 or 30. That's as we were exiting the Tokyo session. We started getting a little bit of volume picking price up. Okay, so with all of that being said, I'm always cautious when we get close to an all-time high. So in this case, we have broken the all-time high. We pulled back a little bit, retested, pulled back a little bit, but at no point did we create a new low, and then we broke through, but no follow-up. So more selling pressure has picked up since we broke the new all-time high of yesterday, but I'm not seeing that change just yet. Yes, we have a high, a recent low, a new lower low when compared to this section here. Wow, what a straight line. I want to see whether or not we're going to respect this 50 EMA, which also happens to coincide with this base that we have here. So I want to see whether or not we're going to continue pushing higher from here, try and retest this all-time high that we've created. I don't know yet. I am very cautious about the let's call it the absolute bullish nature of what we've been experiencing for like the last 5 weeks. But I'm always careful around all-time highs. Anyway, so broke through, did not quite come and follow through with that all-time high. We may just see New York session just absolutely run off again, just absolutely shoot up. What I want to see now is the following. We do have this base area, which we've reacted on twice, but no strong push up yet. So I want to see how deep we can pull back first. So I'm wanting to see a attempt at trying to push up price higher, have this area up over here as the high, having this area down here as the low, and I want to see a lower high created. Doesn't matter where it is, it just needs to be a lower high. And then I want price to start pushing lower, creating a new lower low. Once we have that, we have a complete change of character on the 5 minute at least. So I know that in that case, price can potentially come back up and then start pushing lower. Because the thing is, we have quite a bit of area to test down below. So we have the high of the London session of yesterday, which coincides with the low of today so far. We do have this little section down here. So if you pay attention, that was the all-time high. We struggled around that area. We consolidated. This consolidation area here, we've had a reaction off of that, pushing price up higher. That's another area that we could potentially come and test. So I want to see yesterday's London highs, which coincides with the Tokyo low, to be tested if we start pushing lower. And if we do break through that, then we can potentially come back down to that consolidation, which we had a strong reaction off of. So no longer a consolidation. It is now a point of interest or an established zone in my point of view. So established, tested, and reacted. So right now, we are kind of just stuck here between the high and the low. We're not pushing up. We're not reacting off of this base, which is the high of Tokyo as well. So the base coincides with the high, which is over here. So I'm just going to sit on my hands and wait a little bit to see if there's going to be some sort of reaction. I would ideally like to have a... Well, I don't think I... Where is it? It should be here. Yeah, there we go. I would like to see this as the high for now, that as the low, slightly lower high, lower low, and then a retest attempt, and then a push down lower. And if we can have that, then I would love to get in on, for argument's sake, a sell there, and I'll try and sell something like this. That is what I would be looking for right now. If that doesn't happen and we start pushing higher, so this is... I wouldn't say this is A+, but I would say that this would be 100% in line with what I would be looking for. However, if we do not get this and we start reacting off of this area down here and we start pushing higher, maybe attempt to retest and push up, then I will definitely get in on a buy. Probably not all the way up there. So let's say something to this effect. So we don't push lower than this low line. That maybe I should just remove the other drawings, and that would make a lot more sense. Yeah. So if we do start reacting off of this, start picking up, and then doing that again, we break at least... we at least, let's rather say, create... Where's that line? We start creating a new higher low. We don't need to have a higher high just yet because this area over here was the high, and that is technically a higher high. So it's still bullish. So there's no need for a change in the direction. You're already bullish. This could be just a pullback. So you don't need another high. You just need a higher low. And then I would look for an entry somewhere like that. Hopefully my stop loss would be below this low swing, and then all-time highs. But I feel like there is a potential for us to go lower. That's what I'm feeling right now. EU, we've had...
Go on.
Yeah. No. You wanted to say something?
I was just going to say, I kind of see what you're saying, but I like it for buys. But okay, maybe it depends how much lower you want to go. But I think if we can go down to the top of the Asia high, I think we'd be looking for buys.
I mean, we can just look at what is the probability distribution today, 28,600. So 28,600 is roughly where we are right now.
Where I am. I was literally, I said 28,609 I'm looking for.
So 28,600 is here-ish.
Yeah.
We're already close to that area.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're either going to have sideways action during now, or we're going to start selling off. Right now, it does feel like we want to push lower.
Yeah. In fact, I think Martin... Oh, yeah, Martin out here. Oh, no. I give up to shorts on NAS. Gonna keep the buys. I burnt already guessing the top. Martin, I think maybe you were just a bit early, mate. Because I reckon...
It does seem as though we have a new lower low.
Yeah, because I think we could be... Like you said, I think we could be selling off, but I'd like to see us bullish for today.
We'll see. We'll see how much we're going to respect or disrespect this area. I do feel like there's a pullback happening and then a potential pickup. I would love to get down to here and then pick up again.
Fair. Okay, yeah, fair.
You know what? I am going to... This is NAS. Show lines.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to put a sell in on this one. 1 to 1. I'm going to add 2 TPs. What would that be? 550. So 550 is here. Fair enough. I'm just going to take this one. What is this, 1%? Yeah.
Mm.
Here we go.
I don't hate that.
Just going to have this.
I don't hate that. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not the strongest NAS trader when it comes, especially in the London session. You know, New York, I'll trade NAS. I do enjoy trading the NAS and the S&P during London. Sorry, during New York, but yeah, I don't hate that, man. Providing we can close under that prior 2 wicks, which you've marked out as your low. Providing we can close below that, then I rate that. I do rate that.
17. Okay.
I'm just gonna stay in my lane. I'm just gonna stick to pounding gold at the moment.
Okay.
Guys, let me know in chat. I got a question because my PC I think it's struggling. Oh, what am I doing? I think my PC is starting to struggle a little bit now, and the poor girl's getting old, and it's time to potentially retire. Set her out to pasture, let her graze for her remaining days. And however,
her remaining days.
yeah. However, it's completely a customizable PC, so I can just replace parts. Do I upgrade my parts and upgrade?
Yes.
Straight
Done.
That
Decided. Upgrade. You can't turn around and say, "Oh, I have a PC that can be upgraded," and then go with, "I'm gonna just get myself a new one." No, dude, just go.
No. That's my point. That's why I said, do I upgrade the parts for my PC, which is going to cost me a fortune because parts aren't cheap anymore. I don't know why. They never were, to be fair, but they just seem to be getting expensive, even more so. And do I improve the parts? Because if I improve the parts, I'm going to have to speak to my friendly neighborhood nerds who know about computers because I'm rubbish. So I'll be speaking to the likes of Rich and his brother, because they're absolute legends when it comes to PC parts, whereas I'm not. I'm rubbish.
I think you overestimate my ability, mate.
Okay,
you grossly
overestimate. Fair point. Maybe I'll just speak to your brother then. Maybe I'll just speak to MGN.
Smarter words have not been spoken, mate. Smarter words.
Yeah. So do I upgrade my parts, or I have got my PC, my laptop, which it's a complete gaming laptop. It functions and it does everything I need it to do, and it's actually now faster than my PC, which which is what I was trading on and using in Hong Kong. The only difference is I needed the screens. And when my Wi-Fi went down, I was on that, and when I realized, I was like, wow, I can't tell the difference. Providing I hook these two, my mouse and my keyboard, up to my laptop, I can't tell the difference between my laptop and my PC. So, do I use my PC and upgrade the parts? Or do I think, I'm going to set her out to pasture now. I'm going to retire the PC and move strictly over to my laptop, permanently. What do you guys recommend in chat? Because if I use
what do you want to do with which?
What do you mean?
Do you want a solely stream-based setup?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and why would you then want to have a laptop and a PC? The laptop is obviously so you can move stuff around.
Yeah, well, I have the laptop because obviously when I travel around, because as you guys know, I do travel quite a bit. So when I travel, I like to have a laptop because I can stream on my laptop, I can work on my laptop. It's super fast and it can cope with everything. But at the moment, I seem to be looking like a robot on stream. I clearly seem to be overloading my RAM on my PC. Whereas so over the next few months, I'm going to be looking at moving from a home office. So potentially I'm going to be from home office into an actual established office off, outside of my house, which means I'll have to unplug my laptop every time and take it to my house if I want to do work from home. So I'm thinking, would it just be easier to get new kit for my PC? But then I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't have a clue about PC parts. So then I'm just going to get stressed out trying to find new parts for my PC.
I would say upgrade your PC, have it as your go-to streaming setup, and then have a minimalistic version when you're traveling. One camera, one screen with the laptop.
Exactly. So that's what I was thinking. Unbiased Trader, how do you upgrade your parts? I literally just take apart my computer and replace all the internals in it. Again, I'll probably have to call one of my local friendly neighborhood nerds for that.
So every aspect of your let's say PC, you have motherboard, you have the CPU, you have the GPU, you have RAM, you have your storage. So that's like bare bones. Your motherboard has chipsets that fit onto it. So you have a series with the chipset that you can interchange. You can get faster versions. There's limits to what your motherboard will allow. So when upgrading, the best thing to do normally is to go with a better motherboard with a better processor and then better RAM. Just by increasing those things, whatever graphics card you have, you don't really need to have that because your processing power with your RAM should be good enough to do streaming.
Okay, I have upgraded my graphics card like 2 years ago because I started doing more streaming, so I needed to upgrade my graphics card. Everything else.
If you're going to be doing rendering, then yes.
Yeah, fair. Like everything, because it was all like really pixelated and crap. Everything else is bog standard basic that I had in there like 6-7 years ago.
Yeah. So you'll find that you have bottlenecking. So in this case, your RAM might be the bottlenecking because the way that our streaming platform works, it caches everything with RAM. And then your processing power ramps up for every single instance that's open. So you have your website, your web browser that's open, maybe multiple ones of it, every one of the processes that are running, every terminal that's running, each one of them locks up processing power and locks up RAM. So in your case, I think your RAM is your bottleneck. So your bottleneck needs to be removed. So you need to get more RAM. RAM is more expensive for obvious reasons. So if you're going to be upgrading, you should be upgrading the whole thing as a whole, get enough money together, upgrade everything once off so that you have the newest product for everything. Whereas if you're just going to be upgrading or going with a laptop, make sure that the laptop itself is only used for one thing.
Yeah, fair. It's like what Felix said, buy a new PC with better specs. Honestly, I have thought that. I'm the sort of person that instead of getting so stressed out because I don't know about these internal specs of the computer, and then I look at all these bloody specifications and I'm like, this is basically French to me. This is basically a complete foreign language to me. I'm looking at it and I'm like, oh, screw it, I'll just buy a new computer. It's like, it's just easier. So, Felix, I get what you mean. I've also looked at this. Buy a Mac Mini. I have a friend of mine. He's a Canadian trader. He trades with, and it's like a box about so big. It is super, super small, and it's Mac. So, Mac's pretty good. My entire family uses Mac now, other than me, and they love it. They said it's absolutely fantastic, but I don't know.
Macintosh.
Yeah, Adolf Linkler. Parts ain't cheap anymore, bro. Acting like he's not making billions.
Dude, do you know how hard Will got hit with the increase in the fuel?
Yeah, literally.
That M4 comp is thirsty.
That M4 comp is thirsty. And you know what? You guys made me feel bad live on stream because I didn't put V-Power in, and I've only put V-Power in from now on. And it's more expensive than diesel now. So I'm paying like diesel prices with petrol economy. So I'm like, what am I doing? Like I'm this close to buying a Tesla. I'm like, give me an electric now. Screw petrol. Screw these gas prices, man.
I do think that you can breathe a sigh of relief soon. 'Cause the prices are coming down on oil. WTI as well as Brent.
Yeah.
So don't sell it just yet.
I'm tempted. although I'll say this, and like, take this however you want. But the missus said to me, she was like, "Babe, can we have a G-Wagon?" And I
Oh
was
yeah,
like, "I know." I looked at one yesterday for sale, and so back in September, I took it to a Mercedes garage, and we did have like a G-Wagon. And I didn't like it. But my brother's like, yeah, they're awesome. My partner's like, oh my God, I want a G-Wagon. And it's okay, whatever. And then I looked at one yesterday and I thought, they have come down in price. I was like, they actually do look quite nice. But then I thought, if I buy that, then I can't.
If you're British and you love Britain and you love, everything to do with the island that you live on, why don't you go and buy yourself a British car?
So therefore, I went to Land Rover. They have a Defender V8, and I think I found my next car.
Okay.
It's like the British version.
Obviously the price of fuel is not a problem.
Well, no, now that's what I mean. I'm like, why would I get a massive 4x4 V8 when I'm complaining about how thirsty my M4 is, and it's a V6? I'm like,
do you know what's the funniest
half the weight?
When somebody goes, I don't know, they buy a Lamborghini, they buy a Bugatti or whatever, like very expensive vehicle that they buy, and they complain about the fuel cost or the tire prices, and I'm like,
tire price is another thing.
Dude, you just bought a X amount of $1 million car, and
literally.
You're complaining about replacing a $70,000 tire.
It's like, so me and my brother put the best of the best tires on because, rear wheel drive cars, the heavy cars, he's got a Mustang and, it twitches anyway. My car, it twitched the other day on me and I was going around a roundabout in dry weather and it twitched a little bit on me then because I put my foot down. I thought,
hold on a second. Say what again?
Twitched
your car on dry road.
Yeah.
Your car twitched on you going around a bend on a dry road. Guys, don't buy an M4.
Yeah, and by the way,
that thing's got a loose tail on it. It's just gonna throw you all over.
100%. It's not 4-wheel drive. It's rear. It's not quattro. It's two-wheel drive, rear wheel drive, and that thing is twitchy. That thing is. It's like, yeah, it's severely twitchy. And I think I got like, is it Pirelli Sports? I don't know. So I know the tire guy really well. I grew up with him, and I said, just put the best on. I said, put the best of the best on. I want them to keep me on the road. And it cost me a fortune. I'm like, oh, why didn't I put budgets on? But thank God I didn't. And this is why people, if you get a nice car, you need good tires. Tires and brakes don't cheap out on.
Yes. That's what I have to say about that.
If you have a good motherboard, connect it with a fatherboard, it will fix everything.
You're assuming the fatherboard is good as well. So.
Yeah. Oh, also, we didn't find out where your name was from, what language it was in. So, something tube. Let me know where it's from. Because I'm pretty sure. I guess Thai or Japanese.
Yeah,
I don't think it's Japanese. It's definitely not Korean because Korean's more like circly, and it's definitely not Korean.
I said that it was going to be more like Egyptian.
You said you said Egyptian. I'm guessing. I want to say Japanese, but it doesn't look Japanese, so I'm going Thai. Amharic. I've never heard of it.
Okay.
Inline 6 will. Yeah. Speaking of 6-cylinder.
Oh, it's Ethiopia.
Oh, no shit. That's sick.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. That's Ethiopia. Awesome.
Oh, dude, that's sick.
That is pretty cool.
I was well off. Yeah. Get an Audi RS Q5. I want the Audi RS Q8. I do want that. But the missus wants something square. So, got to keep her happy, otherwise she won't drive it.
Ooh. It is a Ethio-Semitic language with its roots within Hebrew and Arabic. But it was developed independently within Ethiopia, with borrowed words from Italian in its distinct language.
Dude, that's actually really cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
I love learning, man. I love learning new things. That I would never have guessed or thought that whatsoever. Also, we're getting a drop on gold.
We are?
We are
getting a drop on gold, you're correct. And EU as well is starting to pull back a little bit.
Yes, and so is GU. Like I said, if GU can come down to around about that 13,6083 level, that would be really nice.
So if I were to be trading EU for buys, because we did have this, where's my drawing tool? We did have from the whole of yesterday's New York session to today's Tokyo has been absolutely sideways. So nothing about this is indicating a specific direction. However, we did have a break here, pushing price higher. We're having a bit of a pullback. So I'm thinking we can have a pullback to try and retest this area over here and then try and push up. But if we're going to push up, we need to break past this, which was a 5-minute order block. Going into, if I go to the hourly, this higher, I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you.
Why, thank you. Into this area up over here where we just broke above, but we never really closed properly afterwards. So we've come and tested it once already, had a nice reaction. We can potentially come and test this zone here. So if I were to be in a buy, it would be after a reaction off of this established zone down here. Try and get a, I don't know, something like this trade. Generally, I wouldn't be buying EU just on a break. It will have to be a break and retest. Strong hourly candle, less strong, but a potential pullback and continuation would be great on EU. How's that NASDAQ trade coming along? It's dipping ever so slightly.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
Dipping.
I reckon you'll hit TP1. I think you'll struggle with TP2.
I mean, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, so what?
Facts.
Who cares?
Facts be that, my friend. Facts be that.
Gold pulling back a little bit right now.
Yeah, I really like the... I'm trying to see if we can come down... I don't know, man. I'm trying to see if we can come down to that sort of 47.19 area. I'm not sure. I'm trying to see if we can come down. If we can come down to that level, consolidate maybe a little bit, and then head up, and then start looking for buys that way. Dude, I don't know. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Maybe it's a no trade day for me today. It's certainly not. It's a no trade session, morning session for me. But maybe we'll find something later on around 12 as we... Thing is, it's that awkward time is that 12 till 1. So I try not to trade 12 till 1. It's like that sort of lunchtime break crossover. But that, we trade 1 till 2 as well. So that second leg of the 2-hour session that I'm on later on, usually I'll see if I can find something that second half.
Yeah, I think...
But it's also pre-New York, which is a bit of a faff. So it's like,
we don't have a lot of news today, red folder news, that's going to be the driving force for it. We do have this every now and then, first squawk, unexpected news events that's going to pop out. So I would still be a little bit careful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair. I was going to say it's NFP tomorrow as well. Zar Trader saying, also, what's up, Zar? I haven't seen you in some time. Zar
Yeah,
Trader saying,
day before. Yeah.
day before NFT tends to be the worst. We will usually, especially as you go into like New York, will completely drop. Tomorrow morning, like my assumptions based off of what I've seen from NFP, tomorrow, right up until the NFP will be garbage. Nothing will happen.
I mean, we had the Jolts opening that came out pretty much as close to forecasted as possible. And like LJ mentioned, your jobs opening numbers is a precursor for your NFP and your unemployment rate. So I think it's already priced in.
Do you reckon?
I think it's already, yeah, it's pretty much. Speaking of the devil, and you will step on his tail.
Morning.
How you doing, LJ? What's good, bro?
LJ.
Going well.
Not too shabby, eh, Nige?
Good, not too shabby, Nige.
Say again.
What are you
Say
talking
again,
about?
Yeah, Will is saying that he thinks that tomorrow is going to be a little bit quiet before NFP, and then NFP is going to have said reaction. And I'm like, I think we already know what NFP is going to do based on the Jolts job numbers, like we were speaking about on, what was it, Wednesday? Yesterday? Where we were talking about, I think it's pretty much priced in already. We kind of like already know where it wants to go.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good number. I mean, Jolts have been good. Unemployment claims the past couple of weeks, good. ADP last night, good. Everything is signaling, strong numbers for the payroll. So, plus the past couple of payroll numbers have been a bit better, kind of bounced back. So I think everything pretty stable. So I expect probably pretty in line with what we're looking at. We're in that low hire, low fire type scenario, so the numbers aren't fluxing too much. Yeah. So technically, that'll be dollar positive.
Yeah.
Right. So we could see some kind of dip. That's probably what I expect as well going into the weekend. And I think people will be looking forward towards the Trump Xi meeting next week. Leading into that, given we're now at these kind of highs, we've been cracking on pretty hard. Everything is stacked up really nice for Trump. And whenever everything is stacked up really nice, the markets are calm, everyone's in a good mood. That's when he tends to also put the spigots on and actually pressure really hard and really aggressive. Right. So if either the Trump Xi meeting gets cancelled or somehow they walk away unhappy with each other because Trump's tried to press things too hard, then we could see a bit of a sell-off. And then hence that has blowback into the Iran situation. Because there'll be talkings, with that whole debate going on as well. And then China also reiterated their position around Taiwan again today, saying it's the foundation of China-US negotiations. So hence this goes into, there'll be backroom chats around, obviously the next big one is the Strait of Malacca.
Yeah.
And you tend to wonder if the Hormuz thing was kind of like a test run for if they did try to go at the Strait of Malacca, to try and pressure China with the whole Taiwan thing or something. Because you can't like go and just fight them over Taiwan, and everyone turns up with battleships in front of Taiwan, and you right, you got to put the pressure on elsewhere to get leverage.
Anyway, guys, I'm going to look. Wow, yeah, gold seems to be trying to move up again. That's frustrating. Anyway, guys, I'm going to love you and you.
frustrating.
I'm going to see you in about 2 hours' time, and hopefully we can get a trade in the second leg of the session. So, guys, thank you very much for joining us this morning. Make sure you keep Duck Luck LJ some company. Ask him all sorts of questions. He is the man with the plan when it comes to the fundamentals. So make sure you do pick his brain, not his nose. Anyway, guys, I shall see you.
Pick his brain, not his nose.
I'll see you in about 2 hours' time.
Peace.
I was about to say you do get golden nuggets as well.
God, you guys are terrible. Terrible. Filth.
What?
Absolutely.
Why? Why are you saying that, LJ? You love us. You love us, mate. Anyway, LJ, I'm gonna keep you company until until another rich replaces me. So you've got
Very
me
well,
for an
very
hour. What are you looking at, mate? What are you looking at?
First of all, I'll just say hi to everyone. How we doing? Good to see you with y'all. MGN, good to see you as ever as well. Julia's saying, LG, welcome. Yesterday's odd US dollar was boom. Salute, mate. Yep, did pretty well. We came right down into those bottom levels. So very nice, very nice. We hit
Very nice.
on TP1, stalled TP2, and then the bottom was TP3. So yeah, it was good. Good day.
LJ showing that he's a god.
Good morning. How we doing, Felix? Good to see you as well. What am I looking at today? So I'd say right now I'm kind of waiting. I was long earlier, but jumped out a touch early. So wait, where's my screen? Yeah.
You were long AUD.
AUD and Euro dollar.
Ah, okay.
So Euro dollar, I was looking for us to kick right up back into last night's highs potentially, as we sort of had this kind of basing effect through here, through the end of New York, and then into early Asia. Through Asia, we did have a slight little pop higher above that sort of range. Drifted back through here, and then was looking for us to kick on. So I took the first trade over through here. We did kick back a little bit further, and then took another stab just below these lows and that little wick there. But we ended up turning around. So I added to that there. We shot right up and then started to stall out and sort of go sideways. So given we had this kind of whip around down here through early London, end of Asia, I decided to just take it out there and see what happens. So we have crept on higher, but again, it feels like it's lacking conviction a little bit. I would have expected us to actually push. That was in combination with dollar yen coming off again. And dollar yen basically came down, created a double bottom through here. And then we've come right back up to where we were just a couple of hours ago. So I think dollar yen does ultimately start to wilt off. And we do start printing these numbers below 156. I think, like I was saying yesterday, I want to see the close below 156 first of all. So let's go hide all of that stuff. You can see we didn't quite
On the daily, we didn't know.
Yeah, and this base on the daily is literally where the bottom of that itchy cloud is. So we literally closed like the slightest margin above it. So it's kind of the anchoring point right now.
Yeah.
So going back to shorter time frame, once again, the Aussie trades. Pop that back on. Similar deal, what I was looking for through here. Aussie was pushing a little bit further. We also didn't dip quite as far. It was holding up a bit nicer. That's why I split the two trades, one between Aussie dollar and also euro. And then added to the euro once we did, like, I saw the cross correlation where everything's starting to pick up and euro just took an extra little dip. But same deal here. We only got up towards TP1, started stalling out through here. So I've taken out on those and now kind of waiting overall.
The waiting game. Yeah, it's a bit slow. It's going to be a bit slow today, I think.
So I don't know if it's like another dip through here and then we try and press on. That or else this just fails and we go back to lows again for the day. But that's kind of what I'm looking at. So that sort of breach point is about 7245 plus minus a pip or two for the Aussie. Pretty much similar deal for Euro dollar. I'd be calling that somewhere around 117.56 plus minus a pip or two, right? It's this kind of circa area that either we come into here, drive higher, fail to hold it, breach lower, 200 moving average on the 15, and then you got those levels down there, which I wouldn't be surprised if that would then send us further again.
Yeah.
If we break New York and Asian lows. So
yeah, I think I think we've been in limbo for the last, I don't know, like day, really, where you think that we're going to start pushing up, but we just don't. So, well, not the whole day, like from yesterday New York session until today. It's been like limbo. So we had very bullish movements yesterday until we reached New York session, and then we just flattened out. And we were stuck inside that range the whole morning so far. And even the breakout that we had out of the Tokyo sessions range has been lackluster. So I agree with you. I think that there is a potential to come back down, pick up, and maybe go. But no, right now, I have zero confidence of a directional movement as yet.
Yeah, I call it like digestation, right? But obviously after everything that's gone on, and we're potentially moving towards a one-page deal. A one-page deal doesn't actually mean the whole thing is over, but they're going to kind of agree to let's stop getting at each other and quit the whole kinetic war type situation.
Let's agree to ceasefire. Let's agree to being, just not actively destroying each other.
Yeah, more formal ceasefire rather than we'll do it just because everyone's freaking out. So it'll still be like, I think right now they're looking at like another 30 days to communicate and come up with another agreement to actually remove the blockades. So even once this is done, the blockades won't be removed, but they will allow ships to go through. But both sides will still sort of keep on, what's the word? I don't know, on call, at the ready.
Yeah. So just like, just ready and waiting. Hold.
Yeah, on hold, yeah. So it won't be fully removed, but they'll give that extra 30 days to negotiate, talk, that kind of thing. Iran seems to want, massive relief on the whole sanctions side, doesn't want them being put back in. And then there's going to have to be the negotiations, of course, around enriched uranium, with the US wanting to get out. I forget how many tons it was, but I think it's like 65% enriched. Like 400 tons or something they have. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, they want to say, we have to take all of that. You can't have it anymore. And then you're going to have a ban for, I don't know, a decade and a half, 15 years, 20 years or something before you can engage that stuff again. So I don't know. There's still a lot there to unpack and to actually negotiate on. So this is where I start to get eerie with everything being so well priced at the moment that we might be looking at some kind of pullback. And I think even if in FX markets, where we're seeing this stuff sort of stall out and not fully just pump on to yesterday's highs, is probably because of some of that, back concern, I guess. Because typically when you see these kind of breaks, like we'd normally see this just run and we'd pump. Yeah. But we're definitely hitting a wall. So
that's why I'm saying, like, if you see a break and it's lackluster, you start thinking, is this actually the break? So that's kind of like what I was like referring to on EU and being in that little lower time frame consolidation, just breaking, but man, it doesn't look like it's happy to break. So it's kind of like sit, wait.
Which is inverse to like the NASDAQ run and the S&P, where they broke and they were very happy, like, we're breaking, and we kept breaking, right? Yeah. So
I mean, I'm still like very cautious about trading all-time highs or trading breakouts from all-time highs. I'm always cautious. Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like I mean this is the 6th week in a row that we're having bullish price action on this is the 6th week of bullish movement on Nasdaq. Do you really want to go and sell it now? Wait for it to confirm? I don't know. Like I don't know how I feel about Nas. I want it to come down. I want it to come down. Just
Yeah, well, like I was saying yesterday with Dirk, from the lows with Trump last year, it's up like 75%. And I saw just flicking through reels on Instagram or something earlier, there was like a graphic someone had made overlaying the recovery from COVID, which everyone thought was like nuts, that we got absolutely obliterated, recovered crazy. People were like, nah, this is too ridiculous. It's the whole V-shaped thing. It's just gone straight up. This is overkill. You overlay the current rally on COVID, and the current rally is like almost 4 times bigger. It's like 3.5 times, and it makes the COVID rally, which was thought as like nuts, just look like a baby, right?
The only people or companies, the only people or companies that really benefited from Trump being president is the whole tech sphere.
Yeah,
everybody else has been shafted.
Everyone else is just by the by, I guess. I wouldn't say shafted. I'd just say by the by. Didn't really,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, mate. Like, the news on the ground is just not happiness. The people are not happy. They're like, this is not what we voted. Yeah, the people are not happy.
I thought you were saying
tech companies.
Companies,
no. Like, businesses. Yes, some of them were like, yeah. Some of them were like, no. So, but the tech sphere, definitely, absolutely, they're like, we love Trump. Trump is amazing. So
they're very agnostic, because in the past the whole tech sphere has always been considered like Democrat friendly, right? And they always have been, and for the longest time. And so hence when Trump was going to get in, people were saying like, oh, is this going to be bad for tech? Because tech have been the darlings, right? They still want the other. I'm like, dude, they don't care. They're agnostic. They'll just flip. Like, what are you talking? Yeah. If you think they believe in any of these like random, no, they're just going to say what they need to say.
They're not left. They're not right. They're smack bang center. They don't care who is in charge. They're gonna flip to benefit themselves.
And I don't know how in this day and age, like, people still forget this. I don't know, humans just human, they forget about stuff. But it's the same when you have, X month celebrating this or that or something else, and some company has some promotion thing or supporting it or whatever. They don't care. Whatever the thing is, they'll support it, right? Just go back to 1940 and you'll see exactly that, right? Different time, they're supporting whatever the thing is.
But history is doomed to repeat itself. But that's the thing. I think a lot of people believe that the world is either black or it's white. They forget that there's this plethora of color in between. There's a lot. The world's a whole lot of gray, mate. There's a whole lot of stuff that's happening in between. So, oh, if you're not this, you're this. Then it's just like, well, I'm not this, but I'm also not this. So,
yeah, exactly.
Anyway, I have a little Nasdaq sell. We've been in limbo, but LJ's in a Lambo. Yep. LJ's doing so well that he now lives in a Lambo. He does. And it's not a Lambo car, it's a Lambo building.
What if you bought just like, I don't know, like, it'd probably be a lot, like 50 Lamborghinis, and strip them all apart to build a house just because?
Wouldn't that be the equivalent of you going and buying yourself like a G6 and then planting it somewhere in the forest and then turning that into a home? Wouldn't that be like the equivalent?
Would be way cheaper, right, to do that.
No, I meant like that was the first plane that came to mind.
Yes.
Go and buy yourself an Airbus fucking A60 or whatever.
Any plane would be way cheaper. Like, the amount of like cars you would need to actually form a structure and anyway.
Yeah. But it's like, it's taking something that has got absolutely nothing to do with the thing that you're trying to do and turning it into the thing that you're trying to make it become. So it's a plane, I'll make it a home. It's a Lamborghini, I'll make it a home. I mean, Lamborghinis are cramped, mate. Like, imagine your stature. Like, you have to like So over here is the A-frame. This is the door panel. This is where I'm going to have all of my electricals go through.
That's why we need like 50 of them, right?
Yeah.
Take them all apart. Build. You'll have like the house wouldn't even be that big, and you would have spent tens of millions. But
Tens of millions.
it'd be funny. It'd be funny.
It would. Sponsor business. Richard can never be serious. He always has a hidden smile. Yeah, dude. Like, if you knew the absolute horse crap we spoke about after stream or like on a Friday or on it's you'll know why we can never be serious.
Oh man. What were you going to say about Nasdaq? You're in Nasdaq trade.
Yeah. I if you want to bring up my chart, there we go. So it's not a serious trade. I haven't taken it on any of my accounts. I've only taken it on my little F around account. Oh, music's playing.
Yeah, I put it on. I can turn it off if you want.
No. It just clicked on. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like the music. Anyway, so we just wicked above yesterday's highs, which was the new all-time highs as well. And we had this nice, strong reaction pushing lower. And I'm not quite ready to take it on like any of my accounts. I kind of want to just sit here and watch it a little bit. I don't want to trade. Yesterday's win was great. I don't want to go and chew up something when I feel like the market is not quite ready. So I want to see it establish an actual downtrend before I want to participate. But as it stands right now, it looked good enough to just take a small little entry just for the shits and giggles, just sit here and watch it a little bit. Anyway, so the idea was we had the highs that were swept. We didn't have a strong reaction down initially. We retested, still no strong reaction. At no point is it showing that it is bearish at all. Tried to push through again, swept the new all-time highs that we just created this morning, and then we started getting some volumetric candles pushing price lower, just kind of sweeping these most recent low points. Came back down into this area of a base area that I had. I was just like, okay, cool. I'm just going to take a short little shorty on this one for the hell of it. Just for the hell of it. I am not in this on any of my accounts. This is not a serious trade that I'm taking whatsoever. But I would love to see price, if I just go to the hourly, I want to see it just slow down here. Just absolutely slow down and try and push back down to here. To, what is this? To 28,200-ish, somewhere around there. I would love for it to pull back to there. And then that gives me more than enough time and space to get into a trade to hold it a little bit longer than normal. We do have the, 28,600 options level, the options expiry level today, which we're drifting around. We're kind of like just there. But that coincides with the open of the day, which is 28,585, which is very close. So just above. Not the open. The open was actually down here, was 28,559, so 2560, somewhere around there. So we're drifting in that area. So I can't really aim for anything today. We're super bullish. I don't want to buy into all-time highs. I'm going to take a little bit of a pullback, hope for a bit of a pullback at least, and then I'll participate in that. But I'll reduce my risk. But so far, I don't have anything I can trade at this point in time on NAS. Until we start, I don't know, showing some real volume pushing higher.
Yeah, I agree. I think what you're saying as well. Yeah, I've got down to about like 28,350, 300 if I had to pick somewhere. There is like that sort of the positive GEX, so positive gamma exposure is sort of down to 28,200. So hence there's accelerated buying pressure above that level. There's also, that was like one of the other peaks we had kind of around there, and checking a few of the other options, bits and pieces. I've been trying to find quality data, trying to see if I can find something free that I can actually share with you guys that is good as well. So I've been hunting around because like Dirk and I were talking about, normally you have to pay up for this stuff. Most of it. And it's not cheap, like thousands and thousands a month, right? So but yeah, so that is sat around 28,300. So there is a cluster in that kind of band just above
here.
kind of the levels you were talking about. Yeah.
In that case, that makes a lot of sense. The only reason why I'm taking this one is because it had that. It was a new all-time high. It struggled to push through, and then when it eventually broke through, it retested the zone and then pushed up. So technically up to there. So this whole section here. So 28,250 to 28,182-ish, somewhere around there. So if it just comes and tests that, but your area makes a lot of sense as well. Definitely makes a lot of sense. So
yeah, I think
hoping
it's a touch above because obviously positive momentum. So people are trying to get in before, like below sort of that established zone that you've got. Like that would be where you're starting to question the move altogether. Like you have to question: do you really want to buy these, or are we taking a bigger dip? So hence that support level is a touch higher for those considering that momentum will continue. But yeah, I feel like we will be getting pretty wandering price action today. I think we do still have that tilt to the upside. I think euro dollar, Aussie dollar, that kind of stuff will gradually go up, but we're just not accelerating the same way. So if we continue to hold where we are now, I may just re-enter long. Which euro dollar is pushing a touch more now.
Yeah, I saw earlier. Okay, so I've removed it now, but it was like this area like that. So this was basically, this whole section here is just consolidative. All of that, just that's a nothing burger in my eyes. And if you check the amount from the highest point to the lowest point, that's 21 pips.
Yeah,
that's just nothing. And then we have news that pushes it up, like nice, very, very nice. And then came back down, tried to retest it. And it does seem as though it just missed it ever so slightly with this candle. What is this, doji? Semi-doji? This one with the long wick above and below?
Yeah.
I think we need to come back to this area and then break through to get into this all-time high. Well, not all-time high. This high section of yesterday. The high of yesterday.
Because it's kind of like a flag, right?
Yeah.
Where you have, instead of like a pennant
flag
as the flag, you've got like the channel set as the flag, right? And that's basically what we're doing. So I expect we will keep pushing that, maybe pop through it.
So GU, a different story though. Flag, but flat. And the thing is, it came into this area here of yesterday. So
it'd be like an ascending triangle, right? If you run it from the base of the wicks. Yeah. Well, flat top, ascending bottom.
Yeah. So but initially when I was looking at it earlier, it was just this.
Then it was
really struggling to kind of like show its willingness to try and push through.
Yeah.
But I was net bullish on the GU and EU. Even though we were flat, I wanted a push through to the tops.
Yeah. I think I'm going to reestablish long. Because dollar yen's sort of come back up to the highs before he tumbled off. Seems to have faltered there, coming back down. So I think we will just gradually wander up. I think it'll be one of those slower days. Often almost like a Asia, sort of quiet Asia trading period sometimes. Where you get, price moves up a bit and then gradually sort of just flitters up higher.
Flit.
Yeah.
Flit, little butterfly. Flit. Yeah. Did you ever watch 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown?
No. Never heard of that.
It's a British show that is hosted by Jimmy Carr, the comedian, and it's a bunch of people.
I'm going to assume it's good. Just off the bat.
It's a bunch of comedians and whatnot that have a word and numbers game, basically. So they have a person that selects numbers for them at random, and then they need to get to a answer. So they give you all of the numbers and the predetermined answer, at least, or a target, and then they need to use that to try and make that target. And whomever gets closest gets points. And then they have numbers, they have letters as well, and then they need to try and find an actual word within the letters, but it's randomized. And then the most that you can get is a 9-letter word. Anyway, but there's a comedian that sung a song and did some poetry and whatnot, and one of them was talking about flit, little butterfly, you flit.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you said that flit higher, I was like, yeah. I was talking to Susie Dent. Doing a little, you flit.
The first word that popped into my head.
Dude, it's weird how like as word association works. It's like the moment you think of something, your mind goes, where did I hear this before? And it's the first thing that pops up. It's like, oh yeah, I enjoyed watching that episode of 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown.
Yeah, it is weird, hey. And it's also weird like when you use a word like that where I'm like, dude, I couldn't even recall the last time I said flitted.
Yeah.
Like when? Probably once or twice sometime, surely. But yeah, I have no idea. And so why did that word, come to the forefront of my mind? So strange.
It is. But I like how it abdicates. Abdicates. Yeah. I think I found a 9-letter word, abdicate. There was no A, there was no C, there was no T. Abdicate. That was also another jokey one. The guy who did that, I can't remember his name, but he plays the Tick on Netflix on the show called The Tick. He's pretty cool. Anyway, there was a question here, basically, how do you make the position sizer look dark? You go into the position sizer settings, you can double-click on the position sizer, or you can right-click, go to experts list, just find whichever one, just show properties. Whichever one is there, and you can show the properties. And then what you can do is you can just scroll down, and then you look for... it should be enable dark mode. There we go, down here. So where am I now? There. So scroll all the way down, and then you say dark mode, enable dark mode with a less bright panel. Then you just select true. Simple. Very easy. Yes, very easy. What is this position sizer? It is literally earnforex.com's position sizer EA, and you can find that for free whenever. Wow, look at this. Look at this. Who have we got here? On a Thursday?
Hello.
Oh, it's Dirk. Dirk's popping in.
Yeah, I thought I might as well join you before I go crazy and bash my head into my desk too much because of the beautiful challenges that MQL5 gives me since yesterday.
Yes,
MQL5. Guys, I'm out. Bye.
What
was that?
I don't know. How did this happen?
I don't know. He's out by.
LJ is offended?
I don't know.
Anyway, welcome, Dirk. How are you?
I just wanted to stay like 10 minutes. I'm doing all right. LJ, what you doing, man?
Get back.
I was just griefing you, don't worry.
Oh, yeah, okay. Got it. Yeah. You want to make my mood even worse than it is already.
Yes.
Nobody wants me. MQL5 doesn't want me. LJ doesn't want me. Anyway.
Oh man.
So Dirk, you've been playing around with a lovely coding language called MQL5, and it is doing your head in.
It's doing me head-ins, yeah, and on multiple layers. So after like I think it was version 18 of my expert advisor, it finally did what it was supposed to do, but the results were like completely different from what Python told me the results would be. Which is like because of my own stupidity, because the way I work in this case is with a K nearest neighbor engine, so to say, and it feeds like different things. It sees different things on the price feed of that I get from MT5 than the price feed that I get from Python from Dukascopy. So I needed to download now all data from MT5 again and do the retraining and validation sets to see if the edge that I thought was there actually is an edge. And if it's not in Edge, then I need to go back to some solution where I start streaming live data from Dukascopy into a Python server, which then sends signals to MT5, thus having exactly the problem that I described, I think it was yesterday, that I wanted to avoid. But yeah, see, always pays off if you try to be a smart one. You know, never try to be smart. Always do the easy things.
Yeah,
Make your life more easy.
Yeah, I was about to say, like I said yesterday, you can always contact my brother. Like he was talking to you a little bit in chat.
Yeah.
And he will give you the exact same stuff as well. He's like, I hate MQL5. MQL5 is beep.
And the
you should
debugging
just
is
hear him
insane. You get like cryptic messages where you have to search around the internet to understand why your advisor is failing, why it didn't compile. Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. It's especially lovely if you have to do problem solving when you don't even know what the problem is.
Yeah. And you feel like you're stuck in 1990 with trying to code assembler or whatever, you know, one of those
and it's just like,
coding languages.
It works.
Yeah.
Why? Why does it work?
Why does it
I don't know why it works.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, I haven't been concentrating very much, obviously, on trading today. And with NFP approaching, I tend to stay away from the markets, also because on Wednesdays and Thursdays, I tend to focus more on other projects. So I heard earlier LJ knocked it out of the park again with another Aussie trade.
That is typical LJ.
Man, you are on fire at the moment, even more than usually.
Yeah, I've been crushing it this week in particular. I'm just a couple points off now. Next profit target as well.
Nice.
1%. So it's a second for this week.
How to handle so many funded accounts.
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
If none of us sees LJ for a while, we know it's because he's on holiday spending all of the moolah that he's been making.
Time for Bali.
Yeah. No, so Dirk, yesterday it was basically this. So after we had that that guy run up, right? We were talking about earlier. I stayed on a bit later. I was looking for the tops through here, saying we had a few people saying back and forth like, nah, you can't short yet. I'm like, no, that's it. Good, done.
Yeah, I remember you yesterday talking about that scenario that you potentially wanted to trade that, yeah.
Yeah, and then we had, euro dollar come off, pound dollar, everything started reversing. So, yeah, it was good. Nailed it. We went down all the way down to my TP3. Whilst I was on stream, hit TP1. I did end up re-entering on that after I jumped off as well, which is off that spike through here. So, still ended up capturing the full thing, which was nice.
$3,000.
Yeah, I was short 10 lots on that last night. So
I'm petting my virtual cat, you know.
I'm petting my hypothetical cat.
Yeah, hypothetical is the correct wording for it. True.
Yeah.
I would love them to do one more Austin Powers before. What's he's like too old?
I heard actually the guy Mike Myers, I think is his name, no, who plays Austin
Mike
Powers.
Myers,
that in real life he's supposed to be a very, let me put it friendly, difficult
arsehole.
person. Yeah.
He's quite the arsehole apparently.
Which is funny, you know? You are like in comedy, but in real life you're like this annoying person.
Yeah.
I mean, he was all over the early 2000s, like Shrek, the Austin Powers movies, which I love, by the way.
Absolutely,
But I think he made a movie called The Love Guru, and then since then, people started seeing that he was not a nice guy. Bit of an egomaniac.
Yeah.
A little bit egotistical.
Kind of reminds me of Kevin Spacey, you know, what was the name of that series where he wanted to become president with his
House of Cards?
House of Cards, thank you. Awesome series, but I think
is a
he
very
didn't
good
need to
show.
act very much in that.
Yeah.
He didn't need to act,
Very-
yes.
very
That's
good.
correct.
Very good
Didn't
show.
need to act.
Yeah.
He was
But yes,
in one of
yeah.
my favorite films as well.
Seven.
Psychological thriller called Seven.
Yeah. That is an
And
awesome movie,
Usual
really.
Usual Suspects as well. I think he was also
Yeah.
in that.
That's the
21.
thing about him. He's a good actor, you know. It's like, but you're like, I shouldn't like this movie because, you know, in hindsight, he was playing in it. But
Yeah.
still a good movie.
I mean, so what? I don't assume that every person playing a character on the screen is by nature a nice person. I watch the
Yeah.
film because it is a person portraying a role, and
Yeah.
I don't really care if the person is nice or not. I like the role, so I'll watch the film. I won't support the person with their like new endeavors or whatever after the fact, but I still like the film knowing that the person was a bit of a dick.
yeah.
Yeah, it's always a weird thing. Yeah, separating the art from the artist, right?
Yes.
Kanye, obviously, the very classic one, right? Kanye's music, brilliant. Kanye, dude, the guy's off his rocker, right? You know, but you're like, damn, that's a tune. Right?
Or
This guy's
Jared
good.
Leto is like one of those persons also, you know, you can like 30 Seconds to Mars, but you don't need to like him as a person.
Yeah, or his acting. To be honest, his acting. So.
Yeah, his acting is horrible.
I mean, he's a method actor, so he kind of like he takes one thing and he's like, I'm gonna
Shouldn't he be
method the
good
crap
then?
out of this.
There are
right?
good
Not
method
even
and
good
bad
at it.
method actors, you know, like Christian
Not
Bale is a
necessarily.
good method actor.
I mean-
Jared Leto is not a good method actor.
I mean, I don't know if you guys watched Requiem of a Dream, but he was really good in that.
Yeah,
I didn't watch that. I didn't know watching that.
I still cannot forgive him his version of the Joker though. So
Yeah, but I never cared for that in any way. That wasn't just him. That was also the
Right, yeah.
director, the screenwriter.
Yeah,
all of those
of course.
people played their role in that. It's not just him. They still needed to
only
approve.
person, only person that was good was Margot Robbie, right? Like,
yeah,
that's
she's actually really good. Yeah,
dude,
LJ
it
is
always
not
freaks
biased.
me out realizing, well, not biased. Yeah.
Not biased.
Whenever I realize, like, or remember how young she was in Wolf of Wall Street as well, I'm just
oh
like,
yeah, right. She played in that
dude,
one
it's
too. no?
crazy. Yeah, I was like, damn, right? Like, you
That's
wouldn't.
why
Not watching that.
DiCaprio liked her so much, because she was not 21 yet.
Exactly. So he wasn't acting either, right? Oh man.
Good, Phil.
That feels good. Letting some steam off here.
Yeah, hopefully it gives you a bit of a laugh, bit of a release there
It
from
does,
your
it does.
pain.
But you know, I'm like the type of person, if there's like a problem, I need to solve that problem. I cannot go
Same.
and rest until the problem is solved, which led to me like
Yep.
coding or trying to code when we talk about MQL5 until like 2 a.m. last night. Then I got up at 6 a.m. this morning and started it all over again until my wife came and asked me in her nice way if maybe I would like to have a breakfast with her to get my mind off things. I said, maybe that's a good idea. And after this, I went into coding mode again. But I can feel and actually see my head is very red today, that my blood pressure is probably very high.
I'm the exact same way though,
Yeah.
Dirk. Yeah, if I start something or there's something that needs to be done, like, or a problem has happened, I'm just like, I need to fix it now. We got to fix it. No, we're not waiting until tomorrow. We're not waiting an hour.
Yeah.
I'm figuring out how it's going to be done now. Stuff's going to be in place. And then once I'm good with it, then it's okay. But yeah, otherwise I'll just be,
Yeah, you keep on thinking about it, you know, like keeps on rolling in your mind. And I
Yeah,
dream about that too, then, by the way.
Oh,
yeah. My partner's just like, oh, wait till tomorrow or next week. I'm like, no, next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Give me 10 minutes to think
Yeah,
and then we're acting, right? We're doing
that's
it.
usually how it goes. 10 minutes to figure out the problem, solution to it, and get it done. I have found that in my infinite wisdom, let's put it like that, that it might not be the best to always address the issue immediately.
Of course it's not. It's very unhealthy to do so. I mean, it's like, when you learn new things and think about problems, the next day you probably, after you had a good night's sleep and so on and so forth, your brain rewires and subconsciously thinks about the problem. And then you usually find a solution to it. The same when you learn a language or any skill, like bass, for example, you practice like a lick or something, it doesn't really quite work out. You get a night's sleep, the next day it works better already because the wiring in your brain, your synapses have rewired towards that problem. But yeah, this is the logical thing to do, but I'm not always a very logical man.
I was about to say. And then at the same time, I also realized that I myself don't always think logically, even though I think I'm a logical person.
Yeah.
This is like okay, so I'm gonna sort this thing out right now. Because right now it's important. Because I've made it important for myself right now. But right now I'm not in the right state of mind in order to think clearly about it.
Yeah.
So I need to step back, and I don't always have the mental fortitude to convince myself to step back from a thing, which I then inevitably make worse off by trying to figure it out right now. So, lovely.
You need
LJ,
self-awareness with it, right?
I'm thinking about entering Aussie dollar long if we see 72.50.
If we see 750, okay.
If we drop now, we saw it earlier, like
so
a couple of minutes
yeah.
ago, but I missed out on it. But
Yeah, so
the
kind of what I already
kind of nice.
sort of have mapped here, right? This is what 47. So it's basically, this is obviously just my freehand drawing, but basically, yeah, a dip and then up, which is about
72.50 is the
area.
London low.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, I sneeze again.
And 7250 again is that high that we had yesterday where I took profit. It's a established prior level, like I was saying, and then hence, yeah, I would like to see that, and then a completion of the top of the actual move, which we fell short of, which is that 85. It's like 84 and a half from going back to 2022, right? So yeah, I do like that. I like it a lot.
Okay, good.
That's basically what I'm
if we
looking for as well.
50, then I already know, in case this position doesn't turn out to be profitable, who to blame.
Yeah, well,
Just kidding,
look,
of course.
I'll put it this way: I've already entered a partial here.
Okay, nice.
We were just talking about this before, and I was wanting to see this come off. We started actually pushing higher, so I was like, okay, just in case we continue running, got a partial in here, and then stop us down below here. If we come down further, I'll add to it like that. Or vice versa, if we push right on, break the tops, then I'll add to it from up here. So those are the two additives.
I think I'm going to jump into a position where just partially. Do we have?
Because the thing is, I was looking at euro dollar, which is now pushed on a bit further, right? So that's why I was like, oh, I don't want to miss it if euro dollar does continue creeping, and then yeah. I do slightly prefer Aussie dollar, just since we have that very key defined.
Where is your stop loss
area.
on that one?
Got eyeballs. On the Aussie position, I've got capacity up to here. Where I currently have it set is like this, but I have capacity up to here. So that would put it at 0.6%.
What
always
price
like-
is that?
So it's basically just below the lows here from that drive coming into end of Asia, just before London. So right on 40.
40, yeah? That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah. It's like
Let me do
39,
this,
7.
because, I have this dormant evaluation account still, which I always wanted to use, to do the live trading stuff here. So
Now you have your opportunity.
Yeah, I do. And wait, I can actually share my screen. So because people always accuse us that we do not really share our trades here, which couldn't be further from the truth, right?
I was thinking I might just get up like another separate MetaTrader account that will work on the web terminal.
Yeah, the web terminal would be something as well.
That's the only annoying thing.
Yeah, that you have to switch back and forth always, sorry.
Yeah, because I've got a massive screen, right?
I'm not overcompensating for anything.
All right, so I'm going to enter a trade here. As you can see, this is like pretty fresh. It's not a fresh evaluation account anymore. I had this from the beginning of the year, but hardly ever used it. Going to do a risk of 0.25% potentially, because later on I could, if we go in the other direction first, I could imagine, adding to that position. Stop at 72.40. And do I have a long trade in here? Yeah, I do. So let's trade this. What? Oh, I need to activate algo trading. Here we go. Trade. And here we go. All right, long Aussie dollar. Let's see how it goes.
Very nice.
Very nice.
So, Dirk, while you have this on, explain to us how you intend on managing it if it were to start going into profit, start going into drawdown. Maybe that would be a good thing to have.
Yeah, if
your methodology.
Yeah, if it directly goes into drawdown, obviously there's the stop loss now in place. So I'll have this. I haven't really looked into the take profit honestly, but I think I would apply something like normally a TP 123. That being said, the position size, of course, is a little bit on the lower side here with just 0.12 lots. So we are, around 1-to-1 leverage here. Actually, I would prefer seeing it going down a little bit further to 50, so I can add another position. And then for that, I need to go back to my other chart. So bear with me. This one. Here we go. I would probably look at something. So let's see. We entered here right now. Shift this a bit. Stop is at 40. So, like the 5-minute chart doesn't give credit to the position, but I would aim as a first target probably at something like this area around here, 85, and then see, how it goes. So in this case, just one TP. Because the position size is quite low. In this case, it doesn't make sense for me. And plus the fact that I'm probably not going to actively monitor this position because after I'm off here again, I'm going back into the Valley of Tears. And so, yeah, let's see where it goes. I don't know how you see it or how you guys see it. 85 somewhere. Probably a good target. That would sit...
Yeah, I got mine set at 82. So just below that around 84 and a half, which is that 2022 level. The R1 from the pivot points today is at 83.7.
Okay, then I probably also should go something like 83 or 82. You don't want to attach yourself to the exact number, where the pivot sits.
Yeah. It's 83.7 on one broker. 84.3 on my other broker, depending on where rollover slightly closes, because
I'll put it to 80 then here.
Do you intend on trailing any stop, or is this just going to be either TP or stop loss?
This is going to be either TP or stop loss. And this is the way it should be. I think we spoke about this before, you and me, Richard, trading stops. I sometimes like trading stops, but if you try to automate like 80% of your setup anyway, trailing stop adds another thing too that's like inherently difficult to track in a quant way, let me put it like this, because there are so many settings to it. So I would always go first for a fixed stop loss. Later, if I see hey, this works, I'm actually earning money with this. This seems to be have a good expectancy. Then I can start experimenting with, hey, if I have a trailing stop, does that actually do benefit for my strategy, which is more rare than you would think, especially if you're aiming onto something like, hey, I want to have a hit rate maybe of 50 or 60% if that's possible, because with trailing stops, you usually end up having a higher expectancy, but it's heavier on your psychology, because you'll have like a couple of trades where you hit like something like 8R or 10R or 20R or something like this. I've seen Victor, for example, doing a 30R trade. I think it was like 2 years ago, and but that comes at the cost of having a lower win rate. So you have a lot of trades where you're stopped out, just with a slight profit, with a slight loss. And if you have like a hit rate then of, let's say, 35%, that is probably something, especially beginner traders, cannot really deal with. Because you'll have these stretches where you have like 5, 6, 7, 8 trades in a row that end up in a small loss. And then you look at the chart and say to yourself, maybe, in hindsight, I should have stuck to this trade. So trailing only in a situation where I can totally automate something, where I can put myself into a situation where I don't need to look at this. I'll check once a month back how the system is doing, and other than that, I don't care. When there's a discretionary element, which is the case here, of course, I don't tend to work with trailing stops very much anymore.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
I hate trailing stops.
Yeah, I agree, because in my mind, you're setting in this case, a point value or a pip value to something that you don't know how deep it's going to pull back.
Yeah. And
that's the same reason why I generally don't like having my trade go to break even, or then push it up higher, and like in turn have a trailing of a certain amount. But with the way that I've been approaching my trading recently, with the idea of once I've reached TP2, I then move my stop loss to break even. That is based on the fact that I've tested it, and in the background it works.
And that's fair enough, If you have a trade already that deep in profit, you don't want to lose money on it anymore. That doesn't make sense here.
And it's exactly the same thing that you were saying now, talking about automating something to that point where we all know when it comes to automation within, the EAs that we're using, they generally use points. Unless you can find a different median way to kind of like, okay, swing points, but then it needs to have a way to visualize or to calculate what is a swing point.
Exactly, yeah.
And I think that's difficult.
And you only know the swing points in hindsight. You don't know this is a swing point when the swing point is happening. You need to wait a couple of bars until you see, hey, this actually was a pivot point.
Yeah.
Yes.
The only other way is to add like cross correlation or something.
Exactly.
And once you see it on multiple assets,
With Richard, the second Richard, joining, I'll make my move now and get back into the hell of coding. And let's see if I'm still alive next Monday.
You will be, but I don't know if your PC is going to make it.
Probably not. Take care, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Goodbye, Dirk.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for joining
Thanks
us.
for coming.
Hello, Rich.
How are we doing, Rich? Also, before we jump into everything, because I know once we start, we get going. Let me just grab some water, and I will come back. Give me 1 sec, guys.
Okay. We get to be Richie Rich for a second. You're muted, mate. Muted. You have
there we go. Too many mute buttons. I've got the mute on the mic. I've got the mute on the screen. Are you going as well? Is it just me?
I'll hold your hand while we're here until the big boy comes back.
You're a gentleman. There we go. Let me get this set up. How are we doing today? I see we've got Theola in chat. Are you ready for the Discord call this afternoon? I got something a little bit special. We're going to actually do a presentation this evening based around a interview that we had with a trader. So super excited to share some of those insights. For those of you that are not involved in the 5ers Discord, it is going to be who's that?
That's Wesley.
My favourite people.
The Richards.
Sorry, I was reading my favourite people, the Richards. I was like, didn't catch the comment. How we doing? You all right? So yeah, later on in the Discord, we're going to be holding pretty much a stripped down insights from a trader of over 15 years, and we're going to be going through all the insights that took that trader from where they were to where they managed to build to, and the kind of processes and the thinking and the mental framework that went into that. But that's for later. That's for 3:45 UK time today within the Discord. However, LJ has just joined us. A couple of things that I wouldn't mind touching on today. So number one, we've got risk management. A trader's born with discipline, or is it learned? Maybe we can pick some holes in that a little bit later on, or I'll look at my notes here, because this is something that I have been meaning to touch on for a little
Pre-planned.
while. What does a realistic income look like in a trader's first year? Who wants to kick us off? And LJ,
Definitely.
you're always going to ruin it. You're like, oh, in the first year, it's like hundreds and hundreds of thousands. But a typical trader in their first year,
Yeah.
what
It
are
will probably be me, because I assume Rich has to go.
Yeah, I am going to hop out and join you guys a little bit later, but I may come and give my 2 cents after the fact. So I'll go and think about it a little bit, but it is a lot less than I think people think. Anyway, I'll see you guys just now. Have a good one.
All right. Cheers, mate. I'll catch you in a bit.
Serious.
Maybe before we dive into that, so we don't get too far behind on chat, maybe we should just touch on this question that's come up from Shane. I see that MGN's in the chat. How are we doing, sir? Got something a little bit special coming in the Discord later on today, but I want to pull this comment up quickly from Shane. Says, I have a question for Rich. Is it better to force your strategy to fit your psychology, or force your psychology to fit your strategy? There's one word in that I find a little bit triggering, and it's the word force. I feel like if you force anything, you're more likely to have an undesirable outcome. So if we were to reframe the question, which I think is a really good question, it's should your strategy fit your psychology, or should we try and make ourselves fit a particular strategy? From my own experience of it, and I've probably I've tested in excess of 50 systems manually. So we're talking about building out systems that take a long time to test. And on several occasions, I've built systems that have proven to be profitable. And only once I'd completed it did I find, I don't want to trade this. It just doesn't fit with who I am. I'll give you an example. One strategy that we built, I say we, it's me and myself sit there on my own talking to myself for hours a day building strategies. It was based on a 1 minute time frame of the US 30. And effectively what I was looking for was the market to pick a directional move and then print its first lower high. So forming a reversal. And I went through an 800 trade sample size. It took me over 100 hours. And I found that it had a 0.1 expectancy. And it made I think it was like ATR or something after this time. And I just sat there and thought, you've got to sit there and watch the 1 minute chart and how it prints and closes on every single 1 minute candle. And it was profitable. But I think by the time you executed on it, with a little bit of slippage, bit of commissions, the costs of doing business in trading, I don't think there would have been much of an edge. And it would have been a struggle to eke out maybe 2 or 3 hours a month. And I would have been glued to the charts for 8 hours a day watching the 1 minute chart. So coming back to your question, is it better to force your psychology to fit a strategy? From my own experience, any profitable strategy that doesn't resonate with me won't be profitable by the time I've finished hashing it up. But if I can take a way that I enjoy trading, a way that resonates with who I am, how my mind works, how I perceive risk, I can build that into something that genuinely fits me. And I've got a much better chance of taking that edge and making it into something sustainable. Because trading is very much like a stress position. When you were younger at school, they would say, I want you to sit against the wall as if there's an imaginary chair, and you would squat. Do you remember this, LJ? Your back would be against the wall and your legs would be at right angles.
I used to do it for rugby as well.
Did you?
Yeah. After training, so it'd be after you've been training for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, right? Done all your drills, all that kind of stuff. We used to have it as part of our fitness thing. Your legs are already dead. Your hammies, your quads, your calves, your glutes, everything. And then you got to go and do this. And we used to do that for like 10, 15 minutes to finish. Grueling exercise. Yeah.
When trading the wrong system becomes like that. You're in this stress position and you're just looking at the clock thinking, I can't wait for this to be finished. When you trade a system that resonates with you, it becomes an extension of how you express yourself within the market. And providing we're not caught in the loop of being right or being wrong, like trying to prove ourselves from like an ego point of view, it just becomes natural. It becomes, hey, this is what I'm looking for. And you become more excited to get involved in the setups as opposed to anxious. And that's been my own experience of it. So I feel like if you're building out a system, take ideas from other people. For an example, I learned ICT, I learned smart money concepts, and I just couldn't trade them in a way that I felt fit me. So I took the theory and I said, well, how would I build a framework that resonates with how I understand price action, and how can I apply this on a daily basis? That was the only way I've ever, okay, apart from one, which was in my earlier days and I'm not too proud of, but outside of that, it's the only ways that I've ever managed to get funded and achieve payouts is when I've built systems that resonate with me. I've had a friend teach me his strategy many years ago, really good friend, and it just took me ages to trust the system and learn the system. And I got live funded with it, and I still found, even when I was live funded, that there was this element of, I have this trust issue with this system, because it was someone else built this system around them. And then they shared it with me and said, look, let me show you how I connect with the markets. And I tried to connect exactly the same way they did. Now, the system was profitable, but it felt like walking a mile in someone else's shoes. Now, I believe that we can take a concept like that and then we can build it into something that makes it our own. But I feel that what we should be trying to do is take a framework that resonates with us rather than trying to take something that doesn't fit us and then building ourselves into something that just doesn't fit. And I know this is a bit cliche because by nature, trading is typically uncomfortable. By nature, we have to learn to be wrong. By nature, we have to learn to lose money and lose money well. So there's a lot of things that in trading, we're actually not conditioned naturally to do. And we've got to relearn. And that's hard enough. But to then relearn how to apply a strategy that doesn't resonate with you, I would flip the script. I would say, how can I find a way to interact with the markets that resonates with what I'm interested in and with what I actually connect with and how I feel confident and how I feel comfortable. If you can build a little edge that covers your personality in the market, I think you're much, much more likely to stick to it when it goes through the drawdown periods. Because it's not just a one and done exercise. I'm going to build an edge, it's going to work forever. There's going to be times where that edge drops off. And if you're not really connected with that edge, if you don't really believe in it, if it's not something that resonates with who you are, when the grind comes and you're going through the drawdown, it is going to be so easy just to go, screw this. I'm gonna system hop. So we say like don't marry your edge, but in some aspects we've got to make sure that edge is a life partner, because over time what you find is the strategy isn't the edge, it's you applying a framework that you really believe in and you understand on a deep level. So my vote would be find an edge that resonates with who you are. And like I say, I've tested over 50 edges. And to this day, I probably only have 5 or 6 profitable frameworks for different strategies, we could call them that. And of those 5 or 6, there is only one that I feel confident enough to execute on, because the rest, they just don't quite resonate or fit the chapter of my life that I'm in at the moment. Sometimes we don't have 10 hours a day to stare at the charts. I used to, but not anymore. What's your experience with it, LJ?
So I think I agree with what you're saying. I think people should align with sort of what feels most natural from them, what sort of just flows through you without basically any effort. It's kind of what's just almost autonomous, what you gravitate to. You'll do that the best no matter what, right? Because it's almost like giving yourself, the way I have always talked about it when people ask me this stuff, if you do it that way, it's like running a 100-meter race, but if you're gravitating to the style that is natural to you, it's like starting at the 20-meter and then you'll get there, right? If you try and go and do it the other people's way, and maybe they are proficient or naturally pulled towards that style, they are starting at the 20, and you're actually racing now against someone that is starting at 20 and you're at 100, at 0, right? And then they're probably just going to beat you, right? And then hence you might become very good, but you'll never be great per se, if you want to put it that way. So I think definitely naturally align those things. And I agree with what you were saying about the force syntax, right? I don't think you should force certain things. I think it is, however, despite saying that, good to mold certain other attributes into what is natural to you, right? So it's kind of like you start with what is naturally your kind of vibe, the way you work, the way you think, the way you operate, go towards that, but you might have to incorporate some of the opposing stylistic measures from something that's not natural to you into your core body of work, right? Hence, I say mold it in, because it will take some time to really get it efficient. Because if you just do what is natural to you, it could also just be wrong. And hence, you do need to actually realize that maybe you have some flaws. You need to correct that and maybe, pad them up, build some structures over here to safeguard the flawed parts of your natural proclivity, right? With taking bits and pieces from some other style or approach or sentiment, right? So I think you should still have eyes on other ways, but lean into what you're good at, what feels natural, what suits your character, but still take inference from other people, other styles, see where you can pull little feathers from everyone else and then apply it to your own personal machine in the hopes that you make it robust. So I think that's kind of where you get this like hybrid, which is then at the core yourself and you, and that's the main running machine, that's the main mechanics. But then you've got all sorts of other bits and pieces and gadgets that protect you from the potential flaws of your own system.
Yeah, but the caveat to that is when you say take these things and sort of mold them to yourself and bolt them onto what you've got, the caveat is we've got to be an experienced enough trader to actually know what resonates with you and what know what works. We've got to be,
Sure.
emotionally intelligent enough to go, hey, I kind of don't like this thing. Or some traders will martingale and they'll feel at home doing it. Other traders will martingale and it just becomes massively out of control. Right?
Yeah, that's why you need to protect yourself, right? Maybe you are a bit hot-headed and it might work for a time, but there's going to become a time where it's bad, right? And it bites you in the butt. So hence, if you bring in some of those protective elements, you might be able to push risk, be very aggressive, but just have enough to stay under the blazing sun, right? And not melt your feathers and crash back to earth, that kind of thing. But yes, like you were saying, that does take a certain level of awareness to figure that out. Often people rise high, burn, hit the ground, and then figure it out after that, of course, right? That's always the very difficult part with anything. Self-awareness, difficult thing to teach, right? People either get it or they don't, and normally it's some kind of event-driven thing in their life which forces them to click onto it before they actually adopt it, if they don't already have that self-introspection naturally. Again, that comes back to one of those natural sort of orients,
Yeah, 100% agree with that. And it ties into the idea that trading isn't an on-off switch. Like, I believed in the early stages that once I become profitable, that's it. I've done what I needed to do. I'm now profitable. But what happens is you start to make a little bit more than you lose. And then you realize that, as LJ said, you can fly too close to the sun and get burnt. You can have a profitable strategy that you're just over risking and it just gets shredded by the sun because it's getting burnt. You can have a system that's not profitable, but you're under risking, and you will just take too many years to realize that it actually doesn't work. So it's a whole knowledge base and skill set for a trader to learn, how do I apply what I've got in the right environment that means I'm flying as close to the sun as I can, but I'm not getting burnt, or I'm not too far away from the sun and I'm not getting any returns for it. And it actually inspired by this comment here. It says, hello guys, is 1% risk, where is it? Hello guys, is 1% risk on each trade too much? I do 1 to 2 trades daily each at 1% risk stop loss, and I close manually if I realize my trades are not doing well. So this is that same old thing. If you've got a 30% win rate, 1% risk on a trade is your risk of ruin within a prop firm account with 10% drawdown is pretty high. Statistically, within 100 trades, you're likely to go through a 10% losing streak. Now, if I was to risk 1% on a trade, I would want a win rate of 60% or above. Now, statistically, I could still go through a 10% losing streak, but it's going to be much less likely. Now, the reason I can achieve an above 60% win rate is because my risk to reward isn't a very big risk to reward. So what I would encourage you to do is have a look at your data, see what your drawdowns look like. So for me, a rule of thumb is this. I'm going to go through my last 200 trades, and I'm going to look at the biggest drawdown I've ever had. Let's say I've lost 10% and I lost 10 trades in a row, or 10 trades within a drawdown. I know that trading 1% is probably going to lose my challenge account. I don't want to lose my challenge account. I don't want to get the email. It makes me feel crappy. So what I would do is look at my biggest drawdown and I would half it. And then I would trade at 0.5%, knowing that I should be able to go twice as large as my biggest ever drawdown that I've ever seen before my account is in any real danger. Now, what this allows me to do is trade without any real risk. Now, my win rate on one of my accounts is 75%. Now, my actual strategy that I trade, my win rate is a little over 60%. I trade that at 0.5% risk. That gives me 20 opportunities to be wrong and have a drawdown of 20 trades. If I have a drawdown of 20 trades, my win rate is no longer above 60%. Something has fundamentally shifted in my execution or in how aligned my edge is with the markets. And at that point, I'm going to need to change. So I don't really want to blow an account, but until I start reaching that number where I go, oh man, something's shifting within my edge, I would much rather lose a prop account than I would lose my entire strategy. But if I can pair the two together and trade at a level of risk where I only lose an account if my strategy has really gone through a major downturn, then I can look at that whole prop firm account as a journey of, I'm going to invest $100 or $200, and this is what it costs me to find out how good my edge is and how well can I execute it. And so what I've done is completely protected my downside. Now, notice in everything that we've shared here, we're not talking about how much money we're going to make. We're talking about how can I sustain this trading journey and last this duration. Because when we mentioned earlier how much does a trader earn in their first year, typically, and I saw a comment that said, I'd like to break even in my first year. Typically, most traders are not going to get away with a net profit. I would argue that over 90% of traders in their first year will not make a profit and will lose money. So if we're statistically going to be in that camp, it's got to be probably well over 90%. But if we are in that
I think
camp,
it's 75, actually. I think it's roughly in the first year. I think it's 75 that lose, about 25% that maintain, and then the final 10 make money. But making money doesn't mean you cleaned up. You just you came above net, right? So you could have made, $100. That means you made money.
Okay. And this is traders in their first year, right?
First year, yeah.
Okay, so we're still saying 75% so the majority are still finishing not
it would be
well
96% essentially lose money. The extra few that do make any kind of money, it's not really worth laughing about. then there's a couple percentage points that you're like, oh, cool, I made a couple $1,000.
Yeah.
So you pretty much 90%, 96% or so that no, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
So if we come into an environment where 96% of people are going to get a result that they're not happy with, the goal becomes, how expensive do I want that lesson to be? And for many of us, we made it way too expensive in the earlier stages. So by controlling risk management on an account, by putting a trade idea into the market and saying, right, I've got an idea here. I think this is in line with my plan. How much do I want it to cost me? So I apply risk management on the account, but I make sure the account is only of a size that if I lost the entire account, it's not the end of my journey. It's just kind of like collectively a bigger lesson. Just something to be conscious of. So your data will tell you, if you look at your track record, what's your biggest losing streaks? And if you've lost 5 or 6 funded accounts or 5 or 6 prop firm accounts, you'll start to see, wow, my losing streaks are actually pretty big. And then you can tie your level of risk into that. Now, there's a fun stage in a trader's journey when you do become profitable and you do have a framework that you know works in the market. And then you start running the old compound calculator and you start working out, how hard can I push this without getting burned? Now, that's where traders might bring their risk up to 1%. Like 1% with a 60% win rate is still pretty aggressive, but it's how close can you fly without getting burned? And then what you'll find is some traders have a mental block where they're only able to trade their edge to a certain level of risk. And after that, they just melt. They can't risk more than $100 a trade or $300 or $500. So there's a logical amount which your strategy can handle, but then there's a cognitive amount which you just cannot function because the risk is just too high to yourself personally. And I always want to find that sweet spot. And what I found personally is the account, when I was building myself as a trader, the account could handle a higher level of risk than what I mentally could handle. So the bottleneck was my ability to trust and execute the edge. And so I said, Rich, how do I become more trustworthy of my edge? How do I become more confident to execute this edge? And what I found is nothing built my psychology better than this one single thing. It wasn't reading a book. It wasn't a sitting down and a meditation exercise. It wasn't a breathing exercise. It wasn't a mantra. It wasn't a phrase that I repeated to myself 500 times a day until eventually it became true. It was building a massive amount of data and having it stare at me in the face day after day after day till I had to acknowledge I have edge here. What I'm seeing on the screen is statistically pretty much impossible from a mathematical point of view that a 1-to-1 risk-reward system should be up 30R after 100 trades. That's like flipping heads or tails, and 70% of the time or 65% of the time you get heads after 100 flips. Then you flip it another 100 times and it comes up with heads another 60 times or 65. Then you flip it another 100 times, and after a while you've got 1,000 trades that have a 65% win rate at 1-to-1, and you're like, there's edge here. I wouldn't bet against this, so I've got to start betting with this. That built my psychology to a level where nothing else did. When I hit a drawdown, I would go to my spreadsheet, I would look and say, well, I'm still up 75 up. Who cares about a 3-hour drawdown, a 5-hour drawdown? Because it gave me context to the bigger journey. Even when I wandered off the path and I lost an account, which I did, and I realized I wasn't even trading my edge when I lost an account. And then I would look and say, this is the result it should be from my strategy, and this is the result I got. And I learned how to quantify this gap, and often it was me thinking I can fast track, I can get funded without my strategy. Without my strategy, I'm not profitable. I need a framework, I need risk management, I need a set of objectives that I turn up every single day, and without that, I have no chance in the market. If I just wing small orders in the market, eventually it's going to go to zero. It's like a death by 1,000 cuts. So for me, it was about learning, how do I build something that shows me evidence you got edge here? And some people think, well, I'll feel confident when I build a track record. That's where my confidence will come from. How are you going to build a track record if you can't consistently execute on something that you know to be true? So confidence has to come from even before we execute. And if you don't have a plan, if you don't have risk management, if you don't have a proven profitable edge, typically as traders, we find it very difficult to execute on a price point because the chimp brain goes, you don't know what's going to happen next. And you don't actually know that you execute here has a proven edge. But when you've proven, hey, this pattern turns up and I execute here relentlessly, and this is the result I would have got if I'd done that, to me, that built me as a trader. So this is why I'm a massive advocate for backtesting, only to learn a framework and collect enough data to say that it's profitable. Then when I have it, I send it into the market. And I'm a pretty risk-averse trader, so I like to put it in with small risk. I like to learn that I can execute that edge because, as my friend said to me today, he said, why is there always a disconnect between backtested results and live traded results? And often that disconnect is a shift in market conditions or a shift in the ability of the trader to execute. And 9 times out of 10, when we speak to traders in our coaching workshops, whenever we have a poll, they always vote on the how to manage emotions when you're trading. And it's typically because the trader has a plan, but they just can't stick to it. We'll cover some of that, and some of them insights will be in the interview that we had with the trader a couple of days ago. So we'll cover that in the Discord session a bit later on. But off on a bit of a tandem there, but that was something that built a lot of confidence for me as a trader. And even if you said, Rich, start again with 8 years of experience, how would you do it? I would sit down, I would backtest with a spreadsheet, I would build data, and then I would wait until I had enough data and I would execute on it. And probably on a personal perspective, I love being a manual quant probably too much. I really enjoy building data sets. I really enjoy refining systems and proving that something's not curve fitted and finding that MFE within a strategy. But it takes so much time, and then I get lost in the project of like 150 hours later and I'm still not executing live. And it's like, Rich, remind yourself of why you done the test. So it is a balance. It's a balance of actually having a theory, a framework, then executing.
I think that's interesting with what you were just saying as well, Rich, as far as you getting too wrapped up in testing and trying to refine, and almost like a perfectionist type thing where you refine, build, rather than at some point you just need to go, just do it, get it out there, learn on the fly type thing. People do that in business as well, where sometimes like they think about the business plan and how everything's going to work and try whatever, just put a product out, test it, and then refine and build from there. The other side of that, as far as going back to trading, I think as well, I think a lot of people don't really know how to test or build their own systems in general, and sort of self-teach and self-learn. Hence, that's always one of the things I've always thought why people gravitate to some of these things like ICT and that kind of stuff, where someone can just tell them what they're meant to do and then they try and do it, right? Rather than trying to actually apply their own knowledge, thinking, critical thought, and break down how things actually function or work, and then build a theory, test it, maybe go back to the drawing board, test again, and eventually apply, right? That's very different. And obviously, the only way that you build edge in the market is by actually doing that, right? If it's freely available, it's been arbitraged out, right? The alpha is gone. That's what we call alpha decay. So I think that's one of the biggest things where people don't really know for themselves where to actually start to learn on their own. But again, I guess that comes back to a self-awareness thing, and then also that might be one of those components that you have to mold into yourself and like learn how to learn. I think people also have that trouble at school often, right? Some people are really good at just teaching themselves. Other people need like a mentor and a teacher and that kind of thing. And then hence also in trading, it might be very advantageous for someone to have a mentor or a teacher to teach them how to trade. Other people just want the little snippets. They go, oh, that's cool. And then I'll go and compile it together myself and build it. But I would definitely encourage being a learner, being curious, that kind of thing, in the markets, in trading, trying to pull abstract stuff together and see how you can compile it together, what makes sense, and then deploy something. So I think your testing is good, is basically what I'm saying. I think that's one of the big parts of it. that's the way you do well. So.
When you learn how to fish, you've always then got that, right? You can always go, hey, the markets have shifted. How do I get back into that gold vein and try and get, another edge that works? I'm curious, do you believe that you would have had a quicker learning curve with a mentor? Or do you think that just for your learning style, figuring it out on your own was the right path for you?
Yeah, for me, yes. I have always hated teachers. I tend to run past it too quick. I did that in school, in primary school and high school. I always hate talking about myself for this stuff, but I basically skipped grades with certain things, and I started doing some university courses, that kind of stuff, whilst I was in primary school. I then completely didn't go to school for grade 6. That was actually when my dad passed. Skipped grade 7, got full A's, full marks, just taught myself. Same thing in high school, skipped through with a bunch of stuff. So I've kind of done like full 5 years of university, but technically, because I missed certain years through primary school and high school, I've actually only done 10 years of school, typical school. And so I had to get the conditions to actually say that I've graduated, because I haven't completed the full amount of time, but then I got, get credits for that stuff. So for me, myself, that's sort of just what's natural to me. Like, as soon as I grab onto something, I mean, Dirk and I were also talking about this just before when he came on for like 10, 15 minutes. He's been coding all day and it's been doing his head in. He wanted a bit of a break. And we got into this chat about when you've got a certain problem you're trying to fix, you get locked in and all you can think about is that problem and trying to fix it. And so similarly with that, with learning, I hook onto something. I'm like, oh, this is cool. I got to figure it out. And I'll just bang and bang and bang and bang until I figure it out. And so for me, that's what feels better. I often feel like there's like a ceiling or a cap where I'm being stunted alongside someone else, right? I'd rather give some guidelines or like just generally point me in that direction. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I'll just run off, So for me, personally, that's how I work better. But I'm weird, as we always say every time. So yeah, it's not normal, but yeah.
Dude, that is the polar opposite to the trader that we spoke to a couple of days ago, who's been trading for over 15 years. And their idea was like, if I had the right mentor or the right person that would have just encouraged me. So it was actually, and this is what I love about trading, it's such a reflective personal environment. You can get one trader who has wild success doing one thing and another trader that almost approaches it completely opposite, but has another, level of success in it. And they're totally opposite. Myself, I always felt I needed a mentor. I actively seeked out a mentor in many earlier days as a trader. I believed that if I could find the right person that would just teach me the right thing, it would shorten my journey massively. Now, it was a combination of probably never finding the right person, but also a combination of I wouldn't be able to do what I do today if I didn't find my own path. And there's a channel which, or should I say, there's a phrase which I enjoy. It's called the School of Hard Knocks, and I think it's one of the best teachers when it comes to anything in life. A lot of traders, they'll be stuck in cycles of just busting accounts, but they bust it and they go, oh, that sucks, I'm frustrated, and then they'll buy another one. But they don't hit that nerve, they don't hit that pain point, that rock bottom where they finally go, you know what, to fix this behavior is now easier than to carry on. And often we only reach that point from a level of massive discomfort. And I've often explained my first 3 to 4 years in the market as bloody awful. It was horrendous. It just absolutely sucked, and it was miserable. It was so difficult, and it was filled with so much doubt and so much frustration. And it also was because of the environment in which led me into trading wasn't something that it wasn't like a natural transition into, hey, I'm going to be a trader and everything's going to be great. I had a crossroads in my life, and it was quite a pain point in my life. And so I went to trading as a new career path. And so it had to work because the bridge behind me was now burnt. And there was just a lot of this path forward can't take my weight. I'm but I can't go back. And so I felt like incredibly trapped, and it has to work. And every time I would lose money was just more of a thorn in the side of, this is not going to work for you. And I would look online and everyone else was winning and everyone else was doing well. And I was just desperately trying to find, how do I cut my little piece out of this market? Just a little bit for me. I'm not trying to make millions. I mean, initially I was, but eventually I was like, I don't need to make millions. I just want to cut out a tiny little Richard-shaped hole and just have that tiny little piece. Is it that difficult? And what I found is in the first 3 years, the market just kept saying, nope, nope. And it was like slammed door in my face. And then eventually I managed to cut off my first sliver and my account balance started to go up. And I got my first funded account and I got my first payout. And I was cutting off these little slivers and then they got more and more and slightly bigger and slightly bigger. And I often think, had I found that right person, and I'm going to be really cheesy and really cliche here, but I did find the right person because I had to grow and evolve into that right person. And I was always the right person to... It literally was just holding up a mirror the whole time. Trading was just saying, Rich, look back at yourself. Look back at yourself and you'll find the answers you want. And it wasn't... And I spent, this is why it was so difficult in the first 2 to 3 years. I spent so much time projecting my frustration onto the market. And I remember literally calling the market all sorts of wonderful names that I won't repeat on stream. And it was always the market's fault. It would wick me out of a trade, or it wouldn't move in a way that made sense to me. Or if I just moved my stop loss, maybe I can avoid taking a loss. And over time, what I realized is, Rich, for you to exist in this environment, which is incredibly difficult, you've got to do so and be willing to lose. And I was an awful loser. I had an ego that I didn't even know existed. I was a very humble guy, but you put me in the face of a loss? Nah, I've got to make that money back. Until I make that £10 back, I'm not whole. I need to make that money back. And then it got to a point where I lost a challenge account. Right, until you get that challenge account back or until you get funded, you're not made whole. So I would have this, I need to prove something to myself. But the problem was, every time I did this, I was just trying to push my objectives onto the market rather than follow a process and rather than follow a proven profitable framework. And it was, over time, I became my own mentor. I became my own coach. And a part of doing that was because I also had to fall in line and become the best student I could. And this is where it sounds really, really cliche, because until I was willing to learn properly and surrender my ego to the market, I wasn't ever going to be taught anything new. And a lot of the time, I had learned, or I knew the theory of everything that I needed to do. I just thought I was smarter than that. I would just read articles of you've got to manage your risk. And I'd be like, shut up about managing your risk. Like, I'm sure I can just send this trade and it'll work. And then it didn't. Then I would become emotional and I would create my own traps, which I used to fall into again and again and again. And then eventually I took the lesson I needed. And it literally put me on my knees in tears. I lost a ridiculous amount of personal money and I was shorting a market that never came back. And I kept averaging into it. I put more money into my personal account and the emails were stacking up, the margin call alerts. It was growing. Sorry?
You're going to get liquidated. Yeah,
pretty much.
Margin. You're going to get liquidated, yeah.
Mr. Margin was thumping on the door on a daily basis. Dude, that was a horrible period. But you know what? It took me to that depth that I needed to hit. It took me to that place of pain where it literally broke me. And the crazy thing is the market didn't do any of it. I did it to myself. My need to be right, my need to make money, my need for desperation to get profitable. I just kept forcing myself to basically bang my head against the wall harder and harder until finally I hit that final blow. And I remember sitting there saying, I can't carry on like this. I'm not going to quit, but I can't carry on behaving how I've behaved. There's got to be another way. And I went out and searched for mentors. I went out and searched for courses. I thought I need something external to slow me down. And eventually, I couldn't find the right person to become that mentor. And I became that for myself. And it was just a bloody awful period of my life. And it was worth every second of that struggle to be the trader I'm becoming today. And I'm still very much a student of that journey, but I now understand the game. And I think what I really needed was for someone to sit down and say, hey, Rich, you're about to enter into this game. And this is what trading really is. And this is one of the biggest insights that I had from talking to this trader of over 15 years. And they said, I didn't understand what trading actually was. It's not just learn a strategy and click buy and sell. And we broke it down into about 5 different camps of what trading actually is. The skills that you need to learn that are massive blind spots until someone points at it and says, you need to work on that. And obviously you've got the cliche ones, which is risk management, but there's so many more that I never knew existed, and they just kept tripping me up because they were invisible to me. And this is the conversation we had with this trader, and I can't wait to share this, and this is what we'll go into a little bit later in this Discord call. But yeah, that was my experience as a trader, and it is a bit cliche to say that you become your own sort of teacher, your own mentor, but really anyone who's a student and willing to look at their experiences and try and learn from it, you are both the student and you are both the teacher as well. So I found that I wanted someone external to be that. Same as a strategy dude. I couldn't find the right fit. I had to become that for myself.
Yeah, I definitely 100% agree with that. I think that's one of the, echoing off that, same thing for me when I was younger. Parents had very high expectations, also very tough on me. So you got high expectations, tough, but also a lot of freedom. So I could go out and do this, do that, whatever, so long as I wasn't being ridiculous, which I was very well-measured, very polite, very, gentlemanly little man, right? So like, oh, this is a good kid. So I did have those degrees of freedom, but with very high expectations and a lot of independence. So hence exactly what you're saying. I developed that very early on, which I think also consequently led on to all the other things I did, even whilst I was young. And then so it's an extrapolation of that. And I think, without that, obviously wouldn't have been the same potentially. Like that's an upbringing type situation. I think the only other thing that is different with us, you're definitely more conservative in a way, and where I'm probably more risk tolerant, almost to a fault sometimes, but also hence it has been a benefit where I'll literally just go, I'm willing to go to absolute zero, just the whole thing dead, destroyed, whatever, which gives you a lot of rooms of degrees of freedom to a degree. But hence, I think one of the specific reasons that I've actually done well is being that way naturally myself, plus the combination of those prior expectations, that kind of thing, where I did develop that skills and that proficiency early, so that yes, I have that massive risk tolerance, but it is accompanied by proficiency. So hence, I've never actually smashed into the ground, just absolutely destroyed everything. It's always, I can really push it, and now having the guts or the stomach to push it actually then enhances that acceleration of developing skill, because you can test deeper and deeper until it really pushes the certain margins. So yes, I do often think about this, about the sort of unique circumstances of one's upbringing, and a lot of it comes with adversity and stuff as well, not good things you actually wouldn't want for someone, but they end up making you sort of who you are per se. Again, just like you were saying, you were your own best teacher or whatever. Sounds kind of cliche, cringe, that kind of stuff, but it is true, right? These are truths overall. So yeah.
It's funny, isn't it, when you look back at these chapters and you think, why do I do the things that I do? What's made me the person I am? And I totally agree. I'm a very risk-adverse trader. LJ's like, I'm going to still be rowing the ship once it's under the waterline.
Yeah. Let's go.
So one of the struggles I had was, as a risk-adverse trader, how do I get the same kind of upside that LJ would get? Because LJ has, obviously, if he's willing to hold the bag more against him, he's willing to have a bigger upside, right? Like if he's willing to put bigger percentage risk on a trade, for an example, right? And this is a private conversation, and I'm sure LJ won't mind me sharing just a bit of it. But we were talking about your ability to believe in your ability to believe in yourself is a very learned skill, and it's something that is very often unlooked. If you are a risk-adverse trader, you might actually just be lacking confidence in yourself. And so the skill gap might be saying, look, my stats support I can perform at a much higher level, but I'm hitting ones and twos. I'm getting up, it's my turn to bat. My data says you can hit home runs, and you're not willing to strike out. You're willing just to tap it and run to first base. And the problem is to do that, it falls into you're stepping outside of your comfort zone. And then it's like, well, are you trading a strategy that doesn't resonate with you in a sense of, are you trying to behave like as someone that's not congruent to who you really are? Or are you just afraid of losing? So I took it upon myself after we had this conversation. It's a very big conversation we had about it. And I took it upon myself to challenge my own perspective of I'm a risk-adverse trader. And I challenged that and I said, but I want you to look at that risk-adverse. It's great risk management. But how do you manage risk? We're not saying compromise on your risk management, but we're saying I'm a very deliberate and practiced trader. And so I took it on myself as a private mission to develop my skill set to a point where I would expand my comfort zone by increasing my risk within my tolerance, still practicing good risk management, but allowing myself to now have a massive upside. And it is incredibly scary. And most people think that fear only really comes from something that's negative. Fear very often comes from just leaving your comfort zone and entering into the unknown. And many of us can be just as afraid of something that could be wonderful as we are something that could be terrible. And so I had to really challenge, Rich, what are you afraid of? And it's all in the performance coaching course that we created and released about 4 or 5 weeks ago. But I've gone back through that as a student, and I'm really challenging this idea of fear. Rich, you're a profitable trader, but how do you be massively profitable? I need to challenge that fear, and I need to say, well, what am I really afraid of? And I found some interesting answers. So I just want to say, genuinely, trader to trader, LJ, I want to say thank you, because you set an example and you challenged a preconceived idea I had that I want to be in my comfort zone, sure, but managing risk and being in your comfort zone are two different things. And being in my comfort zone is like a massive eagle that can spread its wings, but is sitting there telling yourself every day, no, I've got these little chicken wings. Like, I can't fly, but you've developed the skill set. And it ties into one of the quickest ways to change the way you feel about yourself is to have a different experience. So
Yes.
if people come up to you 10 times a day and said, LJ, you're jacked, you're massive, like you're a stud, it wouldn't take long for you to take those ideas and they start going into your subconscious. If the opposite was true and you were in quite a suppressive environment, it wouldn't take long for you to start to feel like a smaller version of yourself. This is why self-talk is so important, because sometimes traders will have in their head a very suppressive self-talk, and it puts them down and puts them to a state of just constantly doubting themselves because they're not their best friend. They're not their biggest cheerleader. They're not their biggest fan. Obviously, we don't want to be massively delusional, but we want to have a realistic view of where we stand. And the reason I said earlier that one of the best ways that gave me confidence to improve my ability to execute on an edge was surround myself with data. But what I didn't mention is something very specific, because it ties into this point. If you want to change the way you feel, you need to change the experience you're having every day. So if you're getting winning trades, it's very easy to feel confident. It's very easy. You just keep winning. Like, in fact, we'll go too far and often become overconfident. But that phrase, fake it till you make it, plays a part here. The reason you would build data and you would backtest your strategy isn't just to say, I've built it, I know there's edge. It's so that you sit there every day and you convince yourself and you give yourself the experience, if I followed these rules, the numbers I see on the screen right now would become my journey. And the next day, if I followed these rules, the numbers I see on the screen are becoming my journey. And the next day, I've followed these rules, the numbers I see on the screen, they're my results. And once you know that you've not manipulated your data and your data's good, you over time teach yourself that what you see on the screen is the experience that you've been through. So it's the law of attraction. You're basically telling yourself, you know what, I want these results, therefore I'm going to act like someone that's already achieved these results. And when you have the data in the spreadsheet, it plays a massive part in building that subconscious level of confidence and conviction in your edge. And then all you do is you just rep it out in real time. And it was it was a way of conditioning my mind to study and follow my edge and do so without fault. And my high score still remains true to this day. 73 consecutively caught and executed trades without making a single mistake. That is my high score. And it took me 3 months to do. I rocked up every single day, I identified my correct trade, and I pulled the trigger. And for 73 trades, I felt calm, I felt confident, I felt collected, and trading was easy. The reason it was easy was because I cut all the bad behavior and I was only repping out exactly what it is I needed to do, and I was doing the right psychology work. Sure, reading the books and doing the mantras and all that stuff helps, but the spreadsheet, it helped more than anything else. It changed my experience of...
Sorry, Rich, I thought you were finished. Sorry, keep going.
No, I'm done. But it changed. I just want to say it changed my experience that I was getting every day, because I was looking as if I'd already had these results. And so I started to believe that this was the results I've got. And then I just started following the framework. And the crazy thing is, I started to get the results. And that was the other half of the pie that all connected together. And I'm like, wow, I'm now become the trader I always wanted to be by following the results that I wanted to get, by believing that I had them in the past, and now I'm going to prove to myself that I can get them in the future. And it worked. Sorry, mate. I'd love to hear what you were going to say.
No, that's right. I was just going to echo the self-confidence thing and self-talk thing, right? Like you were saying. So I think self-confidence, it's interesting because I feel like self-confidence really at the end of the day comes from results, comes from evidence that you actually have that you've done something. Right, the prior you do need to have like belief, like a bit of bravado, a bit of get up and go, that kind of thing, motivation, if you want to call it, kind of. But it's more like hype, like it's energy. It's like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this thing, but you don't really have the results to actually show you that yes, you can do it. You are this person, that kind of thing. And I think a lot of people get wrapped up in that. And it feels real good, but then they don't really hit it. You need to transmute that into the actual action and the results, and then that's when it sticks. That's when you really get that. You go self-confidence to self-esteem, self-belief, which is more like permanent and will continue to ripple on. And that, hence, it then becomes this self-fulfilling like flywheel. Once you've done something, you know you can do it. You keep doing more of it, then you press it again, and you go a bit higher, and it just spirals all the way up, right? And you'll see people that, they do one thing, they're winning, and you're kind of going all right, maybe a bit down, then they win again, and all of a sudden you guys were in the same spot, maybe it's a friend or something, and they've just ripped off, and you're kind of down here, and you're like, how? We still hang out all the time. We're talking about a lot of the same stuff, but somehow they've just scooted away. And it's kind of that extrapolation, right? But what you were talking about, the self-talk thing, is interesting. Because the one thing I definitely do as far as self-talk is probably far more negative. I'm very critical of myself. I'm always like talking rubbish, talking down, whatever. I'm like, nah, need to lock in. Nah, that should have been better. Blah, blah, blah. You're an idiot. That was terrible. Yada, yada. I'm never like, oh, that was great. Yeah, it's always negative or bad or whatever. And then hence I'm like, okay, I've got to go and change and do that thing. With that said, though, I think I'm also very good at just however my brain works. Like it's always compartmentalized. Like it's not taking it serious. Like I don't internalize it in whatever way. It's just like it's almost like a to-do list. Like you've got like work to do. You're like this task, this task, this task, and so they'll stack up like that. And then I go like, all right, got to do the thing. Knock that out, knock that out, knock that out, knock that out. It's not like a part of me as like the core. So they stay very separate, and then I'm just myself off in this other distant area, and the other things that I do and all that kind of stuff is completely separate to me. So I think that's also, I mean, again, it comes down to one of those things. If you're able to really do that, some people are, some people aren't so much. But if you can somewhat compartmentalize them, separate yourself to like what you're doing, whether it's trading, career, relationship, friendships, whatever it is, don't take it so personally is basically what I'm saying. Don't let it like degrade your own person, you as a human. Keep that high, and then the other stuff, like you're just testing, you're playing, you're experimenting. Do that more and more, and eventually that comes up. Then they synergize, and then you're like, boom, locked in. Let's go. Right? Anyway, just wanted to say
it's a good day when you get the two to synergize, isn't it? It's Will's going to be like, what did I just walk into? I come for a chill vibe on stream, and these guys
just sitting here steering my coffee, listening. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even gonna say, hey guys, what's up? I'm just gonna let you guys talk, because whatever you were talking about sounded absolute valuable. So I thought I'm not going to interrupt it.
So I'll pivot ever so slightly, and hopefully this will kind of bridge the gap between what we were talking about and kind of wrapping up that trail of thought. LJ, I'd love to get your thoughts on what Akram shared here. It's this question for LJ and LJ. Have you met a trader? Which you saw a potential made you think that if anyone can surpass me, it would be him or her? And I'm going to go one further. If you did, what qualities did they possess?
What a question.
All right. So my answer is going to be actually pretty quick. Answer is no. And that's it.
Okay.
Like, I don't think about anyone else, what they're trading, how they are, how they're doing, who's better. I don't care. I don't compare myself to anyone. Does not matter. Zero thought. Same if I go to gym. Don't care. If anything, I look at that guy and be like, okay, they're clearly further along their progression. What are they doing?
Yeah.
Oh, that's how he's doing his lat pull-ups or something else. Okay, can I integrate that into it? That's literally how I learned how to train when I was like 15. So I started going to the gym by myself. My dad passed away. I didn't have like a father figure or anything else, and it was just me. No one else at school at that time was really going to gym. Then we got a bunch of the other guys coming in. I just finished like playing rugby or was still playing rugby, and then was potentially going to go pro, that kind of stuff, outside of like coaches and that kind of thing. So, but I just look at people and like, oh, cool, they're somewhere. As far as comparison to them to me, no thought. I'm just like, they're where they are, I'm where I am, and it's just two different worlds, right? So my answer would just be no. I might see certain qualities in people at certain times and respect that. I say like, that's cool. I can understand that, right? And I might see if it's good. If I evaluate that to be good, I'll try and adopt more of that. But as far as the comparison thing, nada, zilch.
Love that.
Doesn't even register.
They say comparison is the thief of joy, right? So if we're not going to compare, I'll challenge you for this, right? So LJ, what's the one quality that you see in traders that makes you look at and go, I reckon that person's going to reach their next level soon? And on the back of that, Will, what's the one quality that you see in traders that makes you go, they're probably going to stay stuck for quite a while? So LJ, what's that good quality that you see that you know traders are getting close to that level up? And and Will, what's that one quality you see that you just know is destructive within traders?
Okay, so let's say patience and perseverance. So if I had to put that into one word, would probably just be tenacity, right? Because that kind of combines both of them. So tenacity,
it's perseverance.
Got that. Well, hey?
If you had to put it into one word, it's perseverance, right? Sorry, I'm
perseverance.
Carry on.
Yeah, so that they're willing to push on even when you're being beat down and you kind of rally at the same time. That's kind of tenacity. You're going against the grain, against the wind, but you're not backing down. When you get pushed back, you actually come back stronger and you keep going, right? And so that with a little dash of patience, you're good. But I think patience is definitely one of the biggest ones, right? Don't be too early to quit. Don't be too early to get frustrated, jump off a certain approach or strategy or commitment. You'll tend to get there. And as long as you always, obviously, that risk element, focus on survival, right? So tenacity and survival, right? You're not trying to make $1 today or tomorrow. You're trying to live today. And eventually, you will make many dollars in the future. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, dude, I love that. I love that you said, tenacity as well. To be tenacious in the market, it is key, for, almost like what you'd think would be a key fundamental. That and patience, you get those as a hybrid mix, and you've almost got that recipe for success. I think resilience needs to be in there as well. If you're, you need to have that, and I don't mean resilience physically, because a lot of people go, oh, I'm a resilient person, I can put up with crap. I mean mentally resilient, and resilience comes under the mental category anyway, but I mean deep psychological resilience. And I usually see this in people who have had potentially broken homes or potentially hard going environments, and I see this a lot in those sorts of people. And those people who don't necessarily, those people who have taken potentially the more normal route, like myself, it's usually in those who have studied the psychology and understood the fundamental mechanics of psychology. To be resilient, like mentally and emotionally, is something that's almost feels impossible. It's super, super difficult. Some are gifted with it. Part of me thinks that I'm somewhat gifted with resilience because I've not had a tough upbringing. I've not had a tough going. I've not, I've had a pretty standard, average, normal life. So therefore, in theory, I shouldn't be as mentally resilient as I am. However, I got such a passion for psychology, and when you have that mental resilience, you can be mentally beaten up and abused in the markets as much as the markets will to you during your learning stage. However, when you truly believe in what you're doing, you're able to actually look at that and say, you know what? No, I believe in what I'm doing, and I'm going to execute towards a plan. That is where the mental resilience comes in, because you can have resilience and it can almost come under ignorance. You can have resilience and it almost comes under stupidity. And that is, you seriously suck. You can't see the markets. And some people do suck at trading. Some people shouldn't be traders. And not often have I met these sorts of people, but some people just not bred for the trading industry, and that's fine. You find what works for you. Sometimes you find what doesn't. But however, when you have that mental resilience to actually follow a plan, not just ego, not I will succeed, I will achieve what I want to get out of trading. When you have that, but you're constantly losing, that can come under stupidity, that can come under ignorance. But when you solidly follow a plan and you're disciplined and you're like, I'm not going to let this emotional psychological abuse in the markets affect what I truly believe is a data-driven approach, that is where mental resilience with tenacity, with patience, creates this recipe for pure success. And that when you see that in a person, you're like, yeah, they're going to go a long way.
I'm gonna change my same word, but actually just a slightly different word for the same thing, which I think is better. Which would just be anti-fragile.
Anti-fragile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So things that actually gain from disorder, gain from difficulty, which tenacity rolls into, but not just. So hence, it almost feels like I'm talking down on what you said about resilience, Will, right? Resilience is always like your breaking point is just a bit further, but you want to be like anti-fragile, that whatever comes at you, actually you keep building on that.
Right?
Yeah,
100%.
It's like your breaking point is further than normal. Anti-fragile is anything that comes at you, you keep building, keep reforming, and you go stronger, stronger, stronger. It's almost like a snowball or like a black hole that just takes stuff in and gets bigger, 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 and just keeps progressing. So
It's almost like you don't have a
and
breaking
that-
point. And that's why I said you
exactly.
got to be really careful with this, because it almost comes under the gambler's addiction side of things then, because you got to understand and you got to be data driven about it, because like I said, if you're going to have zero breaking point, but you're just shafting yourself on the daily and you just get absolutely ruined, and you're looking at this and you compartmentalizing the whole idea of what trading truly is. You start beating yourself up over, but you start realizing that instead of saying I should stop for a minute, I should readdress this, you're just going in and in and in, because you know you're going to succeed, you know it's going to work, but you don't know why, and you don't know how, and you don't know when and where and what, because you can't prove it with data. You can't data collect and gather, and you can't quantify your trading strategy and your trading outcome. Whereas if you have no, and that's why I said, it's got to be a number of things. Like me and Rich, when we used to stream together a couple of years ago, we had the theory of the stool effect. And a stool, you can't sit on a stool with one leg. You're just going to fall. You can't sit on a stool with two legs. You're just going to fall. You've got to have these multiple legs to support you, and you need, you need to have this idea of multiple attributes in trading, and they all need to work in correlation with each other.
Yeah.
But Will, what you were saying about, like, if you're just pig ignorant and just stubborn and you're just you suck as a trader and you just keep going, this is why we have a trading plan, don't we? Because a trading plan is like a financial plan. It's like a business plan. It literally logically outlays your trading and says, this is what I need to achieve or see to continue to invest in the journey. Can you imagine a startup business, LJ, come to you and said, hey, we'd love an investment of $1,000, and you say, okay, no problem. How do you plan on using it? And the trader goes, well, I'm gonna practice what I've been learning in the demo account. I'm gonna put it to practice on a prop firm account, and I'm gonna, and the trader comes back 2 days later and goes, I need another $1,000. You say, right, okay, so what went wrong? But imagine the trader doesn't even review and think what went wrong. Then they just go
it depends if it's what went wrong or what went really great. So hence we're expanding, right?
But you'd be looking for evidence, right? Like if the trader had come back to you 30 times, 40 times, 50 times, and they're like, hey mate, I need another 1,000, and you're like, okay, let's start looking at the track record here. Let's start actually trying to figure out where's the biggest hole in this bucket. Because like you say, it's what went great in that, or what are you doing slightly better than previous. And this is why I love having a trading plan. I love having a financial plan, because everything we do in trading, if we choose, can be logical. Yeah. The majority of retail traders, they're just strung along by emotional responses, and they're trading their sense of self-worth. And it's a horrible, really crappy place to be as a trader, because as Will says, you get very close to that gambling line. And then if you don't have the awareness to know when you're on the wrong side of it, you're effectively that person going into that casino, and you have a negative expectancy. Now in trading, typically that's where we're going to start, with a negative expectancy. But to at least build some kind of framework and a plan to say, you know what, I'm going to invest $100 into my trading journey, and I'm going to split that into 5 separate accounts of $20 each. That's 5 separate lessons that I must learn before I then go and reinvest that next $20, that next $20. And not only when I buy a $20 account, like a 2.5K account, I'm going to trade it at 1% risk. So I get 10 lessons within one lesson in my investment. And then I'm going to put a pause in before I buy another account, and I'm going to say, what did I do right? What did I do wrong? Did I follow my plan? Can I evidence that? And you become the investor that invests in your next stage as a journey. And then as LJ said earlier, you get to a point where you just reinvest and reinvest and recompound, because the evidence and the track record supports you are worthy of that investment. And by the time you've built that for yourself and you become the investable person to yourself, you are massively investable to other people. And first of all, we've got to build in evidence the skill set. And if you're at a point where you haven't managed to quantify that, go check out the performance coaching course in the 5ers. It is free to the 5ers traders. All you've got to do is register with your email address. You get access to your hub. In there, you click on Academy, you click on performance coaching, and you got a 3-module course. At least it gives you a framework on how to start thinking about your risk management, your strategy, your psychology, how to manage your emotions, what emotions come up when you're trading, how to document and journal your trading, and evidence that you're actually worth investing in. Because if you're not worth investing in today, that doesn't mean to say you won't be worth investing in 3 months or 6 months. But what massively raises your chances of being investable is the actions you choose to take today, is that you choose to follow through and you say, you know what, I'm going to cut off the bad. I know I do this behavior in my trading accounts, it's not helpful, I'm burning through accounts too quick, I'm not learning from it. I need a fresh approach. If you want a few fresh ideas, I would genuinely recommend go and check out that course. If you want to get a little bit more access to what we do on a personal level, Discord call today, 3:45. We'll be going into the journey of a trader of over 15 years and be slideshows and everything. We'll do it properly. But I'm going to have to fly. Sorry, guys, I've got to bail out.
I wonder who that is.
You're not allowed to say you don't know.
Cheers, Rich.
I'm still putting together the information. I'll catch up with you guys in a bit. Anyway, cheers for keeping this coming.
Right, so hello, Rich.
See you, mate.
Cheers, Rich.
I'm going to back up what Rich was saying there as well. You know, when it says you're not worth investing in right now, and doesn't mean you're not going to be worth investing in the future. Like, just to back that up, I think I'm going to lose on my gold long, by the way. Seems to be dropping. Just to back that up as well, you can usually tell through the first few minutes of a conversation. If you ask a trader, why are you trading? What's your goals in trading? You can usually tell whether they're worth investing in. And I don't mean whether they're worth giving capital to straight away, but whether they're worth your time and effort to actually put in talking to them and discussing with them. You know, if I'm going to say to you, Rich, what's your plans with trading? What's your goals with trading? What are you trying to achieve? I will be able to get an idea whether I want to put time and effort into, what's the word? Whether I want to put time and effort into
investing in my progress.
Journey. Yeah, following your journey, watching your progress. Because you may not be worth investing in now. You may be a losing trader now. But I may talk to you and say, you know what? I want to speak to you in 10 months' time. I want to speak to you when you gain profitability. I want to see what you're doing in, 12 months, 6 months, 8 months from now. And you can usually get a good idea for what a trader is going to be like just by having a conversation with them. Now, it doesn't mean that they don't change. And usually you can tell and I don't say profitable, I mean winning trader. And what I mean by winning, I don't mean P&L. You can tell a winning trader from a losing trader pretty much off the back straight away. Like, I'll talk to someone and I'll say, yeah, you will find success in trading. And then I'll speak to another person. I'll be like, you're gonna have a tough time. You're gonna have a tough time.
Let's just put it like this. If you ain't willing to invest in my journey from the get-go, you don't deserve to be there when I become profitable. I'm joking. No, it's true. It is true. It's one of those things. Cool. Just because you are not right now doesn't mean you don't have the ability or the capabilities in future to achieve. So,
you know how they have on the...
It's it's recognizing those little things that set you apart from everybody else that has failed and remain in that like failure mindset. It's like even though you have lost and you failed so many times, you still rock up every single day. You're still willing to learn. You still put in the hours and all of that because it's in spite of. So
yeah, you know how you guys obviously aren't from the UK, but do you know? Are you aware of the Royal Marines?
Yes.
Yes.
There we go. Perfect. So the Royal Marines have a have like a not slogan, but they have a bit of a catchphrase, and it's a state of mind. In other words, you don't become a Royal Marine, you are a Royal Marine. You know, it's a state of mind. It's not, it's not a job title, it's a personality trait. Same goes with trading, and I don't want to compare the Marines to the traders because, obviously, we're so much better. I'm joking. I'm kidding. Yeah, clearly. Oh, duh.
You're going to piss someone off with what you're about to say, so may as well go ahead and do it.
Yeah, not fair, dude. No, I got utmost respect for the Marines. You know, it's the only branch of service that I was actually joining before actually becoming a full-time trader. Anyway, so yeah, same goes with trading. It's a state of mind, and you know, you become a profitable trader before you become a profitable trader. Full on, 100% believe that. You know, I was mentally a profitable trader way before I was actually a physically P&L profitable trader. I've spoken to traders who are profitable traders on paper, P&L, but mentally they were never profitable traders. And guess which way they ended up going? They ended up making.
I'm gonna wager a guess. They're all. No, maybe rather not.
Yeah, no, they aren't
millionaires. There you go.
Yeah, they're absolute the multimillionaires. And they all have super yachts.
Wrong.
Not. Yeah. Sure.
You are
yeah.
the weakest link.
They were indeed the
Goodbye.
weakest link. You know, those who have the mentality and the perseverance and that sort of the true, almost delusional belief in themselves, where they don't dream, and I don't mean dreamers. I don't mean they're sitting there.
Dude, if I don't believe in myself, who's gonna believe in me? It has to be delusional.
Literally that.
Yeah.
And like
It's the same as business, right? Well, it's the same deal. Like
100%.
Trading and business are very similar. Being an entrepreneur, you know, a lot of stuff that people do is seen as stupid, and then they crack on, they do it, they do very well, very successful, and everyone comes back later like, oh wow, yeah, of course, you're always going to do that. Now there is also the graveyard of people that don't make it as well, which is always the thing to remember in trading. So it does have both,
true.
And then so hence it's that thing to make sure as well, because you can also get wrapped up in that hype of being like, yeah, I'm going to do it, and you're just not actually doing it.
And that's why I said, you know,
bravado and the oomph, and you're like, yeah, but it doesn't really catch traction.
Caught up in the dream. It's getting caught up in it's like counting your chickens before they've hatched, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna make $1 million this month, and I'm gonna retire my parents, and you know, all that kind of like stuff. It's nice when you're asleep at night. Slugs a bug in a rug, you know, there in your bed, and you're like snoring.
It's like polymath.
That idea goes.
Well.
Yeah, it's just it's great to have that idea in the back of your mind that this is what you're going to achieve, but be realistic about it. You're not going to achieve it tomorrow. You're not going to achieve it the next week.
100%.
If that is what you're
and you're not going to achieve it if it stays in your mind as a dream, you know. And if you're sitting there being like, oh my god, it's going to be so amazing when I'm partying with my best friend and my girlfriend on my big super duper yacht, and you know, we're all going to be super mega rich, and we're all going to be like super duper duper. The moment you add more than one duper, you know, you need to, you know, come back down a little bit and say how, because, you know, my brother says this to me all the time. He's like, okay, cool, we've got this plan, you know, we're gonna do this. How? And how is like that kick in the stomach to remind you that you are on planet Earth. As long as your dreams are in the stratosphere somewhere, brilliant. But you need to remind yourself that you are on planet Earth, and you need to somehow build the rocket to get out of that stratosphere. You need to somehow be like, my goals are up there, I'm down here. You know, let's not, because and the brain is a fantastic thing. It, you know, it can create all sorts of delusion. What you got to remind yourself is, okay, delusion's up there. How do I get to delusion? How do I use that motivation? But what do I need to do now to create that? And my brother has this fantastic thing of, he'll talk for like 5-10 minutes and motivate himself. Oh, okay, Gold, I see what you're doing. Keep going. So he has this sort of thing, this idea where he says, right, okay, I got this delusion now. Enough's enough. Enough is said. I now know that delusion. I've now got my motivation. I need to now get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. You know, I need to go to the gym. I need to go do my cold plunge. I need to do the shit that's hard. You know, the stuff that's ugly, the stuff that the 1% do, that divide them from the 99% of people.
I was about to say, okay, Mr. Tate, can you... I'm joking.
Brokies! Stop being brokies!
Stop being broke!
Yeah, what
color is your M4 comp?
I don't have one.
I don't have one. I have a Fiesta. Broke.
Random side thing, like I was talking about cashing Polymarket before, because that's another thing that recently is getting shilled all over the place. I've seen TJR as well.
Oh yeah, what's happening with him? He's blowing up on social media at the moment. What's he doing?
Trading space, yeah, he's been doing heaps of Polymarket stuff.
Blowing up for the wrong reason, I would think.
Yeah, you're probably going to lose doing that. I have actually been running arbitrage or testing arbitrage bots on Polymarket.
On his Polymarket thing?
Not on him. No, God, no.
No, but on
obviously,
Polymarket. Yeah. For those who don't know, LJ has been following TJR for the last 10 years.
Yeah. LJ's been following TJR trades.
But yeah, no, it's interesting. But still, one of the things to realize where you see heaps of hype stuff all over the place. You see it on Reddit, you see it across the internet, all this kind of thing, like people making money. It's still, again, just like trading, 70-80% of people lose money. And it's the top 0.1% make 67% of all profits.
Yeah.
Right? 67% of all profits. So even if you have 70-80% of people losing, the other 29.9% or so are making only 33% of the profit. 0.1 are taking the entire bag, right? And that's where it goes back to the, like, oh, I'm going to do this cool thing, but you have to actually have a plan, be able to do it. And right now, just like the old days of trading back in like the 80s and 90s, there's heaps of arbitrage opportunities. So that's what I've been playing with. But yeah, so very interesting, again, because we don't have that these days. And I've always looked back then with the maths and that kind of stuff. I was like, oh, if I was just born like a little bit earlier, this would have been prime, right? It's right up my alley.
I was going to say, yeah, if it's right up your alley, fair. Whereas me, I'm like, nah, I'm pretty okay being born where I'm born. Certainly when it comes to the trading industry.
Yeah, so there's heaps of stuff like that. But again, it's one of those things, just not get fooled, especially with that stuff going on. But if you can figure out that kind of stuff and really apply yourself, you can do well. But
true, yeah,
got to be intentional. Same thing with trading.
Yeah,
there you go.
There must be method behind the madness. It cannot just be madness.
There's always method behind the madness. Even when it seems like there's no method and it's just madness, there's always method behind it.
I don't agree with that at all.
Do you not?
No. I don't think at all that. Okay, so if you look at the idea of madness and you look at the idea of people doing things that is contrary to that, then you'll have both sides. So I cannot say yes, there's just madness or there isn't madness.
This is a sample size thing though, right, Rich? Like you understand statistics, poker, that kind of stuff. Like this is a sample set type thing, especially when you look at that highbrow, you're always going to get a mix because you're ignoring the downdraft of everyone else that fell out of sample because they didn't make it, right? Yeah. Sorry, I just want to clarify whatever you're going to say. So
100%. So the thing is, nothing in life is impossible, but it's highly improbable. So you can go and run all of your statistical analysis and all of your math equations and whatnot, and you'll probably be able to prove pretty much everything. But when you start looking at it in the sense of the likelihood of that thing happening, not the possibility, but the likelihood, which is two different things. Just so LJ knows. Possibility and probability, not the same. In my mind, it's just that if there's the one, there has to be the other kind of like thing. So if you're saying someone's mad and you're like, well, there's method behind it, then it means that there's no such thing as madness. Because then everything is calculated. And I don't believe everything is calculated. I think
100%. No, I completely agree with that. I obviously depending with the context, of course. But yeah, no, 100%. I can confidently say there is definitely madness without the method behind it. I've first-hand witnessed madness with no method, So, no, I 100% agree with you there.
So exactly that point to what both of you were talking about now. If you want to be extraordinary, you need to do what extraordinary does. You
Yeah.
need to not do what ordinary does, technically, in that case. So if you want to be top 5%, you need to be able to do what that top 5% is doing. You don't always know what they're doing or anything to that regard, but you can kind of like look at what the 95% is doing and say, this is not working. I'm going to try the opposite. And then try that. And then in some way, shape, or form, eventually you'll come to a point where you realize that either works or it doesn't work for you. It might work for someone else. And then also realize that it's a coin flip sometimes as well. You're bracketed. So I do something, it's either going to have a positive or a negative outcome. If it has a negative outcome, I again have another chip to flip in the air. It's going to be either a positive or negative. And then you realize that you get bracketing. And then just because 5% has done it doesn't mean that there's going to be other people that's going to do exactly that and get to the same result as they do. You can do exactly the same thing as what LJ is doing and still be unprofitable. It's kind of like
100%.
realizing that it's not something that's written in the stars. It's not like, hey, if I put my mind to it, I will always achieve what I can. Some people will put their mind's effort and all of the hard work they've ever, like the most hard work, and they get no net profit from it. There's no good result from it.
Well, like
It's-
LJ said,
It's
you know,
coming
luck-
to terms with that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's luck, fortune, context as well,
All of
right?
that.
So
Yeah.
just like Machiavelli, right, attributed 50% of life to luck. The
Yeah.
massive narcissistic whatever kind of guy, who thinks he can-
unquantifiable thing.
right? 50% still to luck, right?
Yeah.
And the same thing with a bunch of the old hedge funds and all, billionaire traders that everyone looks back as like, the holy grail. Like, if you replicated their exact same thing today, it would not work.
It wouldn't work.
They would make no money. There was tax advantages, the time, like completely different scenario, business environment, all that kind of stuff, which adds into it. So hence you can't replicate the exact same time, exact same stuff. You have to integrate it into the current time, which hence is always going to be constantly updated, just like you're saying as well. So even if you do find something that worked before, not necessarily going to work today. Just like
100%.
Warren Buffett, when he started, he's had that.
Yeah, no, literally.
You're
And it's
going
starting
to
at
do that
13
the
as well.
same over the next 100 years. It just won't work. People have tried it for the past 50. No
Is
one
there
has
another
gotten
Coca-Cola?
anywhere close. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, literally, like,
It's
exactly.
the same
And that's-
with... Sorry, Will. It's the same with Bitcoin. It's the exact same thing. People got in when they got in and they cleaned up. And now every other meme coin, extra altcoin, whatever that comes out, people think that it has the same trajectory as what Bitcoin had. Considering that Bitcoin was the trailblazer. That was the thing that set the path. And everything else that followed it will never achieve the same level of, I don't know, heights as Bitcoin did. But everybody still believes that it's going to do that.
Yeah.
And now it's flooded. The market is flooded with altcoins, with crypto coins. Every other day there's a new one coming out, rug pull, all of that kind of stuff. And people yet still believe that the next coin is going to be the next Bitcoin.
Yeah. There was
It's
just
probably
a couple questions I was going to get to.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Can we talk about trading? Yes, we will be talking about trading.
Technically
Again,
we
we've
are.
had our charts up. We're literally consolidating in this area right now. Hence, we also have Rich coming on. Richard Wells, he's now gone. I don't know if you were here before that, but yeah, we have a breakup of sessions, not just always trading, because the market does slow down through certain periods. Don't worry, we'll be back on it. No problem.
Yeah.
As far as this, you're a software engineer. Do you guys have any open positions or internships? No idea. There may be
Really
something.
don't know.
If there is something. Your best bet would be to check on probably LinkedIn for the 5ers or something like that. I think they have job stuff there. I don't imagine right now there's really anything available. I'll just say that first and foremost. But those kind of avenues are probably your best bet in general.
Yeah.
Just so you know, just being respectful. I know you asked a couple of times, so there you go. And then, yeah, we did have this from AM Marcus as well, saying, grew up seeing my uncles in the city doing their thing, lost 5 figures in the market, tuition fees, and went broke for 2 years, turned profitable 2026, but I still get bad days. Salute to every trader. Never forget, this business is probabilistic, not deterministic. Once you notice this, stop fighting the market and your mind. Very true. Very true. Both of those comments. So yes.
Yeah,
indeed.
agree with both of them.
Yeah, 100%.
And once again, it's not to like put a damper on the motivation. It's not to put a damper on what Will is saying at all. By all means, I also agree with what Will is saying. Like, you need to have the right mindset. You need to, but you
Yeah,
can.
you have to.
Yeah. No, because that's what I mean. I was about to build on that as well. And I was going to say, it doesn't mean the opposing isn't true and isn't there. You know, like what LJ said, there's still a graveyard of people out there who could have put their blood, sweat, tears, effort, day in, day out, absolutely everything in the right place. They could have done everything correct and they still didn't make it. There is still people out there like that. And it's just the unfortunate. And you know, we're the fortunate. You know, I put my blood, sweat, tears. I did everything correctly, and it paid off for me. You know, I know someone very close to me who did the exact same, and it didn't pay out for them. You know, it didn't pay out for them, and unfortunately, it didn't work out. And now they've got to find other plans and other avenues. So you know, yes, you can. And like LJ said, it's the same with business. You can put everything into business, do everything right, and still not get what you want. You know, still not. You know, and this is what annoys me about people on social media. And you know, you joked and called me Tate just now. I'm going to bring Andrew Tate up on this one. You know, he said it is impossible to fail. I think it's impossible to fail if you do the right thing and you work hard enough and you work smart enough. And you have the, I don't know what you say. It's something along those lines. And I looked at that and I thought, well, that's just not true. It's just not true because like LJ said, there's still that graveyard of people out there. And obviously, look, he's on social media. He's trying to promote it and say you can get rich, blah, 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 blah. But nonetheless.
You do well, at least. It's one of those like shoot for the moon.
He should have reworded it because you're not going to fail. If you've got that mentality and you truly believe and you're going to work hard and you're going to do all the right things, you will never fail. I truly believe that. And what I mean by never fail, I mean overall fail. Like, you will fail at things. I've failed more times than I can count. You know, however, I keep trying and you keep finding avenues. And that's the whole part and that's the whole thing about being an entrepreneur is you keep on trying. If you keep on trying, you keep on having the right mindset and the right attitude, and you keep on putting the right work in, then you will succeed and you will do well. It just may not be at the thing that is immediately. Like, it may not be at trading. It may be at drop shipping. It may not be at drop shipping. It may be at e-commerce. It may be on e-commerce. You may give all the online stuff up and become a plumber. I know builders now who own. In fact, I was actually speaking to my family yesterday. This one builder owns like 30% of the nightclubs in our local area. You know, he owns a huge amount of property because he's a builder. He gave up all the online stuff. Doesn't mean you're going to fail. It just means you may fail now at this.
Yeah, so the point is to have that mentality. As long as you have that, wherever you end up, you'll do well. Whether it's 100%. Exceptional or it's just great or it's just good, you will definitely be above the midline and you will do well. You won't be unhappy, put it that way.
Yeah.
Right. And yes, and there are going to be the exceptions where you do hit it big, just like using a rugby analogy, and you're 5'9", you're half back, and you're running up, you're playing rugby. You gotta now all of a sudden there's this guy that's 6'7" in front of you, and you got to put him down, right? You got to have some courage and go into that.
You got to commit.
If you didn't have that, you wouldn't be on the team.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're going to get him right around the ankles at the right angle and you'll take him down and he'll just fall over. Other times you are going to get absolutely stormed and just like thrown 10 yards that way, but you have to keep coming back and doing it at the same time.
Yeah.
And the fact that that guy's on the field, it's because he has that. He wouldn't be able to be there without that, but most of the time he does, fail or it doesn't work, but that's kind of how that goes. So you have to carry it with you, whatever you're doing, anytime, anywhere it is. So there you go.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, you got to have that.
You have this as well. Are we allowed to trade amber and yellow news? Yes, you are. So the only news you can't trade is red folder read headline news, which will always be posted in the Discord as well at the beginning of each week, normally on the Sunday before the Monday, for the rest of the week. So, and then if you're on a high stakes, it's 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after. So don't enter new trades, enter orders, that kind of stuff, change stuff around, that kind of thing. You got the 2 minutes prior to that. As long as you do it before that, you're okay.
Yeah.
After, you're okay. So if you want to carry a trade through that announcement, completely fine. It's just so long as you're not editing, changing, or adding to that within that 2 minute time frame on either side. So 4 minutes. Can, however, close a trade.
Yes.
Take profit or take the loss during the event. That's completely fine.
Not allowed to execute a
So
new
long as it
trade.
was, as long as it was open prior to 2 minutes before or 2 after. Yep.
So long as it wasn't executed within the bracket.
Just watching this gold long now.
Bakor Games spammed look at Euro USD. Please don't spam. It is incredibly annoying. But here we are on Euro USD, and it's pretty flat at the moment. We've had, over the last 2.5 hours, only about 19 pips of movement. The whole of the Tokyo session has been pretty flat. So if you wanted to do some scalping, but we are definitely waiting for some input. Probably going to be NFP tomorrow, or maybe another. We have finally signed the peace treaty of the year Trump tweet. But bar that, we're going to be a bit flat. The whole of Tokyo, the whole of yesterday with a New York session has been stuck in this whole section. And we've only just broken through this morning, only to come back down to it. So if we're going to have a reaction, maybe it's going to be upward reaction, but it's not going to be now. It's probably going to be during New York session.
Yeah.
So right now, my hands are cold and I'm going to sit on them.
My hands are cold, but I am in a gold long. So.
I'm in a Euro long, Aussie long, as you guys saw before. Still sat in them, so same deal.
Nice. We've got a question here from Peter saying, LJ and Will.
I was going to say, yeah.
Rich, we don't want your opinion.
I don't think I was here then.
No, I don't think you were. What's the correlation between a party lifestyle, drinking, frequent outings, and becoming a consistently profitable trader? It seems like many successful traders avoid that lifestyle. This is an amazing question. I absolutely love this because I've done both.
I was going to bring this up before because I thought.
LJ, I'm going to give it straight to you. Yeah. I'll answer it after, but I want to get your take on
it.
Are you
sure? No, you go first because
I
think that's.
Okay.
Yeah, this is perfectly. Yeah.
So
yeah.
You guys are not going to be on the same page.
No, fair.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
I think we will be actually.
I got a bit of both. This is really
You're
interesting.
You're going to be on the same page, but in different books.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. So, what's the correlation? There's not a correlation, and the reason I say that, there's not a correlation between partying and drinking and profitable trading. There's a correlation with how hungry you become on that. So it's like, again, it's a mindset thing. I have done both. So when I was learning to trade, I did isolate myself a lot. Yes, fair. However, when I started getting more traction, especially when I was becoming a profitable trader, when I was scaling, when I was, becoming a public speaker, I was partying, man. Like I was traveling up to London. I was like partying in London on the way home from London. Me and my brother would be partying, drinking at events and drinking at clubs, and then I'd be coming home. It's all on the weekend, so it didn't bother me. I was just wasting profits of my trading. Now that, as I get older and more mature, I start realizing that I want to be putting my money into smarter things other than booze and parties and all sorts of other stuff. So instead of doing that, I'm looking at scaling businesses. I'm looking at reinvesting in myself and my health and my wealth and stuff like that. However, yes, traders do avoid that. Most successful traders do avoid that party lifestyle. it's not because there's a correlation. It's because of what the income can provide you, and it's more of a mature state of, I've had that, I'm bored of that. That gets me nowhere when it comes to scaling my future life. Because partying is fun and all, and like me and my brother now, we still party. However, I didn't see a negative impact when it came to partying. The only time I'd see a negative impact when it came to partying was if it was on a weekday. Now, I'd never party, drink, or do anything on a weekday that could affect. Oh, okay, no, I did actually a few times, and it did affect my trading. And this is why I didn't do it, because I remember, I'm not going to go into it, but that will not affect your trading at all, providing you keep it strict and under measures. And that will be on the weekend. The markets are closed on the weekend. Go party, do whatever the hell you want. That's the luxury about being a trader. Providing you can afford it and you don't do anything stupid with yourself and put yourself in danger, especially when it comes to your account, and don't put your account in a vulnerable position where you're blowing and taking out money just to drink, then yeah, go for it. Live the life, but it is expensive. However, the more mature I got, I stopped doing that on the weekend because I started realizing what I actually truly want and what's sustainable for me in the future. I started, instead of putting it into drink and booze and partying, I put it into scaling other businesses, into my health, my personal well-being, stuff like that. So, and more new experiences. So like I'll travel around the world now instead of partying at a club every weekend. So no, there's not a correlation with frequent outings, drinking, and becoming a profitable trader or consistently profitable trader. However, if you're not careful and you let it get ahead of you, then yes, there will be a negative correlation, especially if you're doing it in the weekday.
Yeah, interesting. So I agree, there's not a correlation. So I think you can do both.
Yeah,
Right.
100%. And that... Sorry, yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, so as far as this, like, it seems like many successful traders avoid that lifestyle. I would say yes, I think many successful people avoid that lifestyle, but it's also what people present. Like, what are they showing you? Because I think the other thing is people still do it, but they just do it very conscientiously, right? So the same thing when you're a business owner, you're doing that kind of stuff. It can be like a social event. You meet people, you create new contacts, that kind of thing. Actually has benefit. Like there is benefits to going out, meeting people, socializing, that kind of thing. You expand your group of people, connections, which creates new opportunities. You connect with this person, that person, that person, that person, and it builds the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very different to going out and just getting like wasted because you just want to just muck around or something. Like that's completely different. People go out after
intentions matter.
Work. Yeah. So it's exactly, it's very intentional. Like you've been smashing work the whole time. You're now taking a reprieve. You reset, refresh, and because you've done that, you can come back to work and hit it again. Other people, maybe they know themselves, and if they try and do both, they can't really handle both. It has to be one or the other, right? So they have to just delete the other thing. Now, there's also obviously a monetary aspect. Going out can be very expensive or capital intensive, especially when you're starting things early in a business, trading, whatever it is. And even once you are slightly more mature, because those levels, you go to a new level, now you're just up here, same deal, but just more expensive, more expensive, more expensive. So the capital just keeps going up depending on how you do things. So outside of that, I think you can definitely do both. It's just a conscientious thing where, why are you doing it? Are you doing it because it's like you actually enjoy doing this? It's a bit of fun. It does give you that refresh, or you're just doing it because you think that's apparently what you do, or you're just getting plastered and wasted and whatever. That's not
literally
completely different things. Two different intents, right? So they're not mutually exclusive. You can do both. You just have to be aware, intentional, and obviously just because you've made, like, say when you start trading, as an example, you make 10 grand, maybe you're doing better later, you make 50, you make 100 grand. If you then go out and spend like 60K on partying, on boats, on this and that, on cars, going to Bali, going to something else, that's probably not effective. You should probably take that money, roll it into the next compounding endeavor with your trading, and maybe you can spend 5K. You go out to some dinners, maybe with your partner, buy them a good gift. You buy yourself a little present to yourself because you've worked hard, you've made 6 figures, and then the other 95K, you roll back into the business. So you take small little bites. You can definitely go out on that, even if it's lesser, whatever it is. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I think it shouldn't be, yeah.
And that's why I think, me and LJ are very aligned on this. And I think that's what was, and people think that I say all the time, don't go out partying, don't do this, don't do that. Yes, I don't personally go out partying anymore as much. I still go out and enjoy myself.
Yeah,
I'm 24, not 54. And even 50, I know 54-year-olds are party harder than I did when I was partying. So age has nothing
Party
to do
never
with
stops,
it.
mate.
Party never stops.
Party never stops, yeah.
Exactly.
But you go through periods as well, like blocks. Like I always have blocks where for like 3, 4, 5 months where I'm just out, I'm out. And then it'll be like 6, 7, 8 months where I'm a literal hermit. Everyone's like, yo, dude, are you still alive? Are you in the same, are you in this country still? Or like, what happened?
Dude, legit. Like my partner loves that I don't drink because 90% of the time I don't drink. But she also knows when I drink. So therefore, like me and my brother will have like once a quarter. So we call it once a quarter because that's what we used to do. Now it's like once every 6 months. We used to have a once a quarter blowout, and it would be go to a city, go to a club, and just get ruined. And it would literally be a massive blowout, and it would just be me and my brother. We wouldn't go out with friends. We wouldn't go out with any negative intentions. We'd just go out and have fun, chatting garbage with each other, and just celebrate, just me and him. Go out for a bit of a dance and make a fool of ourselves in a place that no one knew us. That was basically what we did. And it's healthy. You can do that. However, if I do go out more regularly than that, it's with intention. I bring a couple of cigars. I dress up nice. I make sure I smell nice. Maybe I'll bring my partner with me. Especially if who I'm going out with has a partner. And usually it's with intentions because like a lot of business owners love to party. So therefore, sometimes if you want a business deal, you go party. And so when you're having the right intentions, it's fair enough. But I think what this comment was related to was the pleasure side of party. And that's why I say, as long as you're doing it in moderations with the right intent, then there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. And if anything, go for it. I encourage it. There's nothing wrong as long as you enjoy doing it. You're doing it for the right intention. What you don't want to be doing is keeping up with the Joneses. And what I mean by that is you see people like TJR, Andrew Tate, other influencers on social media who spend what they call bags on meals, like 10 grand on a meal, 5 grand on a trip, 20 grand on a flight. When you're seeing that and you're like, I'm also a profitable trader who just got paid 10 grand, I'm going to blow the entire lot on a flight. Well, no, you don't have to be that person. Like, yes, maybe you want to fly business. You want to pay like 3 grand for a flight instead of 10. That's fine. Yeah. Treat yourself. Like LG just said, I bought this watch. It's my first ever luxury watch. I love my watches. And I thought, you know what? All my family's got luxury watches. I want a luxury watch. And I thought, I've worked bloody hard. And I thought, you know what? I paid for my partner. It was her birthday. So I paid for my partner to go to France with me. I completely treated her. The whole thing was covered by my expenses through payouts of trading. And the rest of the payout on trading went on a watch. Yeah. And I thought the holiday cost me a fortune. My dad looked at me and said, you're an idiot. I said, I'm not, though. Because that's what I want to do with my money. It's just not what he would do with his money. Now, however, did I blow all of it on money, on the trips? No. Because I was able to say to myself, you know what? I've had 12 months of being a hermit, like LJ just said. I'm going to have a month or a week, I think it was like 2-week trip. I'm going to have a 2-week trip where I just blow a shit ton of money. Because, I'll cap, obviously I had a cap, I wasn't an idiot about it. I had a cap and I thought, I'm just going to go out and just tap my card and not even look at the price. As long as I don't go over this cap, who cares? I'm just going to enjoy myself.
Very fair.
And
but yeah, to also wrap up, because I got to run down, let my partner in a sec. But for the first like 8 years of trading, I actually did that, like where I was just hardcore work, didn't take holidays, didn't take breaks. I mean, even now, it's only in the past little bit I've taken breaks. But as far as spending and that kind of thing, was all hardcore into work, business, that kind of thing. Other people were going away, they go traveling, that kind of stuff, very common, whatever thing. They come back, work, make a bunch of money, leave, spend it all on traveling, come back, have nothing. I was like, okay, if I don't do that, I compound the money, make more, then I can travel forever later. But I think it would have been, I was probably too hardcore with it. I think it would have been better back then if I did a bit more stuff. I still went out and like had fun with friends, that kind of thing, obviously, and also making good money, so I could afford that stuff. But I wasn't. I was still very considerate. Like that was definitely the direction, the focus to invest,
about it,
trade, compound, that kind of thing. Whereas now, a bit more loose with that, because I'm like, I'm just missing out. So I think you do have to live life at the same time.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think if you do that, it will also complement your progress and your success overall, and you'll probably end up going further and farther. So
yeah. Or what you can do is just spend a shit ton of money and think, well, I like this lifestyle now, so I need to make sure I can afford it. Work harder.
Yeah, and now you're forced into it. You're like locked in.
So now you must work harder. You know?
All right, give me a sec. I'll be back, guys.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, so that's my thoughts on it anyway. You know, like I said, I got a bit carried away at one point, especially when I was single. I'd be off. You know, I was a full-time profitable trader, public speaker, going to events. I had you guys, you know, being like, oh, you know, trying like taking selfies with me and all. It was the best feeling in the world. I felt like the king of the world. Now I'm used to it, and like, you know, like I've humbled myself a bit. I felt like the king of the world. I was like, I'm amazing. I'd go out clubbing with that energy, and I got so carried away with it, and I was like, right, okay, well, remind yourself, you know, come back to earth now. You know, remind yourself, you know, this can be normal. You know, try and find equilibrium. And I think everyone's gonna find that stage. You know, when you get profitable and you start getting paid good money. Like I remember, like my first ever payout. I was in a no, it wasn't a McLaren garage, Aston Martin garage. I've told this story a few times. I was in an Aston Martin garage. It was a convertible orange Vantage, and I was like, do I, don't I? And I was like, I can't afford it. I don't know why I'm actually asking myself this. And then boom, like this I think it's $3,700 payout came into my bank account, and I looked and I was like, this is possible. I'm gonna buy it. And, you know, my brother was like, dude, relax. And I was like, yeah, fair point. You know, like, I humbled myself, and, you know, a few years on, you know, I still haven't bought myself that supercar. And I'm glad I didn't. Because I went through unprofitable stages at that point. Then I went back through profitable stages, you know, and now I'm sitting here. I've got a car that I love. It's my dream car. I've always wanted this car. I'm financially free and safe. You know, what more do you want? You know, I go to events, I inspire people, you know, listen to what I have to say and respect what I have to say because I've done it for so long, and I try and help people. And once you start understanding and changing into a pure of heart intention, you mentally scale. And what I mean by mentally scale is you feel better about what you're doing. You don't chase it as hard, and you let it come to you. They say if you chase money, then it'll run away. If you attract money, then it'll come towards you. And I think there's a beautiful saying in I think it's in German, where they basically say, don't chase butterflies, instead build a garden. And very much same as that. Now I've got pure intentions. I try and help people. You know, I inspire myself through my life now, and I'm like, you know, I love what I do for a living. And I wouldn't change it for the world. And therefore, you know, if I want to go out partying, I'll go out partying. If I want to go out drinking, I'll go out drinking. I just know that I don't do it because it's not something I want to do. It's not. It doesn't align with me anymore. Also, gold.
It's realizing that context matters. Context and intent. I was listening to both your and LJ's remarks, And in my mind, I can see where you're coming from. I also have a vastly different view on it as well. And I'll try and keep it as short as possible. My viewpoint is you fill your life with what you fill your life with. So if I am going out partying the whole time and I'm not focused, I'm not intentful with my decision making, I am aimless, and you will remain that way. So in my mind, I want to ensure that if I'm going to be doing something, it's going to be with intent. And if I'm going out to go and get absolutely sloshed, that's the intention. Okay? If I intend to do that every single night, that's the intention. So whatever you're going to do it with intention.
Yeah.
However, do not expect your life to be amazing and this great, grand adventure if you only want to do what is fun. It's like trying to paint with only 2 colors when you have a whole rainbow of colors that you can paint with, and realizing that you need to have negativity in your life in order for you to appreciate positivity, meaning that experiencing negative things is not a negative thing. It is a good thing to experience a negative thing because you're experiencing what life is giving you, okay? So if I only cut out alcohol and I never go and party, I am cutting out an experience, okay? But it's the idea that I only go and do that thing that becomes a problem. So in Afrikaans we say, te is te veel. So that's saying like if something's too much, too little, too vast, it's the 2. 2 is too much. So if anything has a 2 in front of it, it's not good. You're either too reserved or you're too outgoing. You're either, it's understanding that things is about moderation. If you go out and you flaunt a certain lifestyle, that's not moderation. It's you diverting to one side. So that's why I'm saying, to me, vastly different viewpoint on that. I don't mind a person going out and partying, but you need to realize what the intention of that person is. If they're constantly filming and videotaping it and trying to show people this is a lifestyle, you need to ask yourself the question, why are they doing that? They're doing that because they want a product. They're selling a product. Who's the product? You. You're the person that is making them money. It's exactly this. Tate has 200,000 members and charges $50 a month. So to do the maths on that, that is millions of dollars easily just by doing this every year.
Yeah,
right?
no, literally.
To realize that they're selling you a product, and the product is you. You are just there to make them money. So insecure people are being preyed upon. It's people with low self-esteem. It's people that are being told this is what a man is. This is what a profitable this is, and so on and so forth. And you can copy paste that same idea to any of these scam-esque endeavors.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying.
100%.
Always the intention behind the action. If you're going to say you're going to do something, do it. But don't be surprised if people look at you and say, I don't like what this person's doing. I don't want to be a part of this thing. Because everybody has their own way of doing things as well. That's just it. That's just my whole point.
Dude, I love that. You know, and going back to, you know, me with my trading, I don't promote my party lifestyle. You know, when I go out partying and drinking, I may put the odd picture up now and then, but I won't be like, oh, look, I'm partying, look, champagne. You know, I'm not that sort of guy. However, you know, my brother will post a little bit more of his drinking side and when he's having a couple of beers. Because he's an online PT, everyone thinks that, you know, he's super boring, he's, you know, super clean eating, doesn't drink ever. So he promotes, if anything, we promote the negative side of what we do just to show we are also normal people. Like, I will promote that I hermit crab myself in the office. If anything, I actually promote on my social media a lot on my story of how I'm just working in the office, how I'm working with helping my family, how I'm doing this, how I'm doing that. I promote my boring side of my life, and then I'll go and party in private. My brother is the opposite. You know, he'll work and work and work and work and work and work and work because it's obvious how hard he works. But then also he'll promote on his story of him drinking, of him eating a takeaway, because we both want to show that, look, guys, this is the you know, we'll post the sexy side to get the followers, of course. But the minute you're following us, the minute you see our stories, you'll see the real us, where it's like, wow, these guys are hermit crabbing. These guys, or Ewan, you know, he is he's drinking and eating a takeaway. He's got a kebab in his hand, or he's scanning down a Chinese or an Indian. He's eating these take-out foods with a beer, or we're smoking a cigar, even though he promotes his healthy lifestyle. Yeah, super boring. He never joins us for poker night anymore.
I haven't seen your brother in months.
Dude, that's what I mean. In all fairness, he is hermit crabbing. Like he's got a massive project with us, for the brotherhood, his side of the brotherhood. He's actually developing at the moment, so he's hermit crabbing like hell at the moment. So once he releases it, then he'll be able to party with us a little bit more.
What did I miss?
Just Will non-stop talking.
Ouch! All right. Screw you, man.
Just yeah. I'm joking, dude.
I don't know.
Now the market is.
So enough of that. Anyway, so guys, as you can see on,
having a bit of break on gold now.
Yeah. I've just secured $800 profit on my 100k account, so I'm back up to some nice drawdown, not some ugly drawdown, and then I'm $30 up, or just $2 away from $30 up on my boob account.
I'm not entirely sure what I think of Nasdaq at the moment. I feel like it's converging and getting ready to pounce.
Actually,
what do you feel, LJ? What do you think?
Pounce in what way? Like higher, or what?
There we go.
What do we mean?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Just want to show you guys this. There you go.
I still want it to go a little bit lower, but I feel like we're kind of like converging onto a pinpoint, and then we're going to decide fall or skyrocket.
I think we're net, there's probably a tilt to the upside still. I think it's, yes, going to the upside is higher risk. Like you have that nervousness, like you seem to feel. I agree with that, but I think we will most likely still push higher. I think we'll have that positive sentiment into the Trump-Xi meeting. I don't think anyone's going to rock the boat until that. Like, there's a whole bunch of players incorporated in this, including Europe, everything. This is going to be a full talk breakdown amongst them all, and back channels and everything going on around like sovereignty of critical infrastructure, energy, minerals, whatever it is, right? And then it seems like we're going to go to some kind of eventual agreement that, okay, everyone really wants to do this. People are going to try and jostle and say, like, nah, we're not letting you, or slow down other people, and they'll be playing that kind of game. But ultimately, everyone's going there, and then trade will be very loose. So people have been talking about the whole global trade system basically coming back to onshore, which we will have for critical infrastructure, essential services, that kind of stuff. Healthcare is a big one. It's going to be difficult, and energy, just like we're seeing for Europe with like solar, anything else. Healthcare, medicine, medical devices in China, a bunch of that development there. But then we'll try and get general trade for everything else being free-flowing. So there's going to be this progressive thing. This will go over for the next like years, half decade, that kind of thing. But we seem to be taking significant steps right now, leaps into that next sphere, put it that way. So I think up until then, we've got positive momentum. Once we start getting closer to the meeting, then people might be calling the bluff, put it that way. At least for a stumbling block, not like a everything like de-raveling, but just like a stumbling block, hurling block, some kind of general disagreement on like, keep hearing about this 14-point plan, and they go, we don't like these 5 points or 4 points or 3 points. We agree to everything else, but not these, and therefore we can't do it. And then hence markets come off. So I think for now, still higher,
Sidebar.
but yes, yeah.
Yeah, I have an inkling, or I wanted it to have a deeper retracement than it did. It just kind of went into sideways action. So
28,900 is what I've got my eyes on.
28,900.
Yeah, just below 29k.
Do
Oh,
you?
no.
Yeah. All
I
right.
thought
yeah.
it was D. I've just bagged out of gold now. If we can get a pullback, I'm thinking if we can get a pullback, a re-entry, and continuation higher. So I've just bagged out now. 29 pound and 38 cents brings us back over break even now. Because we had a bit of a loss.
Nice. What's up, Pedro?
Oh yeah, sorry. How
What's up?
we doing, Pedro? Sorry, man.
How good,
Easy.
man?
Good.
How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Yeah. We're good. How was Pedro?
Oh, gravy, baby.
Pedro's good as well.
Pedro is good.
Pedro is good.
Pedro is good.
Pedro's doing okay. Got it. I heard.
Pedro's a bit tired and Pedro has a headache, but Pedro is good.
Yeah, what is that? Is that gold? Someone is selling gold?
Yes. Yeah, I was long in gold. So just banked. What did I bank again? I've forgotten what I've just banked. I think it's like $29. Yeah, $29.38 on my Playabout account. That's my $5,000 account, and I've just banked $833. In fact, let me have a look for the week. So I think I've hit my monthly goal. Let me go back to 1st of May.
You gotta send me one, Rich. New one.
Oh yeah. So I
sorry. I
for
forgot
May,
about that.
I'm up $2,332. So slowly making my drawdown back. So
Nice.
Great.
You need to
2
fight
2.3%.
for your right to go out
Fight
and party.
to the right. So yeah,
need
May's
to
looking like a good month for me at the moment.
That's nice. I just want to answer this because Abrador Flinkler was asking this ages ago. I did see your comment quite some time ago. So let's clean this up a little bit so it's not so chaotic. Why did I add to this? So this was the trade spectrum we were talking about when Dirk came on a while ago. I don't know if you were maybe not here at the time. But basically, so added a part of the trade here. That was the first trade. And then hence I always put it in portions. So we mapped this out that this is kind of the expected area that we go to. We actually did come to exactly that point. Hence nothing fancy. It's just the head of this level. So hence when we started coming down here, added to it. Simple as that. So whenever I create one of these areas, I took that just to make sure I'm in the trade up here. And then I can add to the trade within this block. And I size everything so that I could pull the stops all the way down here on both trades and then potentially a third trade as well. So that comes down to sizing, management, that kind of stuff. That's pretty much it. Nothing more fancy. We got the pullback. I've got the other portion at a slightly lower entry. And from here, I'll probably wait until we crack the highs here if we do, and then add a third and final position, which will be something like this.
Averaging in.
Yeah. So it's just split up into portions. Right, so I've got this window, right? And this is also off the back of these two trades where I've already got profit made up for the day. So hence, I've got a wealth of room to use if I want. But basically, it's just confidence in the original setup that we will go higher. Simple as that.
Well done.
Beautiful.
There you go.
Gentlemen, I am going to love y'all and leave y'all. I will see everybody next week, Monday again, for some new week shenanigans. And then for everybody else, there's a update to the MetaTrader. Let me just put this out. Everybody should have received an email. Everybody in chat and everybody that is a part of the 5ers, you should have received an email talking about the increased purchase limit on the high stakes accounts, as well as new markets that are going to get added to the 5ers, like plethora of markets that they're going to receive. So we are adding 17 new instruments to MetaTrader. So just go and have a look at your emails. You should have received one. If you haven't received one, just check your spam folder, or maybe potentially just wait a few days and it should go out. But yes, there are some. It was effective on the 5th, so it's 2 days ago. This should have gone through. So if you have had a look, you might see it. That's all I wanted to mention.
Interesting.
Nice. Anyway, guys, I will see you all I'll see LJ and Will. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Pedro, I'll see you next week. And then for everybody else in chat, I'll see you all on Monday. Have a great day. Cheers. Peace.
Thank you, Rich.
Peace, Rich. I will have to jump out as well, guys. Hung around much longer. So I will be seeing you guys tomorrow, Discord. Monday, of course. But I know I will see you guys tomorrow in the Discord anyway. So, see you guys there. Ciao for now.
Ciao
Adios.
for now.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jay. Have a great weekend, man.
But I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a minute because that's better. I was lagging really bad. What's good, Pedro? How you doing, bro?
Yeah, man, I'm good. Trying to... Yeah, just trying to see what's what in the market in terms of the new opportunities in here. Beginning of the week, it felt kind of that maybe the dollar could go higher, maybe the euro go down, and so on. But they actually end up respecting the levels, and of course everything related to the situation in the Middle East. As soon as there's good and positive news, it has been a pattern since these last 60 days when it started. Good news, we see dollar moving down, we see euro going up, we see gold going up. Bad news, we see dollar going up, everything else going down, and so on. The only thing that continues to go up is the US indices, regardless of what's going on. They just continue to move to the upside. So yeah, now it's a little bit more of a waiting and see to see where potentially are those shorts on the euro or on the pound, which I don't see them yet. So yeah, we will see. Aussie also broke the highs from the last few days, so it continues to go a little bit higher. The Aussie actually is one that I did mention on Tuesday that I was looking. Initially, I was looking for price potential to go a little bit further down, but it needed to break this structure, which never broke. So it needed to break this level in here, which actually price respected quite nicely, then continuation to the upside. But on the other side, I was a little bit on a higher time frame, a bit more biased to the upside. I want to see the Aussie dollar eventually going and taking this high all the way back from June 2022 and getting maybe into this fair value gap that was left behind in there. And maybe after that, we could see some selling pressure, some bigger selling pressure. So I am curious also. I'm actually curious about that one. It's one that is on my radar. I already have an alert on above the high just to see when we do or when price eventually gets there, which has been really close, but hasn't really taken the high. And after that, maybe we can have some selling pressure, even if it is just a move to go back to this week's lows. It's still kind of an interesting potential trade. If price then wants to follow through, even go higher, go further down, then it's even bigger. The trade, it's even a better trade. But that's something I'll be paying attention to. The Aussie dollar, it is on my radar because I do like where price is approaching now on the left side, and I think we may find some selling pressure around there. So yeah, but for that I still need to see the high being taken, and then we'll see what kind of price action we are going to create.
Yeah, no. So you still want that bullish pressure for just a little.
Yeah,
bit.
I want to and you squeeze to the upside, and then potentially to move. And Thursdays afternoon sometimes tends to be a little bit of a reversal day. So I'm going to be curious again in 1 hour and a half, something like that, when the US opens. Maybe you're going to have that price action. To push that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that's one I'll be looking at. Yeah. What about you? Aside from gold,
let me bring my chart up one more time. Let's have a look. Seen as well, Solmax, William Lux AI. I am AI. I'm not a real person. I am programmed by the 5ers to trade. I am strictly an AI generated person. I'm joking. Kidding, guys. I'm real. I promise. Anyway, we did have a question around here from OA saying, Will, what is your key strategy? It depends on the asset that I'm trading. So I just wanted to answer these questions, and then I'll just show you, Pedro, what I was looking at on gold. It depends on the strategy that I'm trading. I like a break and retest with higher time frame confirmations and areas of interest. However, on gold, I like a consolidation, break and close, and then on a breakout, that with potentially mid time frame areas of interest. I'm not too worried about the higher time frame. I don't worry too much about bias on gold either. As long as I try to be as with the trend as possible, but it doesn't matter too much. It'll just depend on where I put my stop and TP. And then we had another question here, which I can answer while I break down my gold. So where was it? Aha, there it is. Patrick saying, Will, can you share your confluences for the for XAU USD long? Yes, I can, my friend. Not a problem whatsoever. So let me just get rid of this. Go away. And you go away. No. Go away. And one more. Go away. Cool. So what I was looking for on gold was longs due to the fact that, this morning, like I said, we had, consolidation through Asia. We also had that bullish sort of momentum as we came through the Asia range. Broken closed, super bullish, a lot of volume, a lot of momentum coming through out of the high of Asia. We did consolidate at this top here. I wanted a pullback preferably into this zone here, as I marked out earlier on in this morning session. However, we didn't get it. What we did get was a drop into, did we tap in? Not really, but ever so slightly. We came down, rejected, consolidated, and I thought, okay, we may be dropping. This may be the identification confirmation that we could continue lower. So I thought, let's just wait and see what happens. And then we put in this higher low. Then we equal the high. And then we put in this this high low again. And I thought to myself, okay, you know what? Price is consolidating here. It's a high risk due to the fact that we hadn't seen the break and close of this area here. Although we did have this consolidation here, which we did break and close out of. So I thought, you know what? It's a high risk. I'm not going to risk a full 1% on it. I am going to risk about 0.8% because I divided 0.8 into two orders. And then I thought, okay, let's see what happens. I put one order here and then one order here. Oh, sorry, no, hang on. One order up here and then one order down here. And then I just wanted to see how price was going to act around that area. I wanted to see if I can target the highs for 1 to 2. Now, we dropped into some significant drawdown. Although we did put in a 3-wick rejection, we had this consolidation, we had the equilibrium here, we came down, equaled the lows, we didn't push any further than this low here. 3-wick rejection, really nice bullish engulfing candle confirmation after, suggesting that we are going to push a little bit higher. We did break and close above this high in the end. However, due to the fact that we had such deep drawdown, as well as the fact that we didn't have the highest confirmation to the left here, it made me think, you know what, I'm just going to be happy with a 1-to-1. Not only that, we did have a potential area of interest for rejection up here, and especially those who trade imbalances or fair value gaps. We also had a fib retracement zone, which we tapped into perfectly. And now we had 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks rejecting into it. So for me, that was enough confirmation for me to say, take the 1-to-1. I'm gonna leave this here. So I bagged $800 on that, and then time to walk away. Now, however, we did get the break and close above, pull back into this area. There is a chance that we can re-enter. I did think about re-entering on the 5K account that I trade on stream as well now. I did think about re-entering there, which would be bang on where we are now, but I thought, you know what? Sometimes it's just knowing when to walk away. So this could be another entry zone for a continuation higher, although we are equaling the confluences for selling pressure. So that's why I took out, and that's why I entered in on gold. Happy for the 1-to-1. We are still trend is friend. We are still moving with a bullish momentum. So that's my confluences on gold, and that's the only trade I've taken today. I saw nothing this morning. Nice quick gold scalp, in and out within, I think it was 45-ish minutes, and yeah, brought me to a 2% week.
Yeah. Someone was asking if you could basically zoom in, or zoom in. I think not zoom out.
Zoom out.
Yeah, it was just to see a little bit more. I think it was zoom in. I think you wanted to zoom in to see your chart a little bit more. Kind of the candles that you were talking about.
Yeah. Okay. I can. Let me just drag it. There we go. Is that a bit better? So
yeah, I think so. Now you can see what the levels that you were talking.
Yeah. So like I was saying, we did get this fail to break. However, we also had this consolidation here, and we got this beautiful break and close above. So it was a high risk. However, okay, yeah, better. Okay, mate. However, we did have this. It's a high risk, but I thought that we could take these highs. We are on that continuation pattern to the up. That was a rubbish arrow. We are on that continuation pattern up, so we are in bullish momentum. Had we have been in a consolidative or bearish market for the day, I wouldn't have entered this trade because this wouldn't have been the highest value trade. However, like I said, when moving with the flow of the market, when moving with the trend, you can sometimes afford to take an A setup instead of an A plus setup. So this to me was an A setup. We pulled back. I entered in, and then I entered in again down here, and then had some deep drawdown. But as you can see, I thought that we were going to hit a stop loss. I thought that if we break and close under here, then my stop loss was down here. If we break and close under here, I'll probably take out manually just to save myself a little bit of equity. However, we had this beautiful 3-wick rejection pattern followed by this bullish engulfing candle. That was enough for me to have the confidence to stay in and say, you know what, even though this trade is slowly moving to the lacking of probability, I thought I'm liking this. I'm going to hold it at least to a 1-to-1. So that was at that point, I moved my TP from a 1-to-2 down to a 1-to-1, and then I took out a nice 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. So,
yeah, that's great decision making from your side. Basically, your active management is reading what the candles are doing, what you can see from the charts, that you are making decisions on what to do. Correct? It's basically the way you're managing your trades.
Yeah, I like to stay as so like my entry is mechanical, but I like to be discretionary with my management.
Yeah. That goes into experience, I believe.
Yes,
Just seeing the market so many times and then start kind of
yeah,
when you are in the trade, you kind of start feeling okay. Yeah, this because in this case actually you are in a drawdown or theoretically in that moment, but because of what you could see on the charts, you actually managed to stay in and at least managed to get that 1-to-1. In other circumstances, maybe you would have just closed at break even or something like that, and in this case, you have to manage to make those 800.
Yeah, had we have not had this here, had we have not had this 3-candle push, if instead we just had this bearish candle, and then we had this bullish engulfing, I would have closed at break even. I would have closed at break even because we would have had this break even tap here, and my screen's gone black. There we go, we're back. So I would have had that break even bounce, and I was like, you know what? Price is very bearish, with, strong downtrend, failure to break on the higher, I say the higher time frame, it's not higher time frame, the overall time frame and the overall order flow, not internal structure. And I thought to myself, you know what, I would have taken out there. Because we did have that 3-candle rejection, that followed by that engulfing, that's enough for me to say, yep, you know what, I like this.
Yep.
Oh, in fact, we've just had news. So this is unemployment claims right here.
Yeah, good move in there as well. It's interesting the way you end up managing the trades, which can be really beneficial on the account, on the way to manage, instead of having a loss, instead of having a break even, like all those small profits. They accumulate, which
absolutely. Well, the thing is, I was at 93k equity or account balance on this account beginning of the week. So I thought to myself, was it beginning of the week? I can't remember. Let's just call it beginning of the month. I don't know. I've lost track of days. I was actually in 93k account balance. I thought, I'm gonna blow this account. However, now I'm sitting at like 95, just over 95k. So I've managed to claw 2% back this week alone. So if I can continue that trajectory, who knows, maybe by the end of this month or next, I could be back up at break even. So that, guys, you've got to stay confident and positive and stick to a good risk management. Because if you don't stick to a good risk management, then I could have blown this account. If I do stick to a good risk management, I'm back up at 95k.
Yep. Staying here, I haven't said hi to anyone. Like, hi Luis, hi everyone, hi BTC, Navaia, this is Portuguese, Brazilian friends. He's looking at EuroCAD to try to buy it. Okay, we're going to take a look at EuroCAD. I saw that you also mentioned dollar CAD. Yeah, USD CAD as well, 1 hour time frame. Also mentioning Euro friend. Mentioned the yen pairs. I don't know if he's mentioning the yen pairs plus New Zealand or actually the New Zealand yen specifically. We have a question here. Why aren't you guys streaming on Fridays?
We like a day off.
Yeah, it just didn't happen yet. Maybe the demand is there or not, or maybe it's just also maybe a day off that the team needs to. We are still working, okay? Like there's still kind of preparations for the next week's live stream. It's not that we are not working, but at least I think we need maybe one day to prepare in terms of looking for topics or things to do for next week's live stream. Okay, guys, and usually Fridays as well. Mostly, maybe in the morning people are still active. Then in the afternoon people start switching off to for the weekend. And then you do have, if you want to keep listening to us, you have Discord. Like on the Discord, we have still 2 sessions that you can join and listen to us on Friday. So that's still some content that you create for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So exactly. Yeah, we are active every single day, but sometimes streaming does take it out of you, and we've got to prep for the next week's stream, and we want the weekend off as well. So if we're going to do all this prep and work and stuff in the background, then we tend to do it on the Fridays, so we can also enjoy the weekend off, and so me and LJ can go party, of course. Also, guys, I'm just seeing there's 200, over 200 of you watching right now, which is absolutely mega. So, guys, please make sure that you smash that like button and do subscribe to the channel if you are new here. It is absolutely awesome to see so many of you engaging with us and sticking around. Whilst we have some awesome people joining, Samir, what is good, my man? How you doing, bro?
Hello guys, I'm
What's
good.
good?
What about you, Will? And how are you, Pedro?
Hey man, good. Today, actually, I may look at the trade at the Dow. So I'm looking forward to your analysis because maybe the Dow is approaching the all-time highs, approaching those highs. And
All
I'm
right, let's
curious
take a
to
look
see
at
if there's something there. So
Dow.
whenever you can, then you can do your analysis. I can see that there's someone else about to ring the bell as well behind the scenes. I don't know if he's ready or not to join us. But yeah.
He's outside our door tying his shoes. He's about to ring the doorbell.
Samir, show us what you're looking for on the Dow, and then I'll do mine. Yeah, we can see your monitor now. Oh, Isaiah.
Yes, the simple day. Like, price made a very good console. Yesterday's trade stock. My internet is fine, but I don't know what is wrong with the trading view. Let's take a look at. Okay, now we are here. Hello, Victor. How are you?
I'm done
I
tying
don't know
up
what
my
is wrong with
shoe.
trading view.
How is everyone else? Will, Pedro, Samir, and everyone watching. I'm not going to say
Let me
anything else
refresh.
because I'm dying to see what you're going to be showing us, Samir. The market is 54 minutes before the open. You're already looking for any opportunities. And I understand and I'm aware that I'm actually kept on talking, with not leaving you to show what you were gonna show. So I'm gonna stop now and stop talking so that you can do what you do best, Samir, which is show us the opportunities that you see in the market. And I kept talking again.
No, it's fine. Hello, guys. Hello, chat. How are you? I'm trying to load the chart here. I will wait for 10 seconds. Okay, now we are here. I don't know what is wrong with the trading view. My internet is fine. I just checked it. Anyway, so this was a very beautiful breakout pattern here. I think me and Victor was talking about this. Stop loss placement was somewhere around here. And it was around 200 points and easily could have targeted 1-to-1. But of course, price rejected from here. Then TP would have smashed, I think, today. But it was a beautiful trade. So what can we do today? Let's go to the 15-minute time frame. EMA is bullish. I was using VWAP just for the futures. But normally, it is 50 EMA. I need 200. All right, now it's fine. Okay. 200 EMA is bullish. I think VWAP is also bullish. So right now VWAP is here. So 200 EMA is bullish right now. Let's take a look at the daily candle. Daily candle is breaking the highs. So what if we saw a momentum till here? Let me go to the 15-minute time frame. I can draw my trend line, something like this. So what if NYSE open, we showed a momentum and then rejection from here? Definitely price can retest the 200 EMA and then can continue its momentum, which was bullish overall. So as I am an intraday trader, I like to take opportunities based on the 200 EMA and some kind of patterns and some kind of market structure aligning in my favor. So right now this is a upwards channel and 200 EMA is way too away. So there is a concept that I use. If price is there is a difference of more than 0.5%, then there is a chance we may can attract to 200 EMA. So this is looking clean here. Let's see what do we have. Let me go to the 4-hour time frame. Do we have a decent area? Okay, we have this wick here. These type of wicks, I like to trade off of these kind of wicks, like for an example, these type of wicks, or these type of wicks. So right now, let's see how much away we are. Okay, So I want NYSE open and price to tap this wick and that 15-minute upwards channel. Again, there is some problem in my trading view. I checked, the internet was working fine, but I don't know what is wrong with the trading view here. Okay, let's take a reference of 30-minute as a 30-minute is here. So yes, this will be a very good trade here. Shorting from here at least to the 200 EMA, 1-to-1 will be smashed, or the other scenario can be liquidating this area, tapping this area, looking for a pattern, then the continuation move. Only 2 moves I will be looking for today. So this trade we may can get later on in the session, and this approach you cannot use in futures actually. CFD accounts you can hold the trade overnight, so you can take advantage of these kind of moves. But future side you have to cut the trade, so that's why I was relying on VWAP. But my original strategy was based on 200 EMA, and it really works well. I'm telling you, it really works well. I have a very good win rate when it comes to when I focus on 200 EMA, 15-minute structure, couple of scenarios that I am familiar with, like these rising channel, some kind of liquidity areas. Still there is a problem. Let me refresh this. Probably it is gonna get fixed.
You guys have issues with the trading view as well, Will or Pedro? Because I don't.
Not really. I've been okay.
Mine is working okay.
Yeah, I've been okay.
Okay, now 1 hour is there, 200 EMA is not loading. I'm gonna run a speed test here. I'm getting like very decent speed here, like 400 Mbps, but still trading view is doing some tricky things. So let's do some swap here. Okay, I'm gonna use any other chart here. Let's take a look at black bull markets. Yeah, there is a problem in indices chart. Okay, there is a problem in indices chart. Let's take a look at MYM maybe, because that is gonna be similar only. Yeah, there is a problem in US 30 chart. I am able to load these charts and
I don't think the market wants you trading.
like there is no problem in it.
US 30 black bull markets, you said?
Oh, now it's fine. Yes, now it's fine.
Yeah, mine is working fine on that same asset, on the same price feed. At least this one that I'm
now I think it's fine as I am able to reload. Okay, I think now it's fine. I'm really eyeing on this area. Let me draw this area. This is an order block here, and there was a wick area here. So this is the area I will be looking. I will be looking cells around this area, and it will also be touching my rising channel, this kind of thing. So if I decide to take a trade here, my ideal stop loss is around 200 points. So I think this will be a very good opportunity here, targeting 1-to-1. Yes, this will be the trade I will be looking for today. If we got a liquidity move to the downside, then of course buying opportunity. Okay, again it is frozen, but you got my point. So what I was looking at. So yeah, I hope you got my point. So gold wise, I was waiting for a pullback here, but we didn't got. GBP USD pullback here. Now I think this is the next area which we're gonna tap. I missed this trade. Why? Because actually I didn't miss this trade. I intentionally didn't took this trade, because if we look at DXY, I was like, we are at the support area, so we don't know if we're gonna bounce from this area or we're gonna break this area. So I have traded this type of I have taken this type of trades before, and the probability decrease when I try to enter from these type of areas. So I took that information. I was like, yes, it is on the Fibonacci, it is on this decent level, but as DXY is on the support, we may can see reaction from here. I can draw my Fibonacci like this. So I don't know if we're gonna reject from this area or we're gonna break from this area, as we are at the support area. I have tried to take trades from this type of area, selling like at the pullback, and price just go a little bit in my favor and try to reverse from from my entry point, only because I was trading somewhere around the support area. So this was a lesson I learned. So yes, gold, I was looking for pullback here, didn't got it. So the bootcamp account that I got from Rich, right now I'm like 2% down on it. I am seeing a breakout here. I might can enter trade on my bootcamp account. What can be the target if I try to enter some buys here? Let's take a look at bigger time frame, maybe 1 hour. There is a very choppy area around this. Maybe this area, as this is some kind of rejection area, but we are already there. Daily time frame, do we have any fair value gap or any liquidity area? Nothing. Price is just going to the upside. We do have this rejection area from where price may can show some kind of rejection, as we have rejected a couple of times from this area. So if I try to take buys, I think my target should not go beyond this area. Let's see on the 15-minute how much distance it is. So if I take a buy here, stop loss is going to be there. It is not even 1-to-1. So risk to reward wise, it is not making sense. So I will not take this trade. But US30 is really good today. I will like to get involved in US30. We can take a look at NAS 100. I think it is all right. We are seeing a very aggressive momentum to the upside. Let's take a look at 15-minute time frame, because that is the most important time frame for me. Let's take a look how much we are away from the 200 EMA. All right, we are like 1% away from the 200 EMA. So if I draw my trend line like this and like this, I think this will be a good selling point, because as we are trending way too high, so I want price to go even more away from the 200 EMA. So that will increase my chance for a reversal trade to play in my favor. So I think this trend line will be a little bit risky. This trend line will be a little bit good. As I keep my stop loss, I don't keep my stop loss too tight, so I can easily give room to my trade. It can even hover around something like this and still can give a decent pullback. Then of course, as trend is bullish, I am not expecting a huge reversal. I just want to catch the smaller piece, and then of course price can reverse. These type of things works good for me, so I like to analyze this way. I don't know what is the problem with US30 chart. This is not loading. Other charts are yeah, other charts are really fine. There is a problem in US30 chart. Maybe it is a sign that I should not trade US30.
I was going to say, the markets don't want you trading today, Samir. So stay away from the markets, man.
I think I should stay away. I'm just $500 away from passing my main account, which I just got from The5ers. So if I got a perfect opportunity, then only I will take the trade. I have been there where I was like 200-300 away from passing the challenge. Then chasing that 200-300, I just blew the challenge. I have been there. I'm sure you guys also have been there.
It's been a long time, but it has happened to me as well. Yes.
Yeah, this kind of excitement, all these things get to you, and you take some wrong decisions. I have been there, so I am not gonna take any foolish decision. As I mentioned, GBP USD was a decent buy here, but only because of this thing, I didn't execute it, the buy. I have made a lot of mistakes, so I try not to make these kind of mistakes which can impact my results. So I try to be patient. So let's see what we can do today. So I just want to know your point of view also, Victor and Pedro and Will, about US30. I am looking for sells around that that supply area that I showed. You can also share your points on US30.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, Samir, I love you, you know that, but I'm not going to give you my view, because I know.
I know you are here for a very long time.
I'm
and
gonna
I
have
respect
to
it.
shoot, guys. So yes, unfortunately, guys, I'm going to have to pop off. Or for those of you, I'm sure, have been watching me for a while, fortunately, I am going to go now. So 226 of you watching right now. Absolutely awesome. Please smash that thumbs up, guys. We've smashed 150 likes. Let's see if we can get well over 200 likes on this video today, because these guys just below me now, we've got Pedro, Samir, and Victor. Absolute awesome guys with absolute unbelievable amount of value and experience in the market. So please do ask them all sorts of questions and do make sure that you keep entertained with them. But for now, I love you and leave you. Have a very, very good weekend and have a safe trading day tomorrow with NFP. And I shall see you all on Monday. Thank you very much, guys. Peace.
Cheers, Will. Thank
Take care,
you.
Will.
All right, we have. Go ahead, Pedro.
No, go ahead. We have.
No, I was gonna say, Kwasi man. Nice seeing you as well, Duvakur, FX. It's always nice to see all of you watching us today. I just punched my microphone there. I was gonna do a little overview of the assets that I look for trades. So if you are ready, Samir, I will. I think you are, since you just passed the torch, and will respectfully pass it on. So I'll take the torch. Let's see. I'll switch back to or you wanted to say something, Pedro, and I didn't give you that opportunity.
No, it was just in regards to the DAO as well. Where
maybe you should do that, because I'm gonna switch away from the DAO. I'm gonna go to EU, GU, and so on. Maybe since Samir was talking about the DAO, maybe you can.
I was having some trouble loading my charts, so I know my point of view, but I just want to know your point of views also, Pedro and
exactly.
Victor, so that maybe I can. Yeah,
that's exactly the question I asked you before, right? Because for the first time, first time for a while, I'm actually maybe interested in looking for a trade on the DAO. Now that price is, as you can see, is approaching the highs, and so we are getting really close to, well, we are already above the 50k, like getting close to all-time highs in here on the DAO. Now, it's true that US indices are quite bullish, so any short from here can be just monetary until price actually ends up taking the highs, just like Nasdaq, S&P already did a few weeks ago. Dow has been lagging a little bit in that sense of not breaking the all-time highs. Maybe now is going to be that moment. But I think before eventually price ends up breaking all-time highs, I think there's maybe a chance that exactly on that supply that you mentioned, and I do like to trade those weeks as well, just like mentioning here. I think we may have some selling pressure at around this level. Just see one thing, just see time frame. Yeah, this was not exactly Quasimodo because there was no fake out of that high. So yes, I'm curious to see how price may react within this level, this supply that I have in here. Actually, I was in another platform. I was checking on the lower time frame within this level. I cannot do that on TradingView, just to see if there is any specific supply, maybe on 5 minutes time frame or 15 minutes time frame that I could check. I don't think I can go all the way back in here on TradingView on those lower time frames. So this is more of a bigger range that I have drawn in there. I do like the liquidity. So we had all these double tops in here. Price already faked out these tops and already took some initial liquidity. So that initial move after faking out this level, it already happened, as you can see in this reaction. So price created already initially a triple top or even a fourth top in here, kind of a strong level of resistance. Collected liquidity, and price already had this initial reaction to the downside without managing to break the previous low. Okay, so in this situation, that's when you can see that yes, price is still a little bit bullish because we didn't even manage to break the previous low. Price just respected it, and most likely it's just a continuation move. Because that's how price moves, right? Breaks all-time highs or break highs, that kind of protests, respects the previous low, and just continues to move to the upside until potentially there's a market shift in there. So that initial move is done, which now brings us into potentially that second reaction, which is now the potential reaction from that sub 5 level. You did mark some kind of moving average. I don't have those moving averages on my chart. I actually start drawing these triangles or wedges that you also draw. Kind of as you were drawing them, I start drawing them as well on my own chart. It's not exactly something that I usually do, but it's a pattern, and just like you mentioned it would be nice to see it a bit more squeezed to the upside before potentially a short, and that's what I would like to see as well, a little bit more into that level. So I think price may be getting closer to that. And just like you mentioned, I'll be looking to see price eventually after touching that, if it breaks maybe the next or the most previous or recent level of structure, which is in this case a potential low, then trying to look for that retest and try to short it. Attention just initially to these strong levels of resistance and those highs as well in here, but after that, if price actually dips and managing to break below that level, then maybe we can try to go into this bigger trend line in here, maybe trying to get into these 49,500s. That could be potentially a good target, but that's already wishing a little bit for too much from price. We'll see, but that's exactly the opportunity. I'm going to be looking for a potential reaction from there and try to trade the Dow. It has been a while. I know that you like to trade the Dow, so we are basically looking to get the same scenario, potential short on the Dow, but again, price still needs to go a little bit higher before we do that. In terms of just to finalize in here with US indices, Nasdaq and the S&P, of course, we don't have any data from the left because we are at all-time highs. The reality is that price, it starts to look like a bit too squeezed. I don't have any RSI, but actually I would like to see at which level the RSI on 4-hour time frame is. It may start getting into overbought zones, most likely, because price has been literally just moving in one direction with really small reactions or retracements, and then a new high, and then continuation to the upside, and we are on the 4-hour time frame. So I presume that if you were about to add some kind of RSI in here, which maybe I'm just going to do it. I don't even know. Let me just quite quickly. Is it? Yeah, let's just add this one.
Yeah, there will be divergence anyway, the way price is moving.
I think it's just what I want to see is actually most likely is above the 70. Like it's not even about the divergence, but also about being that overextended territory above 70 or something like that. And I believe as well that the divergence may start to happen as well. Maybe comparing with this previous high, maybe the RSI it starts to potentially move down while price is still going higher, which is also a good indication that potentially we are getting maybe close to a top on this move. At least some kind of reaction it starts to be needed just for price to breathe a little bit as well, which could be interesting then to, if you do find that on the lower time frame and you start to see that price is starting to top a little bit around this level, maybe one extra high, and then maybe we can have a little bit of a correction on the US indices. But again, it's a bit risky just because I don't have any data on the left to support, while on the Dow we do have a little bit of that data. But it looks like it's a bit squeezed to the upside at this point, which can lead into some shorts before potentially price goes higher again. But yeah, on the Dow, that's basically the idea for today.
On Dow, I'm also, when I was using the VWAP, I observed few patterns, which was on like SMC side, which is supply demand, this, that. So maybe you can switch to my screen. I can show our viewers. Yeah. Of course, I haven't tested it, but on my bootcamp account, I did took some trades on this concept. So the concept, when I was, trading futures, of course, I don't like futures, but just for the reference, I was trying to figure out how I can, do some intraday trading in according to my strategy. So I found out if price is above from the VWAP, just look for bullish order blocks or maybe supply demand areas. For an example, right now we're in the middle. I'm expecting price is gonna break to the downside, and then the VWAP will become bearish. So that will indicate. So actually, let's take a bullish example right now. That will be too complicated right now. So for an example, VWAP is bullish right now. So I will be looking only at bullish order blocks. So I will give 2 chances to my trades in that particular session. 1% risk. For an example, I can execute here for a 50-point fixed stop loss for the target of the high, or even we can target this channel that we have. The risk to reward wise, it is gonna be amazing, and we don't even need a 70 or 80% win rate to be profitable in this system. So I observed this thing, so I might can test this thing on my bootcamp account. So this will be the first entry point, this can be the second entry point, and of course we are not allowed to take the third scenario. 2 losses, we are done for the session. This is a complicated example right here. Maybe I can switch to yesterday's example, or maybe like 2-3 days before. For that I can let's just skip it. All right, this was a NYSE open, so you can mark the order blocks. As VWAP is bullish, so we are allowed to take 2 trades. So this was the one trade, 50 point stop loss. Price barely hit that 50%, but this really worked out well in your favor. I'm just giving the example. Of course I'm gonna show the wins right now, because I'm just sharing the observation that I noted. But what is the yesterday's price action we have? Okay, yesterday's price action is this. I was having this as my first entry point, but price didn't came here, so this was my second entry point. So I could have given one chance here. If this was a stop loss, I can give another chance here, as VWAP is already bullish and target is gonna be this. So risk to reward wise, I found out this is amazing system. And I think when I was exploring futures, so I noticed this pattern. So this works really well. We don't even need a good win rate in it. We can even have 40% win rate, still it is gonna be playing in our favor. So I might can test this thing on my bootcamp account. If it is giving me consistent returns, then I will do this on my main account as well. But today VWAP is flat, so it can be a tricky day. Maybe we can let's take a look at 1 hour time frame to get more insights about it. Okay, we have this area which was untested. So what if going to the 5-minute time frame, price closed below this, and there will be a decent area. We can short it from here, and then we can target this area, and then of course from here we can buy. We can go to the upside to fill that wick area that I was expecting. Or there is also one concept is, if price is way too away from the VWAP, then of course we can take reversal trades also. So that I found out when I'm trading futures. So I managed to get one payout, then I blew that account because of some drawdown issues, as the drawdown is trailing. So I don't like that model, but I found out a good thing. Like when I was testing futures out, I found out the system. Now it comes to the live execution. Maybe 4 or 5 months of live execution, or even 2-3 months of live execution will give me that confidence, and then I can implement this thing on all my main accounts. Because of course I have been a one-to-one guy from a very long time, and it is working for me actually. But what if this system can give me more better results? But for that I have to test the system, and I will begin testing now, and the bootcamp account will be my test account. So let's see how this works out. After a month or 2, I will share the results of the system with the viewers and with you guys also. Let's see how it is gonna go. Today VWAP is flat. I don't know what the price is gonna do. So yeah, let's see.
Awesome. I like that.
All
And
right,
while
again we are stuck. You can take control now, Victor.
no problem.
Drop some bangers on Euro USD and GBP USD.
Sure. Before we do that, let's remove Will from the screen. There's someone who's saying hello, and Dubakur, you don't no need to apologize. We love you, man. And Quasiman isn't harsh at all. I'm actually proud of it. I'm proud to be associated with the best chart pattern out there, in my humble opinion, to trade the market. So Quasiman, it is any time of the day if you like. All right, so let's continue with the markets. I'm gonna go through EU, GU, and maybe, who knows, if you guys want it, let me know in the chat. I can take a look at any other asset as well. Maybe gold. Gold is very popular as always, and I mean popular in trading as well. Outside of trading, it's popular as well. I'm specifically talking about trading gold being popular, not only wearing jewelry or having them as bars in your safe at home or in your bank. All right. Bajram Rexa, pardon me if I butchered your name, but that was my best attempt. And while I'm ignoring an international call calling in, you said Kiwi yen and with dollar. We'll take a look at it. Hopefully, I'll be able to do that. So let's take a look at EU first. We had before we had a beautiful trade that we talked about. That was before, but you cannot stick. Today is another day, and you cannot think. The previous trades have nothing to do with the present or the future. Meaning you have to start anew, looking at the market, analyzing, assessing the probabilities, and whatever the outcome of the previous trade was, whether it was a banger of a winner or maybe a loss, it's still the you have to do everything independently, right? It has the probabilities is in terms of probability in theory, it's an independent outcome. Okay, so let's look at higher time frames. You can see that even though the market on the monthly time frame did not close above the open of the previous, now it is the previous candle did not close above the close of the one before that. We are still pushing forward. That's something we are currently above the open of this monthly level, right? The monthly open. So that means that on the higher scale or on the higher time frame, the market looks has a tendency to be perceived as positiveness. Hold on here. Let me do something here in the background because I have some interference with. Can you guys say something? Samir,
Hey.
Pedro?
Mic check.
Yes,
Hello, Victor. Hello, Quasi Man.
Audio, so hold on. Let me get back. Let me put that back on because otherwise I will not be able to hear anything, you guys, and that's a good thing.
No problem. This is live. We do have some technical issues sometimes. All right. I think it's good now.
Yeah, I can hear it now. I know whenever certain things happen on my PC, I'll have to switch it back. Otherwise, I'll be talking. You guys will be screaming to get my attention, and I'll be completely unaware and oblivious to your call. Okay, so the higher time frame, the monthly, we are currently in the current candle. We are above the open. It's a very simple and rudimentary thing to look for the open and where are we according in comparison to the open. But it sets the tone. It's all these little. It's not a complete bias, but it tells you a little bit how are we being perceived compared to the open of the current candle and compared to the open of the previous candle. Okay, so that's what I just did right there. We are, as you can see here, we did go through, or actually to the monthly structure we had before, and went back. And even though we did take the swing low, you can clearly see the market start creating a lower structure, lower in time frame, which is a weekly, but we are pushing forward, and there's nothing between this point and the lowest point we have. There's nothing to stop price on the monthly, at least on the monthly. So presumably we're just looking to continue to hit the structure above us, right? That's the next part. But that's only on the weekly, because on the on the monthly, because the weekly time frame does offer us some kind of idea what we could be looking for. Okay, so we do have a reverse pattern. We are currently looking for that disconnect, right? The monthly tells you there's nothing there, but if you go to the weekly, we do have a weekly structure which is quite wide and broad and not very useful. for trade, but it does give you the idea, okay, you should be on the lookout to see any weakness, deceleration, weakness, reversal patterns on the H4, H12, or maybe even the daily before, because if that happens, that could be an indication that we are going to have this kind of a movement. It doesn't change necessarily that we're going to go all the way down, but it could be that we have maybe maybe a week or two, or maybe even a few more before we continue a bit higher, presumably, right? So that's the weekly supply area ahead. And on the daily time frame, we had this as a beautiful, we have the same quasi that indicates us as 3 areas that you should be looking for, right? So this is the reversal pattern, established uptrend, and price indicates previous price, right? Technical analysis gives us 3 areas, quasi entry order blocks. They are 1, 2, and 3. And the first one we already interacted with and had its reaction. It already did what it's supposed to do. Not only that, price went and squeezed a little bit to the upside, and we acknowledged the order block right here. And this was quite interesting, right? To the pipette, the market reacted to the order block. And you can see when this happens, it means that the market acknowledges that there's a level there. There are traders there waiting for the market to reach it, to get to the market, or pending orders. And that's great. However, if there is no follow through, right? If we are not able to take the last swing low, right? So this is where it happened, right? So we have, this is the move. It, to the pipette reacted to the order block to the left. And we did hit a relevant, significant level. If that is true, and it's going to be the catalyst to move price, to start, not start because the move already started before, but to have the continuation of this move leg down that I indicated here, then, it needs to take out the low, and it didn't. It actually fell short and it hasn't taken out this level yet, so it's not actually it has, what am I saying? It created a higher low. That indicates that the order block was not, at least that's my interpretation of that behavior, that the order block, that structure, isn't proving to be enough to move to reverse price. So that's actually a strong or a bullish sign, meaning we need something bigger, something higher. Previously, it didn't push price to break structure, and yesterday we had also a very precise reaction to the daily order block that I indicated here, that we have from before, and you can see that too, right? We're getting a reaction from these structures, but they're not turning price the opposite direction, right? At least not yet. It can still happen today because this is the second candle. It can still close, let's say, something like that. In other words, we're seeing the market reacting on supply zones, but it's not reversing. That's a sign of strength. It's against headwind, the market is able to still continue to climb. So that's, when you interpret the market, when you read that through the market, you don't want to be going short. At least if you do go short, you only consider to do that as a reaction. The market might go 20, 30 pips, at least on EU, but it's likely to catch up again because that's what it's been doing. That's the pattern, that's the behavior, that's the order flow basically that you have been seeing. And you want to lining up yourself with that direction, meaning you want to be looking for longs, in other words. So let's go to lower time frames. On the daily, there isn't anything else. This order block is no longer, it was before a target for me for my TP, but that TP was already hit. It's no longer that relevant. This order block is still at play. But the fact that, just what I said, the price action is not, at least not now, telling us that the area is going to be, this structure is going to be the structure that's going to push price much lower. I don't see I see the opposite. I see that the market needs something bigger. And my question is, what will that be? Will it be that we're going to have something, maybe this order block will be some kind of a reaction here, or could it be the little, which I like a lot, to take a trade from a small area here, from the daily. I mean, look at how small that is. That's only what, 7.1 pips wide, and it's a daily structure. That's something you want to be catching. That can give you high risk reward ratio trades. Okay, so that's the question. I don't know yet, or maybe none of these are going to stop price, and price is going to continue higher. Those are the things that I think the market is suggesting maybe the case. Let's go to the 4-hour. What do we have on the current level? We do have a structure, which is an outside bar, or a setup of outside bar. Also with on the 2, you can see it, the 2 as well as on the 1, and you just pick the one that is tighter. In this case, it's the H1, and that gives us this area. So if anything happens today and we have some kind of a strong reaction to the downside in this pair, I want to be looking, I want to be waiting, lurking for price to reach this level and to see if we can get a microstructure or micro reversal, because this makes a lot of sense. Price coming back, maybe scared, maybe some headline news coming in, and everyone runs for the hills basically, and we can get maybe a reaction out of it, and that could be a great thing to wait for. Although it doesn't look that way, right? It doesn't look like the market is going to react and go much lower for different reasons. One of them being that we just had this reaction. We broke that high and we had a immediate retest, but then actually a much more beautiful retest here. If you go to lower time frames, you can see how the let me change this one. There we go. This is on the monthly, so I'm gonna take that away as well. You had the break, the retest, but actually this is the actual retest that is very tradable, where the market breaks, comes back. Basically it has this, right? Let me put it so you guys can see it. It creates a high, right? It indicates a level of supply or a resistance, break it, comes back to retest it, and then continues. That's a very bullish pattern that you can trade basically all the time in multiple time frames. But if you consider the daily range so far, we're only 30 some for the day, 33 actually, right? So price can expand in terms of the ATR, or the range of the daily can still expand on plenty on both sides without really changing much. It looks to me like the market is trying to inch towards that level, and tomorrow is the kind of the D day for this week, which is the NFP, which can change everything we just discussed. But I don't see any other things that I'm interested other than this. And of course, if you're on the very lower time frames, much lower time frames, I would be able to I would like to go long, because that's what the market is telling us, right? It's pushing higher, had a retest, you likely at least to this level, and likely it's gonna break and continue its path towards that level that we just indicated. Maybe today it should be able to reach it today. It's only about 20 pips, and we are 33, so actually it should have enough room to go at least another 50 pips higher, or expanding on the daily range. That's one thing. That's EU. And GU, actually, I caught a move today, quite nice. GU looks very similar. I mean, they're very correlated. We did have a reaction on the entry order block that is currently that we're at play with, or is at play. But it was only a reaction. You can see here, did not have follow through. Not only that, price came back with a vengeance, so to speak, and broke it. So basically, this order block is no longer present, no longer relevant. We went to the second structure. Second quasi entry order block, and we did have a reaction, right? That's the reaction. It actually took 3 days of a reaction. That's not even a reaction. It's still a reaction because it's not a reversal, but it's a huge reaction. And you can take even a swing trade could have been taken. That actually you can adjust this, you can see how the market comes back to the order block before it continues. Very, very bullish. It looks, even though this is a bearish reversal, the price action here, I mean, this whole quasi tells us to be looking for possible reversals, but the current price action is telling us, the market is still bullish, and who knows how high it will get before, even if it gets to be bearish later on. So I'm gonna be looking for probably tomorrow to see if there's anything in here that could be indicating, if we're ready to push for lower pricing for that reversal or not. Maybe not, because of the optimism that came out of the Middle East, or at least, Bush, not Bush. What am I saying? Bush. It's been ages now, decades. I mean, Trump has, the peace deal that is almost done, according to him and many other sources as well. So that's GU, and we did have it's already happened, but you can see how beautiful this reaction is, as well as the previous one. You can trade these. Let's measure them, and I'll tell you, that's 13 pips. I mean, that's totally scalpable. That's 17.8 pips. I mean, that's plenty of profit to be taken. Anyways, we did have this area at the beginning of London, which is that small little order block. It is in the direction of the trend as well. And if you go to the lower time frames, you will find that there was as well an area, a fresh order block. It was on the 2-hour that was also created, and that gave me that area. If you go to the smaller time frames, the execution time frame, you can see that beautiful quasi. Price comes back, and look at this baby. Look at that. That's the entry order block. This is the head. This is the neckline. That's the left shoulder, according to me. Let me point it out. I mean, this gets me excited. I mean, you can, I don't know, you can have your own opinion, but this is what makes these are one of the things that I really, really love about trading. How these repeatable patterns happen, and they're right there telling us, take this trade. This is what I mean. So we have it, the entry order block. Price comes, look at that, reacts, and it actually gave you a second chance to get into that trade, putting your stop below the order block, and that's what I did. And target on the H1, I believe it was. Yes, it was on the H1. I target that order block. Let me indicate where it is. That's the order block right here. You target just the next level, right? Don't be a hero, just the next level. Even though presumably or supposedly it's going to go higher, you just go to the next level, and that's it. That's it sounds easy peasy, although did take me a long time to get that skill. But there we go, 4 hour in a little bit, and price just keeps pushing higher and higher. That was one trade that I took, and let's check the chat. Hi Elliot, how are you doing? Okay, I want to do Kiwi Yen right away, but I am aware that the market is almost open, and perhaps Samir would like to take a look, or perhaps Pedro is boiling to share some ideas with us, some of his mastermind ideas to let us know, where the market is offering opportunities or something in that trend. Not
I can take a look at someone was
all of
asking.
you at once.
Second.
We are just 7 minutes away from the.
Yeah, that's something I'll be waiting as well.
Right.
The US Open.
Yeah. Let's see.
But someone, what pairs were they? What can be pound, New Zealand yen? Yeah.
Yeah, New Zealand yen. Yes, that. Let me put your screen on.
Yeah. Just take a look at this one.
And while you're watching,
I think I have never hit it a take profit on NZD pairs. I think in my whole trading career, NZD pairs have been worse to me. I think it is even worse than gold.
Actually, I used to like New Zealand dollar. It was the only New Zealand pair that I ever trade. I'm not a big fan
Okay.
of trading any other New Zealand pair because usually those pairs, anytime there is the swap, like every time there is the overnight movement, there are weird spikes happening across all brokers, all servers, and that was something that I didn't like. Like basically all these lows, as you can see, basically are happening at midnight or something like that. Like weird weeks happening, and that was terrible. Because you could literally go to your stop loss all of a sudden. But yeah, so looking at the end pairs are a bit tricky, right? Because we have intervention from the Bank of Japan since last week. Yesterday as well, I think it happened again when we had that big sell-off going on the dollar yen. So
What's that intervention?
Well, it looks like it. Like I don't think there's anyone that is making this type of ability to, at least the power to move the market like this. Right, this is the yen index. This looks like someone is intervening in here. If they assume it or not, I don't know. Like this movement in the dollar yen, that looks like it was
it was central bank having their hands on the market there, because that's not price action as usual. That's intervention.
Yeah. So yes, we do have those. We had those moves. Apparently, I had this demand zone marked from a long time ago. Maybe the last time I did look at New Zealand yen. Potentially, there's still a move to the upside. If you look at the 4-hour time frame, okay, and I'm looking at the higher time frame at this point, what I can see is that price is still bullish. Since basically we came all the way down to take this low, or at least to create this low, and you have this top as a reference. Price has been managing to break a structure without really managing to break any other key level. This was the demand zone that managed to break out this structure in here, so that's kind of an important demand zone. Maybe some of you may look at this low that was the last that created this high and may look at it as a break of structure. I wouldn't really look at that in that way, because this demand zone for me, it actually matters quite a lot, because this is the demand that end up managing to break out this structure here on the left side. So those levels are always important. Basically, the origin of the move that breaks a previous structure, that's always important, and price tends to react from it in the futures, especially if it is fresh still. That's perfect, and then actually we can use this low as a Quasimodo, kind of as a left shoulder in here to trade from. And when you're looking then left as well, potentially there's maybe more room for price to go a little bit more, maybe closer to this top, or at least maybe a little bit closer into this structure. So overall, super higher time frame. We are looking at the daily time frame right now. Maybe there's a little bit more room to go to the upside in the on New Zealand yen. Now, if we start looking into the world time frame, we can maybe start agreeing that instead of just price moving to the upside, we are maybe in a range, right? We have price now ranging in between this structure. And anytime price is ranging, one thing that you can try to do is just try to see where are the fresh either order blocks or supply levels or demand zones. Okay, and if you identify those fresh orders, usually you'll be expecting price to bounce from them or to react from them, and those tend to be really good levels to see price reacting and potentially look for a trade within those levels. And you can actually start, and if you're about to do this exercise, start always from the extreme. Okay, so if you're looking at the highs, try to identify which supply level is fresh, all the way from this high, moving lower, and then you now have this high, you can start doing the same, moving lower. You can have this high as well, moving lower, and then basically from the lows, you can start moving bottom up, basically. Okay, and if you just wait actually for those extremes, you can have beautiful trades, as you can see here, great reaction. Most likely these offer the good risk reward. If you want to look then at the middle ones, you need to be a bit more cautious in terms of the target that you're looking for. For example, even this one, it still ended up being respected, but then price just respected the next structure that it was in here. So you still had a reaction from this level. However, price didn't really manage to go all the way down. it simply just came to the previous low where it was there, and then kind of it just continued to do it until we have a break of structure, and then price just moved to the opposite side. So that's a little bit of, if you want to trade ranges, that's something that you can do. And then of course you can maybe try to pay attention where there's a little bit of liquidity that maybe price can go and collect just to manipulate some stuff. So at this point, this is the range. You can see that price already reacted from this extreme. It may want now to get closer to these highs in here, potentially try to see if there's any kind of selling pressure. If you are trying to analyze this top at around this level, is there anything in here that price can still react from? Basically this left shoulder was already basically reacted from. This one already got really close to that zone. So this is one of the ways that it's not exactly Quasimodo, because to be Quasimodo, of course, maybe you needed to break this level and price to retest, and now yes, it would be kind of a Quasimodo pattern. However, the left shoulder, the initial left shoulder that was created, price already went there and basically collected some of those orders, as you can see, and that's one of way that I look at it without even having the need to break this structure in here. Maybe just this intermediate structure was enough. So yes, maybe there's still something in here that you can pay attention to in the future. Oh, there you go. Maybe actually price already reacted from it, as you can see. So there you go. That's already reacted from. I'll need to go into the war time frame to see if there's anything at the extreme of the extreme on the end. Sorry, on New Zealand yen, to see if there was maybe something that price could taking this size and react. Otherwise, we'll be looking now potentially at this level in here. Okay, it didn't really confirm. Like for example, now if price had maybe came a little bit in here, fake out this level, and had broken this structure, maybe I'll be a little bit more biased to the downside. The reality is that we haven't really managed to break any structure also to the downside. So any sales is a bit more conservative, longs maybe a bit more confident maybe to look for those. So that would be a bit more of my analysis in here on New Zealand. So maybe wait a little bit more to the upside. We already had a big move in here. Is there any sell opportunity from here? Maybe from here to here, maybe there is. If price starts breaking this level, then maybe there's a potential continuation. But as you can see, basically what do they have in here? Exactly what I mentioned. So we had price reacting from this one zone, price reacted. What is the next structure that was left behind? This supply, and you had this demand. Look at how quickly price goes from one level to the other, reacts from it and starts moving to the upside again. So these levels work, okay? So that's basically a great demonstration that those levels work. And usually that's what happens in ranges. Prices keep collecting or go react from those levels until eventually those levels are no longer fresh, and then price maybe starts being able to break them. And now we have this one left behind. Then maybe can have a little bit of reaction. Now we have this demand zone in here as well, and you'll see what will happen. Yeah, that's usually, this is a great example of ranging markets and how you can maybe try to trade it and benefit from it. Yeah, that's just my analysis here. Not really concrete because price is in range, price is a bit choppy, but it's a good exercise to do. Can you guys hear me, or yeah, Victor left, I think.
Yes, so we can hear you. We can hear you. I was looking at US 30. You know, I was trying to.
Yeah,
My apologies. I had to run off without saying anything. I'm deeply sorry to do that.
Let me just reply to the question here from Timia Max. Yeah, to be honest, my analysis right now, it was not really specifically on the candles, so it was more in terms of the thought process of the structures itself. I was not really zooming in to see where is maybe the top or the bottom of a specific candle, or where the wicks of the candles are. Okay, I think in general, when you are looking at this, you can see more or less where there's an impulsive move that basically leaves an order block or a demand zone in there, and the opposite when there is a supply level. Okay, so it was not exactly to analyze in detail the candles themselves. You can do that, of course, if you start zooming in here. You can maybe start doing that, but that was not exactly the purpose of my analysis right now. That's why I didn't zoom in, and that sometimes actually it's actually a good practice to sometimes actually zoom out and just do the analysis kind of from a zoom out perspective, because sometimes actually it's a bit more clear to see where where the big momentum of the candles start or finish, or where it's a bit more choppy, instead of being way too zoomed in. That's a second phase or third phase of the analysis, to then go really being specific on the fresh levels. Yeah, and I think
Perfect.
you repeated the same comment. Okay.
But you wanted me
No,
to
no,
do
the US
something
Open.
with the same asset, or I had the slight impression that you wanted me to look at the same asset or not?
Which one? This one, New Zealand yen?
Yes.
If you want, you can. If you want, you can. Just start paying a
Market
little
is
bit attention to the US Open.
market is open. Do we want to take a look at it? Perhaps Samir, or maybe you, Pedro, or maybe I will take a look and put on some structures as to how the market is positioned itself for the open or at the open. Are we looking to continue this move into NFP tomorrow, or are we already seeing some cracks in price action? Meaning, could we be starting to see signs that market might reverse today or maybe even tomorrow?
Yeah, looking at the Dow, we had already a spike above the highs, and now price is moving to the downside. So I'm not sure if this is going to be just the top already, or price eventually wants to go a little bit higher. Personally, I would like to see it going a little bit higher, a little bit closer to the structure that I marked in here on the left side. So I'm not going to yet trade from this top. But the reality that as price open, basically you can see a big wick, a big spike above the previous high, and price now is moving a little bit to the downside. So that's the initial reaction. Yeah, Samir, what is your take on the Dow at this point? Are you already looking for the shorts?
I'm not yet looking at the shorts. I think we can go to the upside first. I think we can tap this wick area that I was having. This will be a good area for shorts for me. Till that, I will be looking for buys, and for buys, I think this can be the good area for buys. Once price test this area, that will be a good opportunity for buy here. So I think this area will be good area for buys for me. So I will be eyeing, this area will be good for sells for me. Till that, I will be looking for buys, and this will be the good area for buy. And what can be the second area? Maybe this can be the second chance, as I was explaining this strategy. So 2 chances for buys, and the risk will be a little bit less. Okay, this is a activation of buy here. Stop loss placement, as I mentioned, 50 points. This is a way too big of a target. Let's stick to this high here. So yeah, maybe we can go for a 1 hour order block, which was this area. Okay, let's take this area. This is trade idea number 1. If it failed, we will give it second chance. But the main idea is sells around that wick area that I mentioned, the 4 hour time frame. Okay, let me take this trade on the bootcamp account, because I was testing this thing on bootcamp, so I have to see what I can do. All right, so let's see if the thing that I was observing works or not. I will be doing this for 10 trades, and let's see what I can do. Yeah, and the main strategy that I follow based on the 200 EMA, not the strategy is not telling me to buy, because we are way too away from 200 EMA, but at the same time I cannot sell it early, because this will be a selling point for me. So but the observation, the thing that I observed when I was trading futures, right now this is the buying idea for me. We liquidated this area, so let's see if we reject from here or not. The target is very good. Even if out of 10 trades I can win like 3 trades, it will still be good.
With what's the risk reward?
Normally, I think it is 1:3, like average risk to reward. 1:3 on 1:3, I think. Okay, I'll take this trade on my the account that I need $500, because I think I just need 1-to-1 on that. I can risk 500 for 500. That will be good. I need like $751, so I can adjust my TP accordingly. Okay. All right.
Market is still looking bullish on Nasdaq. I'm just doing in the background doing. The market looks like it's gonna have another pop. Thank you for whoever switched to mine. Let's see. I didn't want to interrupt you, Samir. I was gonna wait for you
No,
to
it's fine.
finish. Okay. If you still want to finish the not to break the the chain of
No,
thought.
I'm in the trade, as I mentioned. I observe a few things.
Okay.
So now I am executing on it. Now, again, it is a new thing to me, as I mentioned. I will test this thing, and the results I will share it with you guys. So, but the main strategy, as I mentioned, selling will be here. And 1 minute pattern, that will be good.
That's the same same area roughly on NAS as well. Same structure. I'll show you in a little while when you're finished.
Yeah, sure. I'm done. Now you can share your screen.
Perfect. So on the high time frame, we are totally in a bull run. As you can see, we took the previous swing high that we had in October, the last day or the one before last day of October last year, and we had actually a quite nice push that went outside of the. Let me indicate if I can with a line, so you can get an idea on the lower time frames. We went through it and I consider this to be the immediate retest with some space would be an actual retest. We didn't have that retest, but market continued to move on, and this was yesterday on the back of, actually the last few days on the back of that possible peace deal, right? Everyone is relieved, equities is rallying, Trump is happy, and you will see that on his X posts. Okay, so on a higher time frame, this is where I want to be going long for a swing trade, but for a intraday trade, we are currently already there are a couple of other structures here that are still fresh and can be used maybe today if the market has some kind of surprises. But in the absence of any surprises, we are already retesting quite nicely the order block that was created, which is fresh. The market is eerily at a kind of toppy place, but this can continue to go on more than you would expect. But you need to be careful because this can turn around if there's anything that indicates what's going to be if there's a change in expectation for tomorrow NFP or even the volatility of tomorrow, if before, during, or after changes breaks this, we could have yourself be in the middle of something that's much worse. But today we have the 4-hour order block, and if you look at, there are fresh order blocks that has been retested on the 2 as well. They're not marked here, but you'd have also on the 1 right before the open, right? You have the retest of this order block, right? That's the H1, and this is the open. That's the candle of the open. Actually, the candle is this candle, which is 30 past the hour. And within that, if we consider that the market is doing this, right? So it created the order block on the H4, comes back for the retest here, and it was going to, if you assume this is going to be the reversal, the reversal of this retest, meaning this part, right? That move, that part of it. If we assume that and we go to lower time frames, what do we see? Try to bring some structure to that reversal pattern. That's basically what a quasi is. It's just a structural way to look for a reversal, right? So you have an established downtrend. It took it out with the open, right here. and comes back to on the 50-minute, there's an entry order block. There's also on the 5 a couple of structures, entry order blocks on the 5-minute that overlap and give you a big level. But that gives you basically, reasons to look for, let me see here, to be taking longs from this area, or perhaps this one if you want to be a little bit more selective. So if you go to the lower time frames, I want to be looking for indications close to this area when price comes back for a reaction, because if it does, that could be the beginning of the market breaking to the upside in advance, or before the NFP tomorrow. So maybe today we're still gonna be, if that happens, that could well fit into the expectation that today we're still on that, good news vibe. Look at that. That's a nice reaction right there. Okay, let's see. We are in the area. So now you want to see, are we reacting bullishly? Are the buyers, even after a squeeze, are we seeing buyers coming in and doing something like that? If they are, that could be a nice area to get in to the market. The opening range on the 15-minute, let's mark that, because it's just now it closed. So basically we have this as the range for the 15-minute range. And you could be looking, because of everything we just spoke, the H4, the H1, the quasi that we have on the 15 and the 5 that's visible, you could be looking for indications here before the market actually breaks through it, or after it breaks through, if it is going to do that. We don't know that. Breaks out, comes back to retest some structure it left behind, and then for the continuation, perhaps for the upside. But we still have to make sure that the market is actually, the buyers are actually coming in, and they're not so far. This is the 1 minute. It's already is squeezing the lower border of that range. It looks like there are no buyers defending that range. All right, that's we'll see. It's too early to say anything, but on the 1 minute, it's not looking very. No, there are no buyers coming in to step in, buying that level and showing aggression. At least not yet. We'll have to see. Maybe just a squeeze. And if we do get something like this, right, you could be looking for maybe an order block that will be created here as we come back, and you can take that long, putting your stop below the level or below the low of that day, low of the day at that moment, and then targeting maybe take a partial here, and then a continuation for the rest of, I don't know, a couple of hours. Who knows? Depending on how the market positions itself. All right, that's what I wanted to share with our audience. By the way, we have Rich Wells, the legendary in-house performance coach, who is going to have a call on Discord, and all of you are invited to join. Rich is a formidable personal and performance coach, helping you get your psychology in tuned with with what is optimal. Okay, Samir, anything on your side?
I triggered my 1-to-1, but on my main account, it is still running. Actually, on the bootcamp account, the test account. So on my the main account which I was trying to pass, so I triggered my 1:1.5, something like that, on the trade that I was talking about. So made like 700. So I just passed the phase 1. Now on to the phase 2.
Nice.
So I want to see how this trade that I was talking about behaves around this area, because right now I'm testing this, and I think it has been a month I'm observing this thing. So now I will put this thing into the live market, So let's see how it works. And bootcamp account, I'm gonna leave this trade open for that wick area that I was talking about, the 4-hour area, if it turned out to be in my favor. If it didn't, then we'll take a stop loss, and maybe I'll try to re-enter somewhere. So somewhere around here maybe. So this will be the trade idea number 2, actually second chance of the trade. But then the VWAP will be bearish, so I don't know. I think this will be the only trade for me for today. Or I was waiting for gold actually, but gold is now at the resistance area as I was talking about. This is some kind of rejection area. So now I don't want to take longs on gold, and I don't want to take shorts either on gold. I will wait for tomorrow's price action. Again, it is going to be Friday, so I don't know if I will be trading or not. So
What
tomorrow,
level is that? What area is that? Is that an order block?
no, it is just the rejection area. It is some kind of rejection area. I'm expecting a pullback, and my entries are on the pullback, but the problem is that I don't know if we're gonna liquidate this area and then go up, or we're gonna bounce from this area. And I don't want to take a low probability setup right now. It is a low probability setup to me for buys. I was planning for buys, but we didn't got the entry. I managed to take this entry here. So this really was an amazing entry. Hit it like TP in 2 15-minute candles. And the story was very simple. We broke out of this area. If you go to the daily time frame, this was a liquidity point. Even if you go to the weekly time frame, we broke out of this weekly candle low. So I was like, yes, maybe there can be the buying opportunity. Waited for a pullback, took this trade. We also kind of breached this structure. I tried shorting here, I'm not gonna lie. It was a stop loss for me. And then I took a long here because the bias was shifted, and it was a decent trade. But right now it is in a very tricky area. I don't know what it is gonna do. Okay, this trade seems so. Let's chance here. So I think I can give a second chance here because this is a decent area.
I'm not sure if it's you or me, but I think you're breaking up from time to time. We're missing.
Okay, let me change. Now it will come up with a little bit noise, but I think it should be fine.
Just so you know, to check. And it looks better now. So I think you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. So I was talking about this trade here. Let's see what it is gonna do. I'm gonna give a second chance here because I am making a plan here. So in my plan that I was trying to make, I was like, I can give 2 chances to my trade. First order block failed, I can give chance to the second order block. If it works out, good. If it didn't, still good. The stop loss placement is 50 points, and still
the market is reacting nicely to the upside on NAS as well.
All right, let's take a look at NAS. I think NAS is I don't know if I'm at the right. Okay, all right, this consolidation is a decent consolidation. I think if it breaks to the upside, we are gonna go for this trend line touch. As the market is way too bullish, I think you guys should not try to short it yet. Of course, if it gets to this area, breakout, impulsiveness, now a little bit of fade of momentum, and then definitely you can give a chance to your trade here for some kind of small reversal. Not trying to capture a huge reversal, but this is what I will be looking for. NAS 100. If he breaks out, I think yes, that's also fine. Actually, if you breaks out, you can keep your stop loss below the EMA, but the problem is that the stop loss size is way too much, so that is not good. So right now I will be leaving this. Because I
I
can
took
take
a
the trade
long
in the breakout.
on NAS. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think if it breaks out, that will be good for NAS. DXY. Oh, gold. Nothing. Okay, let me delete this thing. Okay, US 30. Okay, we are not rejecting from this area. One rejection, I will be taking a trade. Regain of this, that will be good. Yes, let me go to the 30-minute once again. All right, yes, this was the area. Let's see now, if we regain this area, then I will be taking a trade, maybe somewhere around here. Break of this high. Stop loss placement is 50 points, and target will be this high. Yes, 5-minute. I think target can be extended to this also, as the risk to reward is great. I don't need a huge win rate, you know,
Mm-hmm.
in this strategy. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna show my screen if that's okay with you, Samir and
Yeah,
Pedro.
that's
Your
fine. I'm
permission.
just waiting for a bullish engulfing here. Once we
So
get,
yes,
yeah.
yeah, we talked about the 15 and the 5-minute indicating, you know, considering the higher time frame, considering the fact that the market had an order block, price reacted, acknowledging that there's a demand zone there, and this is the opening range. We already had these levels on the 15, on the 5-minute, indicating that price could come in, hit these level, and they should, or either with or without some kind of squeeze, react. Buyers should get in, and you never know if they actually are, but you need to wait for them to actually do so, and they did. Right, this is on the that's not a, let's see, that's the 5-minute. This is the 5-minute. This is the 15. You know, you can use all kinds of combinations. You can overlap them. You can choose just to use one of the time frames to use. It doesn't really matter. The point is that as the market created the opening range, what you want to be looking either after it breaks it to come back to these levels. So something like this, it breaks, it comes back to this level, you go long, right? Putting your stop below whatever low that was put in after the open, or you get in preemptively. And that's what I did, because at that moment, the range wasn't actually broken to the upside yet. This is the opening range. Price comes into the demand zones that we have from the left, and price, we talked about this, price needs to react, buyers need to come in, and we need to see follow through. As you were talking, Samir, actually, I think you already started talking. I was looking, and I wrote something like this, and an error to the downside. What it was that the market, you know, the sellers were still in control, and you know, there's no need to look for a long if, you know, buyers are not coming in, stepping in, and giving us the indication. And actually, if you look at it, if you go to the 1 minute, you can see how, and I'll tell you where I got the entry. So price came in, right? This is one of the order block that indicated it. Price comes in that area, and there it needs to do something that indicates where it wants to go, right? At the beginning, you know, these upper wick and price closing that to that, at that point, you know, it looks like, you know, they're not getting the upper hand until they start creating bullish order block, which is on the 1 minute. It's very sensitive, so it's not very significant. It's just the 1 minute, meaning the 1 minute doesn't really mean that much, so you have to wait for more consideration, more confirmation. Price comes in for the retest. How does it react to that retest? Look at that. How does it react? Price is bought up. Not only that, there's follow through in the following candle. Sellers are not giving up yet, right? They still push and create a bearish order block according to the definitions that I use. How is that responded? Do the sellers really gain and maintain control? Not at all. Buyers come in, said, no, you're not taking control. I'm in control, or we are, right? And from that moment, I got in at around here when I start seeing on the 15-second chart that the market is, pushing higher, and it's likely to break and close above. Before the close, I was already in at some 40. I'll have to check my chart when that happened, and targeting. And I got long there, putting my stop below this swing point, and just let the market do its thing now. Now it's out of my control. I don't do a lot of active management. I just see the setup, I get in, and just let it for at least, breathe in, breathe out, and see if it breaks. We can go to the 15-minute, hasn't closed above the level yet. You can maybe look at the 30-minute, what kind of levels we have, what kind of ranges we have. Even on the 1 minute, you want to see something. I like that. I like that little thing that we just saw, that little reaction. You want to see, that's fine, price comes in. And of course, price can still go the other way and it gets stopped out. That's fine. But it's the preparation, it's the reading and waiting for price to get to these levels that are good probability levels to go in a certain direction, and then wait for the price action to actually tell you buyers are coming in, and they have followed through. Even after the sellers for 1 minute there seem to be getting the upper hand, and they didn't. That's the moment you need to get in. When it's the deal is sealed, at least for this little battle here, buyers won. That was the bottom line of these couple of minutes, the price action. Of course, the next thing that happens is this little push, which makes a lot of sense, because who was the winner here? Buyers automatically most likely place. It's that's going to be still true for a couple of more minutes. And now I'm just in a trade long, 5 contracts, and I'm just waiting to see where it goes. And I'll accept whatever it breaks, right? If we break this and I'm stopped out, so be it. But that's all we can do as traders, right? Identify the opportunities, get in, and let it do its thing, basically. We are at the end of our stream.
Awesome. Yes, we are. Hopefully now my audio is fine, but again, it will come with a little bit of noise. But yes, we are at the end of the stream. So, yes.
All right, so
I think it is gonna break out. You're gonna have it is a good trade, I think.
It's looking good, but market can do all sort of things, and you also have that on the 15-minute. You can see the 15 EMA had a reaction, had a very precise reaction there, and after the open, squeezed it a little bit. The 15 EMA, I don't know if it's very visible. I don't think it is. Maybe I should change the color. But it's that's a nice thing to see. Added a little bit of confluence when the market reacts to these EMAs or the otherwise dynamic support levels that they have reacted before, a couple of hours before, a couple of as it did in this case. That's an added confluence you can use in your analysis. And Vlad Lab, my friend, I cannot comply and I cannot satisfy everyone, but I hope you can appreciate the fact that we are giving you, all these valuable insights. And the only thing we ask for you is a little like, a little subscribe, and I hope you can appreciate that. If you think this is helping you, that doesn't only go for Vlad, but also everyone else. Please hit the like button. Subscribe. There we have a session later on of our amazing Portuguese community. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Later on, they're going to start talking a little bit in preparation for the NFP tomorrow. So we'll see what's going to happen. We are still trying to pass also the challenge that we are doing with the Portuguese community. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, in 2 hours time we're going to be live.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Don't let you miss that chance you have, even if you don't speak Portuguese. Surrounding yourself with good traders with good vibe is certainly going to help you. We have, as I said, we have the call in the Discord community today, where you can learn, ask questions, learn more with our performance coach, who is Rich Wells, awesome trader. So that's it for us for today. It is Thursday, so that means that our next stream on the main channel will be on Monday. So I hope to see you all there. Take care. Any last words before we go?
Take care. I think someone was asking about how much time it took me to pass the phase 1. It took me 2 weeks. So I was following risk management. I was risking 1%, and I tried to aim for 1 to 2 this time. So 2 weeks it took. Let's see how much time it is gonna take for phase 2. I will share that stats also with you guys. Once I pass both of the things, I think I can share my views, or maybe we can do a little session on how you should approach, your challenges and this, that. By the way, we do that every day, but that can be a dedicated session. So yes, I'll see you on Monday now. We all will see you on Monday, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. It really means a lot to us. And with that being said, take care, bye bye, and have a safe weekend.
Bye bye, guys. Have a good one.
Perfect.